I Whoa. What a starting sentence. Hello. It's the dungeon with the other mask in it. I think I'm not sick anymore. I slept literally all day, like from 10 a.m. to 10 p.m. and I woke up with basically all my sickness symptoms gone, which is great. And that's it. That's the only thing I have to say. That's great. Super's a vampire. Also, it wasn't really on purpose, it was more incidental, but I did grind on the way to this place. I was kind of backtracking for stuff. I went over to Mysidia and grabbed some spells for Bosch, and then on the way to there and then to this place, I was farming up usage for Change, which is why Furion's HP and MP are so ridiculously high. Maria got some HP, Aspa got Toad uses and got him some HP, or MP I mean. I was also having Layla cast Bolt on Naomi so she could get some HP growths. So our HP is still very low compared to what it's probably supposed to be, but yeah, the party's definitely a bit better off now. I don't think Naomi has ever been the strongest HP, well, not never, but she hasn't been for a while. I think like half of last stream, she was not the highest HP-wise. Yeah, swap guaranteeing HP and MP level ups is pretty nice. The downside is that if you do it against a no MP having enemy, you have to go to an inn to restore it all, but if you just do it outside Altair, it's like, whatever. What else am I gonna spend money on? Like, honestly. There's like literally nothing to... I just bought a bunch of change tomes for everybody, except Layla. I bought a holy tome for Bosch. Like, I'm pretty much just set. Toad is working a lot more consistently. Not perfectly. It's a... I mean, I've only used it like twice so far, and it's... That's 2 for 2 is better than what it was for the majority of its level 1 and level 2 incarnations. Johnny Young Bosch realized he's the Dissidia rep and now he's the highest in HP and MP. Yup, he realized he is the protagonist. Really the only magic I think I want at this point is Osmos. I don't know how to get it. I assume it is a, I assume it's a random drop and you can't buy it. Because when I was looking up magic stuff, I saw some people say that, that Mysidia is the last town in the game. Osmos is drop only. Yeah, considering the game that this is, that would make sense to me. I feel like this is the one game where Osmos is actually really good, because it seems like, well, because I don't know how Osmos would work with spell charges. In like the MP games, which is 4 and onwards, you either don't have to worry about it because ethers and elixirs are much more plentiful. There's other easier non-ether ways to restore MP, like tents and stuff. Well, there's like 5 has mix, you know, like the half elixirs. And then also, yeah, the 4 and onwards have mid-dungeon save points where you can use tents. So 2 is like the perfect middle ground, where it doesn't have mid-dungeon healing, or mid-dungeon save points. Well, yeah, that's just kind of it. It's just the perfect middle ground of not being a spell charge game, but also not having the mid-dungeon save points, so... There's 1 Osmos in a chest, otherwise the drop from wizards. Okay, there is 1 in a chest, alright. I assume it is black magic, and if so, I guess I'll give it to Asp. Can I also just say it's weird that Layla is the party member that sticks around the longest? She's like the party member I hear people talk about the least. Because there's Minwu, like Minwu is such a notable party member, he's even in Final Bar Line. Yosef I only hear people talk about because he's bad and around for a single dungeon. Gordon people also say is bad just because he's only around for... Or because he's, like, in-universe, he's a coward and isn't good at anything. I also haven't really seen people talk about Ricard too much. But, he is at least, like, a cool dragoon who uses swords and spears. He doesn't have jump yet, because that wasn't a thing, but... Yeah, Layla, I feel like nobody really talks about her. Either that or I'm just not in the know. Layla's cute. She's mediocre otherwise. She is basically just a worse Gordon, although that's just how my playthrough ended up. Just like a fake black mage using a bow and arrow. Pirate Lady is just a pirate lady. I was sick home from school and completed this game in one sitting. It is hard for me to imagine beating this game in one go. Considering how, I mean, I guess it depends on what version you're playing, because this game is so damn long. I guess I can be spamming Holy, get some uses on that. It was GBA. Okay, I guess that would help, yeah. A ranger? I don't know, do rangers use black magic usually? She's like a red mage, if a red mage used a bow and arrow. It has the amazing character art. Definitely a better word for worse black mage with a bow. It probably is. I'm sure you're right. Soul of Rebirth kind of sucks. I like that the sprite of the toad is actually based on the color palette. Well, the sprite is the same, but the color palette of the frog is based on the enemy. That's pretty neat. Greater than 5 for summoning animals out of nowhere, that's sort of like black magic. That's true. What is it called? Nightingale? Nightingale is a heal based on your magic stat, so it's not too crazy. Oh, what am I doing? Magic. Ice. I like this game, but I would not wish beating it in one sitting on anybody. I figure if you know what you're doing, then it can be a fun experience to min-max as quick as possible. Like, this does seem like it could possibly be a pretty fun game to just use all of your knowledge to cheese it as bad as possible. Like, you know, go to Mysidia as early as you can, try and get a Toad Tome as early as you can, and just spam that for the whole game. I can see the appeal. How do birds heal blind and poison? I don't know, how do they heal? I'll stop you there and just ask, how do they heal, full stop? Another thread. Neat. Birds make bird soup really quickly. It's like that one Undertale, the ramen item, where you have to, like, very slowly make it, and it heals for, like, 10 health. It's like that. Instant noodles. You know, I thought that in Undertale, I actually didn't know... You know, because the instant noodles is, like, the go-to example for this. How in quote-unquote serious mode, the instant noodles heal you for full just instantly. I thought that was a Sans fight only thing, but no, apparently, because the game has the serious mode where it changes item names in battle depending on the mood of the current scene. And yeah, if it's just in serious mode, the noodles just heal you instantly, which I didn't know. I like to think the birds are using a lamer white wind. Their wings flap and create wind, but their gimmick is that they can heal, because it's natural or something. It's good an explanation as any. Never thought of using Toad on the harder enemies. Toad, this is one of the few things I know about this game, is that Toad is, like, far and away the best insta-kill spell. And Death is the worst, which is just funny. I'm still kind of unclear if multi-targeting debuff moves or status moves makes them worse or not, or if it's literally just, you should just be spamming it, like full party spamming it, because there's no downside. It was 90. Well, isn't it? I mean, your full, oops, your max HP is 90, isn't it? During that fight? I don't know, it's been a while. It has been a bit for me. Yeah, I know that like Exit's pretty good, Warp is pretty good, Toad is the best insta-kill. Mini is like a white mage version of Toad, but it's not as good. Multi-targeting cuts accuracy in half. Okay. Because there was a couple of people last time that were vague about it, because I don't think... I mean, this game is not very well documented, so it's like, I don't blame people for not knowing the ins and outs of it. Quarter power for heal and damage, okay. Surprised you're playing this long, the GBA feels shorter. I am only playing the NES versions of 1, 2, 3 for a video I want to make. It's like me getting footage. If I wasn't, I probably would play the GBA or Pixel Remaster versions. Oh yeah, speaking of Pixel Remaster of this game, I heard that the Pixel Remaster of 2 made Fear a literally useless spell. For some reason, it just got rid of the variable that fear is associated with. I forget the exact like terminology, because I was just looking up stuff about the magic, and yeah, and it seems that fear is literally like a spell that does literally nothing, which is a weird oversight. Death Toad Mini Teleport Warp Stone. Is Stone... Okay, in this translation, Stone is called Stun. Is there an actual break spell that petrifies things? I guess there has to be, right? Because there's gold needles, but I haven't gotten hit by it yet. I'm sure I will eventually. GBA's streamlined. Yeah, I know that GBA makes early game grinding a lot easier. You can get early weapon and magic levels super fast, which is nice. Weird, because Berserk just lets you still attack the enemies. Yeah, I'm not sure why they didn't just stick with Saber. I mean, this is a fan translation, but the official translations go with Berserk too, right? So I don't know why they didn't stick with Saber, like it was called in Final Fantasy 1. Berserk is kind of a misnomer. If like coming from future games to this, you might assume that it works like Berserk in future games, but it does not. Yeah, they did give Layla the jaundice for some reason. I think only the fan, or not fan translator, the NES version of 1 has the intelligence stat do nothing, right? I think every other translation, it works perfectly fine. Oops, that's not what I meant to do. Whatever. Saber in 1 is different. It increases accuracy as well. Aren't there 2? There's Temper and Saber, right? Maybe yeah, I think I got them mixed up. Either way, there's 2 attack boosting spells, and neither of them are called Berserk. Either way, it's an odd decision. Berserk and Temper can be the same word on an English perspective, that's true, but... Well, yeah, I mean, if you think about it, like, in an emotional state, but Temper can, like, you know, you temper a sword, like you... I don't know, is that what a blacksmith is doing when they hit it with their hammer? They're tempering it? It's like a noun as well as a, like an emotional state or whatever. Sorta. Who says those orbs aren't crystals? Hey, they're orbs in Stranger in Paradise, so they're orbs to me, goddammit. Temper increases attack for anybody. Saber increases attack and accuracy only for the caster. Well then, yeah, they could have just called it Temper, but I don't know. This is a Valium. What? This is the meaningless point anyway. They can be crystal orbs. True. Little crystal balls. Jellies look like shifty dittos. Oh, they said shitty dittos for a second. But yes, they do look like that. Isn't Valium a strong antidepressant? I don't know. Whatever that item does, I'm sure it's... I mean, all of the... Not all. A lot of the items, like, just use a spell items in this game are really weirdly named. Like the Elder IQ, the Heart, and the... What's it called? The Dragon Bean, I think it was called. Good night. Oh, hey, a different enemy. Gonna need some antidepressants after playing this in 3 to completion. We'll see. Yes, at this hour. I slept all day, and my next shift is going to be on 3rd shift, so I might as well just start doing it now. Unfortunately, I did call in today to work again, and because it was 3 days in a row, I'm gonna have to bring a doctor's note into them to saying I can work again, because I feel fine now. I think my voice is still a bit out of it, but it's fine. Hello. I'd like the GBA version better for the same graphics of NES. That would have been a neat little addition, if there was just, like, unlockable or not, if there was just, you could play the original NES versions of 1 and 2 in Dawn of Souls. It's not even like that's that out there. Zero Mission had the original Metroid in it, and that's a GBA game. Would have been neat, but oh well. I wish all game ports and remakes could just have the original game in it, but I realize that's not super, like, feasible. You're employed with streaming at unemployed-ass hours. Well, for me, it's technically employed hours, because like I said, I'm going to be running on 3rd shift hours for a few days, so it makes sense to me. 3D FF5 would be cool instead of the mobile version. There's a part of me that wonders if we dodged a bullet by not getting 3D 5. I've said this a lot, but there are a lot of scenes in 5 that I feel would have to be done really well to be on the level that the original 5 was on. Which way was I going? God damn it. Can't remember. Oh. Okay. Because, you know, this is the thing with 3D remakes of games, is that, not that there's that many of them, but when the game is just animation, like, or when the game is sprites, I mean, your brain does a lot of the heavy lifting, and I think Nerl actually talked about this in his Secret of Mana remake review. You're not only, when you're making a 3D remake, you're not only trying to outdo what the original game did, you also kind of have to outdo what people interpreted the original scenes as. And they're as limited as the animation was in the original 5, I do think that, I mean, there was a lot of like very, I'm not even really sure what a point I'm trying to make is, because my brain is only like half working right now. Come across Ancient Tribe, you stupid. Yeah, the Earth Drums. Yeah, there's a lot of nuance. The point is that I think that a 3D remake of 5 has a very, very high chance of messing up a lot of the original's dramatic moments. Either that, or they just have to go in a Final Fantasy V remake, or Final Fantasy VII remake direction, and just basically make a different game with the original as a base. Random question: your 5 videos you usually have Ferris usually knocked out dead, and the thumbnails are a reason? It's been a while, so I don't really know for sure. I think it's because my original Final Fantasy V 4-Job Fiesta that I uploaded in 2020, there's like a compilation of all the boss fights, but when I originally uploaded it, it was one boss fight at a time. Ferris was dead at the end of like over half of the boss fights, and I just kind of forgot about that until I started making videos of this game, and then I assume I was trying to call back to that. If it's not that reason, then I don't know. I'm the only one who could know, and I'm not even sure. You could unironically Deltarune 5. That's because the streamer hates women. Well, yes, but that's unrelated. You're not gonna believe this. But yeah, basically what Max says. Ferris usually dies first for some reason. Big budget remake, 3 parts, 1 per world. Oh man, that would probably not be very good. I think you need to keep the turn-based combat very fast and snappy. 3D doesn't lend itself very well to that. Oh, you mean like a 3D turn-based? Yeah, I guess I mean, this is the PS1, but the PS1 Final Fantasies definitely are not snappy and fast. I don't know, I don't play very many 3D, well, just turn-based RPGs in general, but I definitely don't play very many modern turn-based RPGs. The last one that I played is Expedition 33, and while I would describe that game as mostly snappy, it also has some slowness about it. It could be better. Why should they make a 3D remake of the Legend of Final Fantasy games? A great series that's stuck on the Game Boy. That's the game where one of them you can kill the final boss with the chainsaw, right? I've asked this exact question on stream before. AAA FF5. Final Fantasy turn-based RPG isn't the same as Expedition 33 turn-based RPG. Yeah, it's not the same. I'm just like using that as the one example of a modern turn-based game I've played. Expedition is more like Paper Mario than Final Fantasy with the action commands and shit. Look at these guys. I don't know if I've seen this sprite before, but I like them. Expedition 33 Final Fantasy X coded. Right, E33 has the combat built for a 3D environment. Yeah, that's true. Final Fantasy 17 could be an Expedition 33 clone given how successful that game was. I don't see them doing that. Final Fantasy, for better or worse, is basically defined by its inexplicable desire to not stay the same for very long, and also I don't think they really rip off trends too much. Like Square Enix with Final Fantasy wants to be the trendsetters. I mean, I know that like by the time Final Fantasy had come out, there'd already been a Dragon Quest, like a few Dragon Quests, but still, God damn it, I can't remember which direction I'm going. Okay, here we go. These look diseased. Quadruple A or nothing. I want every nut hair on Galoof to be 4 gigs. Please do not say that. Oh yeah, I have the Blood Sword. I forgot about that. It's just not really necessary because she can just one-shot everything anyway. Vines be upon ye. We were talking about this other day in Discord. Has anyone played a game with the Paper Mario action commands where the party size is greater than 3? I can't think of any. The only game I can think of is Yeek, I think the older versions of Yeek had party members of size of 4, but now it's party size of 3. Mario and Luigi partners in time. True. It's, like, technically true. It's not really, like... I wouldn't say that's exactly correct, but that is, like, literally true. That's supposed to be this cold in Texas. Feel bad for anybody in Texas. Your guys' infrastructure is not built to handle temperatures below, like, 50 degrees Fahrenheit. Ice hitting my window. I live in Louisiana. Yeah, right before the stream, I went to go take out the garbage, and it's like a half foot of snow, which isn't like that unusual for here around this time of the year, but it's just like I didn't expect it. It was not snowing, and then it was, and now there's like a half inch of it, or I mean half foot of it. God damn it! I went fucking backwards again. The stupid ass encounters keep making me forget where I'm going. And also because I'm talking to chat. Oh, hey, ran away. Cool. I'm going down. Texas is hell, run by demons. I have heard this, yes. Okay, go up. Go up. Yes, I have heard from many people that the weather in the US, or the weather is going to be very bad for the next while. Just streamer feed Bosch, those numbers are big. While I wasn't intentionally grinding, but on my way to the next... Like, on my way between streams, when I was heading to this area, I was just having Furion use swap on enemies to both grind it up and try to get MP and HP. And it was working very consistently, so he ended up pretty beefy compared to everybody else. Oops. Okay, it's down here. I think it was a chest. Oh, there's another thing. What level is it now? I think it's level 3. Yeah, it changed to level 3. It has a surprisingly good success rate, which isn't good. Supra isn't real. I realize it's a non-zero chance I could run into Supra in real life, and that terrifies me. The odds are quite low, but non-zero. I mean, even when I'm out in the real world, I basically never talk, so... While I would describe my voice as somewhat distinctive in a way, I think the odds of me actually encountering anybody is very low. I do have more HP. Not a lot, but... Like, Bosch has a couple hundred more. Naomi, I think, has 100 more. Layla has a bit. I'm not sure if Asp changed. Super paying for groceries for being surrounded for impromptu FF5 advice. I will take great pleasure in the fact that I will probably never be recognized in real life. My voice is distinctive. Image of the Isle of Buzz Lightyears. I don't mean, like, the fact that my voice is deep. I mean the fact that I take forever to, like, talk. I, like, talk very slowly, droningly. Your voice is exclusive to accidentally hearing you, not being sure if it's you talking in real life. Someone from Northern Europe, the fact that a whole state of millions of people screeched to a halt because ice is wild. Yeah, it's I mean, it's a complicated thing, because making the infrastructure to defend your state against the, like, harsh colds it's expensive, but also, like, if they put in that they should put in the expense, but, well, you know. But it also happens so infrequently. Like, not only would it, if it happens, which is a low chance, it would only happen in a certain part of the year. So, like, I get why the money isn't put into it, but that doesn't like, deny the fact that it sucks for everyone involved. I would recognize your voice in a crowd. This is a threat. Really freezing rain and the thing will fuck stuff up even for prepared places. Yes. My state is very much a place that is prepared for cold weather, just like heavy snow and stuff, and even then, yeah, freezing rain is just, it's like the catch-all fuck you from nature. Texas cheaps out on its power grid and uses above-ground lines nearly exclusively. They're getting pelted with ice right now. Yeah. Alright, I'm bringing the goddamn map up. They have made these maps any smaller. Okay, this floor only has one exit. UK is the same way. A few inches of snow and everyone starts panic buying milk bread and lure hole. That's funny. Aspen cast in too many blizzards. It also refuses to get any aid from the federal government. Not that the federal government's a good thing right now, yeah. Texas will shut everything down if it gets too cold snow or not. Yeah, so run being the second option is, it's not only throwing me off occasionally, but it's also weird. Like, it feels like an insult because running is so difficult in this game. I think Nayumi's agility is high enough that running away is actually pretty likely now, but it doesn't make it any less annoying that it's the second in the list and just will fail more often than not. Thank you for the donation. I hope you have a good night as well. This dungeon's already that long, we're filled with random encounters. The longest dungeon is Mysidia Tower. I thought the longest dungeon was Pandemonium. Asp catching ice magic is chef's kiss, being reptiles are weak to cold. That's true, I didn't actually think about that when I had when I made him the black mage. Honestly, Asp doesn't even like mean anything to me anymore. Like, obviously it's a word for snake, but at this point it's just a word. I got used to snow after I moved to Chicago for a bit, but Texas handles it much worse. Because usually Texas it gets blasted by sleet and ice. I enjoy going to Chicago occasionally for vacations and such, but I would never ever want to live there. Like, everything sucks over there. Everything about a place that can suck sucks over there. They have nice aquariums though. I can't deny that. Okay, hold on, let me bring up the second... Use the map. Is there... Okay, there's a staircase in the middle of this place, which I want to go to. Headcanoning Asp is a reptile now. Figuring why you have a snake man as your friend. Firion does not discriminate. Or, sorry, Bosch does not discriminate. Man, I'm really enjoying this Final Fantasy playthrough, but I really wonder what killed Cleopatra. The helpful asp. Louisiana just blows. Chicago being able to swing from minus 40 to 80 is a big downside. Ass is also a term for a venomous moth caterpillar. Well, I guess that gives me another reason to not like moths. As if I needed any more. Going to center. Also, last stream I asked what M power is, and people said that it's the stat that makes your MP go up more when your MP goes up. I already know that Vitality is the HP equivalent of that. Is power, just regular power, actually what I assume it is? It just makes you do more damage. M. Bipson power. Louisiana has had 3 big accomplishments. Candyman, the Louisiana Purchase, and Tony's Shasheries? My brain wants to say charcuterie, but that's not the right word. Strength, yeah, okay, cool. Not even sure if Holy is good, but considering it's Bosch's only real way to do damage, I might as well use it. By the way, we're in a new dungeon, we're still fighting these goddamn rats. I didn't really feel like it was, like, necessary to point that out, but I'm just like, I'm fucking over it at this point. The enemy variety in this game is just straight up bad. Oh cool, arrow, as if I care. A lot of chests in this place. Oh, cool. Arrow. Okay. Why? Hard word to spell and pronounce. I saw someone give up and call it the Cha-Cha Slide. Mysidia side quest is also the worst part of this game. Is the Mysidia side quest the thing that I'm doing now where I have to get the masks and bring them to Mysidia? Toad. It does not take very many levels for Toad to start being practical. Like, it was failing 100% of the time at level 1, 90% of the time at level 2, and suddenly at level 3 it was like 50-50, and now it's working more than not. Flan Zombie Spectre, Flan Zombie Spectre. Is there anything else in this goddamn menu? Ugh. Toad is basically black magic teleport. I thought Exit was the black magic. Or like, aren't all instant death spells except for mini black magic? Or no, wait, warp and teleport, one is black, one is white, I remember that, but aside from those... Oops. Strike first, fled. What? They just give me 2 arrow tomes, then right after that, 2 blind tomes? I've gotten like 10 blind tomes from enemies, man. I don't need any more. I haven't even been using it, even though I probably should. Now would be a good time to insert ads. Okay, usually YouTube tells me that when I'm like in a menu or something, but I haven't stopped. I haven't stopped playing the game yet. I think YouTube is just like prejudiced against NES JRPGs. Mini and Exit should be both light magic, okay. Oops. Ads. ADSP, the sequel to ADHD. Ah, ineffective. Sound like the YouTube I know, yep. Good old YouTube, doesn't like anything that isn't Mr. Beast. Inconvenience your viewers so we can make a dime. It's a good trade-off. You know, YouTube might be spitting there. Okay. Looking at where I am right now. Okay, there's a chest to the south and the next floor to the north. This is one hell of a color palette. Like, the sprite is good, but I think every recolor I've seen of this rhino thing is just like a different shade of ugly. The first one was blue, and this one is a friggin' like, I don't even know how to describe it. It's neon color. Like, I can't imagine seeing a color, this enemy color. Like, imagine someone painted a rhino this color in real life. You'd be like, please arrest that man? When I saw this stream and it was 1 AM, I thought it'd be late AF. The stream is keeping me sane right now, so I appreciate it. Turquoise and purple's a bold choice. Yeah, that's being generous. I'm kind of curious how many people just have this stream on as background noise, because, like, I'm playing the game and I'm getting sick of looking at it. Not even because the whole screen is green, but because every 10 steps there's an encounter with an enemy that I've seen 3 dungeons ago. Again, not that I'm not enjoying my time here, it's just like, geez, I can't imagine what happened with this game behind the scenes. Like, was 90% of the development time spent on the whole, the leveling system, and then they realized they had to make a game around it? Let's say with blue animals known for injecting neurotoxins. Yeah, I guess there are some crazy colored animals in real life. Like, I think a lot of frogs have wacky color schemes. FF2 is more fun to play than to watch. That's why I'm glad that I have people to talk to, so that I can have more fun playing it, and you guys can maybe watch it, or just have something to listen to while you do whatever. I have Battle Axe. Wonder if I mean, this is probably like the second axe in the game that you can get. Get out of my inventory, arrow. 30% of the dev time is trying to de-encrypt the Ultima code. This was peak RPG back then. I wonder if that's true. Like, the more I play this game, the more I'm thinking, like, maybe it was good that they didn't localize this game. Like, I know the reason, I think the reason that this game wasn't localized was because, the SNES was either, like, about to be out or was already out. But, I can kind of see... I could actually see this game coming out and then everyone hating it, and then they never localize another Final Fantasy ever again. Every time I hear people complain about this game, it's related to the grinding, but the grinding isn't really an issue. The grinding is just that the structure of the game is just bizarre. Where am I? Okay, there's 3 goddamn staircases on this place. There's 4. Oh boy. Like, there's so much backtracking, and the encounter rate is insane, and everything, and the enemies are repetitive. Your second monitor priority, damn. FF2 After Dark. You could tell they had nobody play testing. I think that Honestly, I think this game might have had an inordinate amount of playtesting. This game is very... I know it's jank as hell, but it's surprisingly good for what it is and what it tried to do. This seems like a game that would require, like, a ridiculous amount of testing to make sure that, like, leveling up wholly to level 4 doesn't just make the game crash or some shit. I don't know about 2, but I remember 1 was impressive for the time. Yeah, that does seem to be the idea that I get. I mean, it seems like Final Fantasy 1 having a visible party during battles and not being first person was pretty notable. I don't know if it was the first game to do it, but it was one of the more popular ones. 3 was out, FF3 was out, and they made the English prototype. Yeah, it seems about right. There's a good video about 2 by It's Your Pal Jacob I recommend checking out. He gives it a good defense. I will probably forget about that by the time the stream is over, but if I remember, I might check it out. Hitting your teammates is inefficient, using magic is much more effective. Yeah, that was how I grinded Nayumi's HP a little bit in between streams, was just by casting a bolt on her, because she can't be hit by anything physical at this point. Got this cast to my TV from my laptop. This is amazing background noise. That's good. You are background noise, the main features of the hilarious chat. Would you say Nayumi's untouchable? Yes, I will say that, if you're setting up for some kind of play on words. There's this YouTuber I've been watching, because someone recommended his videos on an Ultima retrospective, or his videos on Ultima. It's not Spoony. His username's like Madjular or something. I started watching his Ultima videos. I'm like halfway through the Ultima 4 video, and it's very good so far. And I watched his Symphonia and Symphonia 2 reviews. Those are also very good. And he really, really goes into Symphonia 2 and like how that game sucks. And it does. But I think that video also kind of shows that people... Emil makes such a horrible first impression that people are not willing to see that he actually does have a fairly decent character growth by the end of the game. Not like the best in the series, but compared to a lot of Tales protagonists, he's actually one of the more interesting to me. But yeah, his first few hours in the game are just so off-putting and so bad that I can't really blame anybody. He also says that the Symphonia 1 characters, like, all are, like, they went through the journey with Lloyd in the first game, but then in 2, they're all like, I don't know, I guess Lloyd could have done it. But I think he missed that Zelos is the only one that doesn't do that. Zelos is like the only guy to be like, no, Lloyd would not do that. And he's fucking right. I don't know, because that just proves, when I played Symphonia 2 for the first time, that just reinforced his status as best character in the duology. Streamer doesn't know Madjular. Symphonia 2 is bad, don't get me wrong. It is absolutely one of the worst games in the series, but I do think it has a couple of redeeming features about it. I do legitimately enjoy Emil as a protagonist. But everything else he said in that video is totally spot on. Funny how you could just dodge physical stuff with magic, it's just aimbot. Yeah, JRPGs are just kind of like that, I suppose. if it uses MP or any kind of resource, then it is going to be overpowered. I remember there was a guy in one of my comment sections saying that the Japanese. Alright. The Japanese community for Final Fantasy V thinks that magic is not very good, and I feel like that's just straight up not true. Like, magic is overpowered in basically every Final Fantasy that it shows up in. Maybe not this game. I mean, even in this game, like, magic as a whole isn't busted. Not every single piece of equipment, or not every single magic spell is, like, super busted or whatever, but I do think that magic is... I mean, people sing the praises of Toad. Like, that by itself is pretty indicative of something, I'm sure. The Japanese. My bad. Hold on, I'm looking this up. What does Valium do? FF2 Valium. Cast Sleep 16 on all enemies. Okay. I don't care. Oh, I have free Earth Drum. Cool. Melee outclasses magic in 5. I think that's pretty balanced. I think early game magic is way overpowered. Mid game summon definitely dominates because you get the free Titan, that's what it's called. And late game it kind of balances back out. Like, attacking magic is less good, but the support magic, like, you know, the blue magic, what's it called? This is the Mighty Guard, Protect, Shell, Blink, all that shit is super busted. And yeah, Golem and like Carbuncle, depending. Magic would be mid in this game if it wasn't for instant death spells. Yeah. But at least the magic in this game is super cheap early on. I mean, it's really easy to level up your MP, or increase your max MP, so... I don't know. 6 is where magic is the most busted, and everyone gets every spell, yeah. I'll never forgive the Japanese. You could teleport like 30 minutes in, yeah. Even if, like, even without, what's it called, Minwu, that's his name. Even though Minwu having, like, a level... No, wait, I think he has level 1 exit, actually. Even without that, yeah, you get an exit tome in the first dungeon. Being able to kill bosses by reducing their MP to 0 in 6 was good jank. Is that not... I assume that's not intentional? I don't think I've heard of that before. I'm unaware of that, if that is a bug. Does this toad have hair, or is the intestines coming out of its body? I would have to look at the sprite again, because I guess I didn't really look hard enough at the sprite to know what you mean. Oops. Rasp did MP damage. Rasp, you say? If you wanted, you could just get in the raft portion early on and autoplay, just keep going in circles. Interesting. Okay, hold on, let me bring up this map again. Where am I? Oh, that just took me to a different part of the same floor, okay. I came from the center. Alright, I'll hug the top wall. Wait, am I not where I think I am? I don't know where I think I am, actually. Oh, I think it's... Yeah, I'm actually not sure what those little pink things on its top are supposed to be. I'm just going to say I don't want to think about it and move on from there. By morning, you're probably level 99 already. How far into the game is this? I think I'm... When I asked how far into the game I was yesterday, people were saying I was halfway, so I think I'm like maybe 60% of the way through, like around 2/3, I guess. Having Maria cast Sap once. Each battle made her have more MP than HP. Yeah, it seems, yeah, being able to get anti/sap early on is pretty nice, even though level 1 sap will basically never hit anything. Okay, hold on, where the fuck am I? Seriously, where am I? On this map. I think this map is getting cut off or something. I just need to start running from every encounter. I need to get out of this place. It's been an hour. I think I came from this direction. Only 7 dungeons after this, and the last 2 are back-to-back. Ugh. 7 dungeons. I feel like I've already done 1100 dungeons. No way, that was the correct way, god damn it. I'm going to have so much money. This dungeon's nice and all, but it needs more doors. I am using a map, and I'm having a hard time finding out where I am. Okay, where the fuck am I right now? I think I'm on B4? Yeah, okay, I'm on the bottom right of B4, okay. Where am I now? Did I go up a floor? Yes, there's a chest up here. But yeah, that's another thing, if I didn't mention it earlier, that's another thing about this game that I think would really turn people off, is if this game was localized. The dungeons are fucking horrible. I don't even, like, honestly, I don't give a shit about the Mario Maker Pick-a-Dick doors. Oh, cool, the same enemies again. I give a shit about, like, everything else about them, really. The fact that they're, like, there's so many chests that just give you nothing. There's just chests that give you nothing. The trap chest encounters aren't that bad. The worst trap chest encounter has been in the very beginning, or the very first dungeon, the one that had exit with that turtle that basically could only be killed with magic. The Pick-a-Dick doors actually do a disservice to this game. What did I even just pick up? I forgot. I immediately forgot what I grabbed from this chest. Oh yeah, Phoenix down, okay. At least my fleet, it seems like my fleet chance is like 100% now. Problem with FF2, there aren't enough random doors to nowhere. I've been saying this. Pick-a-Dick is crazy. I said this last time, but the only reason I call it that is because that's what Simple Flips calls the Mario Maker doors. He just calls them Pick-a-Dick. Okay, there. Now I can have chat and the map up at the same time. I have 108 viewers. Hello, everyone that is watching me play this game at 1:38 a.m. Happy to have you here. You get to watch me struggle in a game made by psychopaths. City of Towers, the longest dungeon in the game, which is why I say have fun. But yeah, the dungeons are absolutely the weak point. Not like the dungeons were super fun in the first game, but they weren't, like, trolly. Fuck people talking shit on Final Fantasy II. Unreal. Hello. I'm not sure if you are, if you've heard me say this, but, I do unironically like this game so far, despite the fact that it's like a troll game almost. It's just that it feels like the game doesn't want me to like it. Also, yeah, hi Seer. Great to have you. Thanks for the help in that one video. But I also will admit that part of the reason why I like this game so far is that I had the right expectations, I guess, because going into this game, I already knew about its most infamous things. But, so it's like, just expectations, I guess. But, yeah, going into this game knowing that, the dungeon, or the random encounters are kind of silly, the magic system is a bit goofy. It's Seer from TV. I was gonna do Ping Seers a bit again, but I think it's actually them. I believe it is, yes. Oh, hey, a door. I wonder... Aw. It's the Bighorn. I'm pretty sure I fought this thing on the way to Mysidia once. I spammed Toad too much on the way down here, so now Asp can't do anything. The Ogre Hall is a rite of passage. Oh yeah, actually, yeah, the Ogre Hall from Final Fantasy 1. That was fun to go through. Because yeah, someone in chat was like, "Do not go through that hallway. You will regret it." And then I did it, and then I didn't regret it, honestly. I thought it was pretty fun. Just literally every single step is a forced encounter with a bunch of beefy guys. Had Fury and Mitch had the most HP. The change or swap spell. In between streams, I was just having him spam change / swap every single fight just to level it up, and it kept working, so he kept getting a shit ton of HP and MP. It's pretty nice. The slop spell. Yes, the slop spell, sorry. Ogre Hall was hilarious. I watched the entirety of it the first time I played, just to see if there's anything at the end. Yeah, that was actually a funny realization, was that I was thinking, like, what is going to be at the end, and am I going to have to go back through this? And then I just realized it was literally just a hallway that leads in a loop. It's just a big circle. Like, okay, they just made this for a joke, I guess, as a level grinding hallway? I don't know. Either way, it was pretty funny. Unarmed is a slop weapon. Still maining it because it's funny. Yeah, a bunch of people were trying to tell me to, Man, I'm really good at talking tonight. A lot of people are trying to tell me to go for unarmed, but I already knew, like, the blood sword being as good as it is was, like, another one of the few things I already knew about this game. So I already knew I wanted to go, sword with one of my guys, and then the Mengosh and healing staff, so staves and knives with the other guys. Even if it's not, like, the best, I think it's fine. I mean, clearly I'm doing fine. Naomi hasn't been able to get hit by a physical attack. Well, she got hit a few times in the last stream, but I think that was because she was confused. She hasn't been hit by, like, anything the past while. Alright, so now I have both masks. I have to go back to Mysidia. 131 viewers. This is, like, 3 times as many viewers as I normally get playing a non-Final Fantasy game. So it's nice to see that people are, in fact, interested in watching Final Fantasy II. Especially me play it, who's a total RPG scrub. Okay, so we're going to Mysidia. Where is my actual map? He's being humble. This is a slow night. Max? Okay, Mysidia is actually pretty close. That's nice. Is the most viewers for this entire FF2 stream series? I think so. The most amount of viewers I ever got was, like, the first time I streamed Final Fantasy V. My first 4-job Fiesta, which got to, like, 200, but then it, like, stabilized after that. But, yeah, again, nice to have everybody here. I kind of expected there wouldn't be very many people watching just because it's so late at night where I am. But obviously, America is not the entire world. Or is it? I don't know. Chat loves Supra because Supra gets more than 10 minutes of gameplay done in an hour. It doesn't feel like it. I mean, I just spent like an hour on that dungeon, and I had to use a map, and I still got lost, so I don't know. I still have to do the what's it called, that movie, the Final Fantasy movie, Spirits Within watch party. Alright, let's sell some shit. Can I sell the black mask, please? I don't want it. Man, see, from Seer's video on this game, I already knew about the thing about how, your inventory just gets filled with key items that you can't get rid of, but I really didn't think it would be that big of an issue. But it really is. It's really annoying, actually. Really do not understand why they went back on one's level up, or item system. I've stayed awake till almost 8 a.m. I probably will be doing that as well, because I'm on my 3rd shift sleep schedule right now. Barely midnight on the West Coast. Nearly 3 a.m. here, just up till 8 to 10 a.m. normally. Your viewer base either stays up late or has good time zones for this, yeah. Thank you, FF4, for making it so I can put away stuff I don't need. Was the Fat Chocobo not in 3? I thought it was. I don't know, I'm sure I'll find out when I finally play 3. Alright, is this the Mysidia Cave? Alright, here we go. Oh, wait, hold on, we have to say Ultima Ekume mask to the statue first. Black mask? White mask? Okay, there's one. Fat Chocobo's in 3, but that means playing 3. Well, I'm gonna be playing 3, so, you know. Was it in the big airship? Was that not where it was in 4? It's been so long since I played 4, I don't remember that either. Where does the other mask go? Need the crystal rod. Am I supposed to have that? I hope not. 3's fine till the end, then it grinds to a halt. Well, the good thing for you guys is that you probably won't have to watch the endgame grind. For 3. If I get to the not the Phoenix Tower, if I get to the Crystal Tower, I'll just end the stream there and then just do a shit ton of grinding, because again, that's like the one thing about Final Fantasy III that I know. Well, the things I know is that the Crystal Tower sucks, Onion Knights randomly get the best stats when you get them to like level 90, and Sage and Ninja are the best jobs. FF3 is based and you're not cool. Where the fuck does the other mask go? Am I supposed to use both masks on the one statue? Nothing there, apparently. I definitely missed an important piece of dialogue somewhere. At least the encounter rate in 3 is lower. That's definitely good, because, like, I already thought the encounter rate in 1 was kind of annoying, and it being what it is in this game is like... Again, honestly, the encounter rate is only half the problem. The bigger problem is that the game points you facing the camera every time you come out of battle, so I always forget what direction I was going. Call the stream FF3 and play the USA SNES 6. The only troll stream I'll do like that is if I ever play Chrono Trigger, I'm going to label the stream as like playing the worst game of all time or something. Playing the worst game ever made. Or no, finally playing the worst game ever made, because it's like, you know, I've never played it. I have played it, but it's like the implication being I've never played it, but I still think this critically acclaimed JRPG sucks ass. Where the fuck is the other statue? Am I dumb? Don't answer that. That guy is my arch nemesis for liking abysmal dog shit. Obvious bait is fun. That is, that can be true. I'm also one that, like, I was talking about this, I was talking about this on a previous stream, how, like, rage bait in videos is annoying. Like, my example was that I was watching some Pokemon challenge run, and a guy was deliberately pronouncing Pokemon's names wrong. Like, he was saying Rattata, and, like, he was alternating between Raikou and Raikou, and it was just, like, kind of annoying. But I feel like I wouldn't be much better if I actually labeled a stream that. You know, what the fuck am I doing? GameFAQs, help me out here. Cave of Mysidia. You must have already placed the white mask in Mysidia before you can use the black mask in the Cave of Mysidia. Okay, so I have to go to a different place. Gotcha. Sorry about that. Seer does that too, which he says admits it's wrong on purpose, which makes it fun. Well, yes, but Seer is like, he's like endearing, but this Pokemon guy I was watching was just kind of like, not. I mean, I'm not gonna call him like an asshole or anything. Like he just made an annoying thing, but it's like, I don't know. Like I'm not gonna say, oh, you mispronounced a Pokemon, death penalty, but I don't know. Sometimes the way that somebody talks can really get on you, even if they're not intentionally trying to make you irritated. Seer has the halo effect. I'm not sure what that means, but sure. If that's a good thing, then yes. Yeah, cockatrices were, they weren't as annoying as they could have been in Final Fantasy I, actually. I did get petrified a couple of times, but every time I got petrified, I just reset, because it was always on, like, the first floor of a dungeon, so I could just reset and then hope I did not encounter them the second time. Weird way to abbreviate cockatrice, why not just cock? I could think of a couple of reasons, but, you know, you do you. Okay, so the Cave of Mysidia, according to this map, is in the nipple of this titty. So we'll do that. It's a psychological term where you're biased to like him. Okay. In FF1, H.C. Bailey got ambushed and his whole party got stoned. I don't think that ever happened. Did that happen to me? I legitimately can't remember. I feel like something similar to that might have happened to me, where I got ambushed by those like undead parties that usually will always ambush you. Hey, Marlboro. And then they like hit my entire party, and my whole party is stunned, and it's just like it's a whole thing. But I don't think I ever got full party petr. Oh no, wait, I remember. It was in the ice cave, I think. I got ambushed by the party of 3 fake Astoses, and I got immediately like 75% wiped, so I just immediately reset. That was what happened to me. Seer speaks like he's a 6'4" jock who wears nerd glasses. But yeah, the Final Fantasy, that is definitely a, like, someone was saying the Ogre Tunnel in 1 is like a rite of passage. I would say like the ultimate rite of passage of Final Fantasy 1 is getting ambushed and then instantly killed by either fake Astoses using Rub or Cockatrices using Petrify or what have you. You wouldn't hate a dude wearing glasses. If you play FF1 like 3 times, it'll happen. Yeah, the game's difficulty definitely spikes in the middle with the Ice Cave. Like, the Marsh Cave and the Ice Cave are definitely... I think people already know those are, like, the hardest parts of the game. Are getting owned by Warmech. I was so happy that I did not encounter Warmech, because that dungeon was real... I don't know if I just, like, play these games really slowly, or if the dungeons are actually that long, but I was in that dungeon for, like, an hour and a half, and I just really did not... I guess I can't escape from these guys. I really did not want to encounter a, sorry. I really did not want to encounter the Warmech and just lose all that progress. Fire 3 spamming mages in the Ice Cave. Warmech's a rite of stubbornness, yeah. Warmech is kind of a win-win. If you dodge it, you pop off. If you didn't get destroyed, we pop off. Yeah, I guess somebody wins, but I feel like there's, like, the negativity bias, you know, like the bike thing. Like, I might have gotten destroyed by a Warmech, but at least my audience liked it, so overall the overall positivity in the world increased. Cave of Mysidia has the dreaded AoE stone. Oh boy. That'll be fun. What was really weird, I think the weirdest dungeon so far has been the Fynn, like, retaking Fynn Castle, where you can just, like, go up 2 sets of stairs, fight the really easy boss, and then the castle is just liberated right away, so you can just explore the whole castle unimpeded. Very, very strange. Alright, I have a map for the record. On some of these maps, there's a little Firion. Like, look at this. Hold on, let me bring it over to the other monitor. Not in every single one, but in some of these, there's just a little Firion. You can see, you can't see my cursor, but in the bottom center next to that door, just a little Firion hanging out. Okay. Oops, I just opened Steam. You might, my Steam menu, or a Steam thing might open up on that monitor. I was trying to click on the other map. Come here. Alright. Beware the yellow undead. I've been fighting undead for so long, I'm not even sure if it'll affect me mentally anymore. Unimpeded, yes. That Firion is actually a part of the dungeon layout. Yeah, I'll just get to the very bottom, and for some reason there's just a tiny Firion carpet that you can walk over. Black? I assume that's supposed to be black robe. Let me look at that. Black garb. Gives me resistance to the matter element, and it gives agility plus 10. Cool. And only a 1% magic penalty. Wow, that's pretty crazy. Or is it the black robe? I don't know, I can't tell. I guess I'll have to look at the stats before and after. Intelligence is 50. Oops. Okay, it was the black garb. I will... Yeah, I know that the agility plus 10s don't stack, so I guess I'll just take the thief gloves from you. Oh, I know, it does give 15 defense. Well, that doesn't really matter, because he's not getting hit. Thief gloves, what other stuff does it do? It's just agility plus 10. Oh, it gives magic penalty of 40. Damn, okay. Maybe I should have taken that off a while ago. Bosch has the gold pin. The pro ring. I think this is the pro ring. It's like the only piece of armor in the game that doesn't give magic penalty. Okay, well, hopefully Asp will now have a much greater success rate of Toad. Anyway, sorry, I wasn't looking at chat for a bit there. Apologies. This FF2 shit must be really popular these days. As I will continue to say throughout the night, I'm sure, hello everybody. This is much more attention than I usually get, so if I neglect to read every single chat message, I apologize. Usually I can keep up pretty well when I have like 40 to 50 people. Well, yeah. You can walk over it because Furion's a doormat. Magic penalty being so huge is dumb. I like the concept, but it's badly implemented. It's just another one of those things. It's like, I said this a couple times. It's really, really weird to me that it took until Pixel Remaster for magic penalty to be dumb. Okay, that's just rude. It's so weird that it took until Pixel Remaster for magic penalty to be a displayed stat. Like, I can get it not being displayed in Final Fantasy, like in the original NES version, but like it really until Pixel Remaster, not even the GBA version, no other version. I assume dumb is silence because there was a confusion symbol over him. I do not have the ability to get rid of that right now, I guess, so dumb being a status on guys. Oh, it actually is! You weren't kidding, it actually is part of the, I'm stunned. There's actually a little Furion walking around. What the fuck? Alright, well, time to start spamming heal, I guess. No magic. Yeah, I should have been spamming Asuna. That was actually something I was thinking in the last dungeon randomly. I was like, I'm spamming so much Holy, but I feel like I should be getting in on that Asuna spamming. Oh well. Once you find the cure for dumb, can you pass that over? I could use one of those. Same. Guy being called dumb does not feel like much of a surprise. Dumbass. Oh shit, true. Guy can speak Beaver, yeah. No amount of debuff spamming can remove the fact that Guy can speak Beaver. $1,400 gil for a bunch of birds. Most intelligent on the team. Well, we can still use the magic lamp at least, or the magic rod, magic wand, whatever. Guy speaking Beaver's why he earns 80k a year with no diploma. Yeah, I assume the fan translator called it dumb just because they didn't... Like, you can only do 4 characters. I don't know, maybe it could have just called it, like, Amne, like A-M-N-E for amnesia, or silence, S-L-N-C, I don't know. These guys have a good rank. Okay, so I should be spamming Asuna here. These guys are resistant to thunder. I was hoping they were weak to it. I never have any idea which slime is weak to what element, because it doesn't seem like it's related to their color. Like, you'd think the red ones would be weak to ice, but I swear there's at least one Final Fantasy that I've played where they're weak to fire. Like, their color indicates what element they're weak to. Like, the red one is weak to fire, blue one's weak to ice, and so on. At least Naomi can hit through them with a good crit. Pinball Wizard by The Who. That dead, dumb, blind kid sure plays a mean pinball. 2 damage. Nice. This might be a bit of an annoying fight, considering my only fire user is currently too stupid to cast it. Would it be better to have guy frontline? Well, he has, like, really... I think he would just get floored, honestly. I could try it, because, you know, I mean, I have life. Like, it's not that... There's not that big of a risk, but... Actually, let me try the Earth Drum. I know this thing has, like, a 20% chance of breaking or something, but I might as well try it. You get a lot of skill experience. Oh yeah, that's pretty good. Man, it still didn't kill him. These guys have a lot of HP. If I didn't do that, I'd be here for a while. Do statuses get purged on death? Oh, that's a good question. I have no idea how it works in this game. I'm sure there's at least one Final Fantasy II expert here that can let me know. My backshots sound like bongos. Splits Earth open. Okay. I'm just gonna pretend I didn't read that. I shouldn't have read it out loud, but I did. And now we all have to suffer the consequences. Pudding fell. It's just Quake 1? Damn, I wonder what Quake 16 would be like. I know Quake isn't a spell you can learn in this game, but... pretty strong. Better than Ultima, unironically. We lost 2 viewers from that, damn. Yeah, I'll try putting Dom in the front row, I guess. He's got the Mangosh, at least. Doppelganger isn't moving. Now's your chance. Ultima. Am I supposed to use the other mask? Okay. Sure. Guy is now renamed to Dumb. Quake 1 had the better art style. Being better than Ultima isn't much of an achievement. That's true. Hold on a second. I'm gonna go back to the other floor, because apparently there was a good treasure in that other floor. Whoa. Does Gengar said like Gengar or like Ganger in Doppelganger? Well, the anime says Gengar, and people, I think, and the people seem to take the anime's word, which is why like shit like Arceus is Arceus is canon and not Arceus. You're not gonna fool me though. I'm gonna say Arceus till I die. I don't care if it sounds like Arse. Get off my back. I was disappointed in this game's Ultima. Yeah, Asp is getting hit for a bit of damage. Jelly donuts. Well, okay, when it comes to Pokemon names specifically, let me rephrase. Okay, what is Esuna at? 267? Would someone be able to look up for me when Esuna can cure that? I would be very appreciative. Okay, you have the Thief gloves with the agility. Yeah, I guess I don't really need this other gold pin now that I'm thinking about it. Yeah, she has the thief gloves. I don't know what I'm gonna do with this other gold pin, actually. Because Asp doesn't need it, Naomi doesn't need it because she has the +10 attack from the giant helmet. And she's got the thief gloves, and she doesn't really cast status magic. Gengar and JP is called Doppel, not JP's other language, but it's probably like Doppelganger. It's Arceus, I refuse to call it anything else. Yeah, that's pretty much how I feel about it. Arse God. I wonder if this is going to be a fake door. Oh! I mean, I did this to myself. I know which door is real. Even in games where Ultima works, you'll never have enough skill and magic levels for it to be competitive. Wait, I'll just, I think, somebody said that Ultima is actually decent in Rebirth of Souls, right? I think someone said that. Yeah, dumb is silence, just can't use magic. My internet says it cures at level 3, so I just need one more level then. It's level 4 Asuna cure. Someone said that if you use Asuna from the menu outside of battle, it counts for a level higher, so I think I just need to get heal up to level 4 or level 3, and then I can just use it outside of battle. Gogafish has his own internet. Very cool. Only because they changed the damage formula. In Pixel it's 4, and NES it's 3. Wow, I can't believe they nerfed something from the NES version. That's kind of crazy. Her own internet, sorry. Apologies. I just kind of assume. I think many people just assume. Oh, no, he's poisoned. Poisoned and dumb. Just can't. Just can't have a break. Can't you not have stacking debuffs in Final Fantasy III? Did the poison overwrite the dumb? I assume it didn't. Oh, wow, I actually killed a flame with a physical attack. That does not have very much. That does not happen very often. Yeah, shame I can't use fire for sure. Asp, no, you're not Lena. Well, that got me 2 uses at least. 2%, whatever you want to call it. We're all bros here, says the tea girl. Alright, no wait, I need to spam heal, not... I kind of fucked myself here by giving Holy and, Asuna to the same person. I mean, obviously I would, but, like, in this specific scenario, it's kind of fucking me over. Eight times hit, 0 damage. I assume criticals just pierce defense entirely, because the fact that it can go from 8 hits to do 0 damage, and then sometimes do 5 hits and like 40 damage. Yeah, that's just what I assumed. What I assume. Honestly, the most annoying thing about, about being dumb right now is that Asp won't be able to get any stat ups until it's fixed. Ineffective. Oh, it just went away, I guess. Notice the guys in the top and bottom corners. Yep, it's Asp and Goog. Asp has been a mainstay of the Final Fantasy streams for a bit, but Goog is more of a recent addition. Because, I don't really know why. I think Mint, again, I can't remember if it was Mint or which, just, randomly put it, just randomly, like, hey, if I send this to you, will you put it on stream? And I said yes. Asp. Indeed, Asp. It was me, Goog. Okay, thank you, Mint. I'm always gonna forget. I heard Goog all the time as someone who used to frequent online Mother spaces. Is Goog a place in Mother 1? Or any of the Mother games? I've played Earthbound and Mother 3 a lot, so I don't remember that game, but... So, or I would remember if it was in those games, but Mother 1 I don't. Dropped the Goog nuke. Because someone last stream said that, what was it they said? They said that it was hard to follow walkthroughs of Mother 1 because there were so many different translations of the town names. People just don't understand. Oh, right, Goog. Right, the final boss, yeah, of course. Geeg, Gigu, Googie, Gygus, etc. Sounds like Mother 1. They even resist matter spells. Goo Goo Gaga. Gone Gaga. Yeah, Mewtwo. We should just call him Mewtwo. Fuck it. It's easier. Among other jank nonsense. I have nothing against Mother 1 for the record, because I have never personally played it. But I remember a while ago there was a discussion in my Discord about how, what is it, Mother 1, isn't as bad as people say. In terms of the difficulty isn't as bad as people say. And maybe that's literally true if you're more in tune with the game, if you've played it a bunch, but I've watched enough reviews of the game to feel like that's just kind of objectively not true. Maybe not objectively, but at least to a certain extent that can't be true, because everybody who plays Mother 1 seems to have the same takeaways, that the difficulty curve is all over the fucking place. It's not inherently a bad thing, but for someone to say, oh, it's not, people are exaggerating the difficulty, you just need to know how to play the game, feels a bit, I don't know, it feels disingenuous in a way. I think, yeah, Mother 1 does have an official translation, because it's Earthbound Beginnings on NSO, and it's using, the old, translation before the game was shelved. Mother 1 is respawn friendly after the battle wipes. I haven't played it, but from hearsay it has a lot of issues. It does have issues, I mean, again, I haven't played it, but it does seem like it's a game that has issues, but it's also, it's hard for me to imagine wholesale disliking it, because it's just so interesting. It's got so many neat ideas, even if the battle system is just kind of a rip-off of Dragon Quest. But people like Dragon Quest, so it's not like it's a bad thing. Most of the game is pretty easy, but only easy if you press the PSI button and you'll just press fight. Most of it isn't bad, but oh boy, there's a moments. And yeah, Earthbound was fairly similar in that way. It's a pretty easy game, but there are just random bosses that just, spike out of nowhere and end up being people's least favorite parts of the game. Most people... to be honest, majority of people that frequent Earthbound forums and never played the game just stayed for the aesthetics. Yeah, it's like that one article headline, Earthbound fan excited to play the game for the first time. Okay, yeah, going down. The best Dragon Quest game is the first one you played. I actually can say that is definitively not... Actually, no, maybe you're right, because my favorite Dragon Quest game is probably Rocket Slime, the one on the DS, because that was the first one I played. So maybe you're right, actually. Because I was going to say, of the mainline ones, I tried playing 5, and then 7, and then 8, and 8 ended up being my favorite of the 3, because it was the only one I actually finished. But now that I'm actually thinking about it, yeah, you might be right. My favorite is Rocket Slime, but it's not even an actual Dragon Quest, it's just a weird spin-off. Am I not allowed to run from these guys? I can never tell. The game is very unclear about which encounters you can and cannot run from. I played Dragon Warrior first, but 3, 4, 7, 11 kicked the shit out of it, even if I love 1 Simplicity. Earthbound, I've played more recently. I still hate the start because having 1 party member is so terrible. Yeah, I think that's the main thing, is that the beginning of the game is the most difficult it gets in general, because you only have 1 party member against these punk kids that can, like, 1 or 2 shot you. Damn, okay. First Dragon Quest was 4DS. I cannot confirm or deny. I haven't played it in years. Kind of a problem in most RPGs. The beginning is usually the hardest part. Yeah, that is kind of like generally true, yes. But Earthbound, I think, has it worse than many RPGs of its era. Like, I wouldn't call the hardest part of Final Fantasy V the beginning, or 4. What other ones are there? I don't know, what is... Chrono Trigger's not really considered a super hard game, right? I'm not sure what that game would be considered. Or what that game's, like, hard part would be. Dragon Quest VII has, like, 10 hours of tutorial, but it's still great. I wanted to like that game so bad, because I heard it was the introductory game of the job system, but I just couldn't do it. I got to the area with the robots that took over the world or whatever, and I was like, I can't do this shit, man. Also, it did. Killing Asp did get rid of his dumbness, so... Whoever suggested that, thank you for saying so. Chrono isn't really tough till like 60% in. Chrono's like fairly easy. Even though the toughest fights are optional. That does seem to be generally the case, yeah. Is usually are those, like... Square Enix RPGs always have the... like, most of the only hard shit in the game be the bonus bosses, which makes sense. Like, it makes sense logically for the optional stuff to be more difficult than... Matthew Matos has, like, put it in a certain way. The most difficult optional thing should be harder than the most difficult required thing. Which I think I would agree with. Mother 3 fixed early game by giving us Chad Duster. Mother 3, I think, the most difficult part is the fucking jealous base. I got a comment on that video, on the video of on my channel of me playing that game at low level. So I got to quote-unquote, re-experience it. And, yeah, fuck that boss. Stupidest boss in the game. Stranger Paradise Omega was optional. It was optional in that it's DLC, but if you wanted to play like the DLC to completion, you had to fight Omega, so I don't know. It depends. Like, I don't know where DLC falls under the optional umbrella. Did the optional stuff for getting Chrono kind of miffed about that? Is DLC considered optional? Depends on your interpretation, I suppose. Monster Hunter Wilds Omega is pain. I heard he's not as difficult as the Omega from Stranger of Paradise, but it's Omega, so, you know, doesn't really mean a whole lot. Never heard anyone talk about Mother 3 not through text, so this is the first time I'm hearing Jealous Bass correctly, because I feel like Bass the Fish. That's pretty funny. It is a bass guitar, yes. Lucas plus Boney is not enough for Jealous Bass, yeah. Especially at minimum level. Like, goddamn, that fight is already irritating. I don't even remember... I mean, I know I like, rewatched me playing that boss, but I don't think I really had a strategy other than just throw pencil bombs at it and hope for the best. By its nature, DLC is a buy-in. I say that's optional. I would agree, but I feel like there's some kind of thing that people would say, like, well, you're not required to buy a game, so playing video games is optional in general. Like, I wouldn't say that, but you know, like the most pedantic person you know would make a point like that. Okay, this chest seems to be blocked off, so I assume there's a hidden wall. There we go. Mega Man and Bass or Mega Man and Bass. Well, it's Bass according to Mega Man 10. I mean, 8, sorry. I don't think Bass is in 10. No, wait, Bass is in 10, but he's not in 11. I don't even know what I'm saying anymore. I wouldn't say that, plays Devil's Advocate. I would make that argument. Okay, well, banned. Bass is in 10, but there's no voice acting. Yeah, he's just a DLC character. Like saying the ending of a book is optional. Pink teeth. I couldn't have picked a different color. Whatever. Jealous Bass, one of those bosses where if you know the thing to beat it, it's basically guaranteed, but if you don't know, don't do the one specific way, it's overbearing. I mean, what Mother 3 is like such a general... It's not like incredibly easy, but it is really easy to level grind by design. So it's like, the game isn't very hard, but the enemies surrounding Jealous Bass are really annoying. I think they're like rats that can poison you. So just playing the game, that is definitely going to be the biggest roadblock in most people's adventures. I'm personally in the camp that New Facade is the worst in 3 because it's oops, all luck, and you can't strategize against the boss healing repeatedly or hitting you with insta-kills. Yeah, I do remember that boss being another huge annoyance in the level, or in the minimum level run. I mean, the most difficult fights in the minimum level run were Masked Man and the Barrier Trio, but I guess Barrier Trio is another super big roadblock boss. But I didn't expect... New Facade was just notable because I didn't think any of the Facade fights would be annoying. Also, Jealous Bass is like the only fight in the game that's like an SMT boss where if you take out the ads, it becomes harder instead of easier. Because he starts attacking twice per turn, I think. I don't think any other boss in at least Earthbound and Mother 3 are like that. So, I don't know. It's just weird. It's just weird. Square Nut gets sued for Marlboro and bad breath. Well, I don't know. I mean, is the word I mean, isn't Marlboro the enemy name like one letter off from the actual brand? I can't remember. But it's not like the Marlboro enemy looks like a, what is it? A cigarette box or a cigarette or whatever. Not sure why it took me why my brain just stopped thinking it, or stopped working at trying to think of what a cigarette is. Tobacco leaf. I recall Masked Man being the hardest because I enjoyed comboing, and that song is not possible. Yeah, both those bosses have a strong enemy or whatever that has that really fucked up tempo. I almost got a 16 combo in that video, but not quite. That was just 1-to-1. Well, I have no idea. Marlboro is the enemy. Marlboro with an extra R is the cigarettes. Okay, yeah, there you go. That's why. It's one letter off. That time of night where the brain stops working. Or a camel. Marlboro with the hard R. 2 hard R's even. Okay, cool. I didn't have to go in through every single pick-a-dick door. Strong one, yeah, that's what it is. Yeah, it changes the tempo. There's like a part where you have to like press A and then stop for a second and then like press A 3 times. Kind of in quick succession. I don't remember exactly. I mean, if you've tried to do the 16 combo, you know. It's like one of those, if you know, you know. Is the color palette slightly darker? Is this actually representing, like, getting deeper into a cave? My god. Oops. Alright, more fake walls. These are, like, the easiest fake walls in the game to identify. camel cigarettes to own the word camel. We shouldn't have nice things. No other cave in this game has had a darker palette. Alright, I can't escape from these guys, I forgot. For some reason. Whatever, firebow. I can just shoot him. I think the masked man song is made to reflect how he lost his humanity. That would make sense, but it's the same... I'm pretty sure it's the same fight that is... the same song that's used in... like, the weird tempo and all, it's the same that's used in the Barrier Trio. And while the Barrier Trio are human-shaped, I wouldn't exactly say there's someone that's lost... something that's lost their humanity. Barrier Trio doesn't have the sudden tempo change? Really? I swear it did. I guess I'd need to rewatch that video or just refight the boss again. That's environmental storytelling there. Not quite the same thing, but it makes me think of the final dungeon in Dragon Warrior has its BGM get lower and lower in pitch as you go deeper. That's interesting. I've never heard of a game doing that. That's neat. Mother 3 stream series? Probably not, because it's a very story-heavy game, so it's not really a game I want to stream. Oh, Ice Bow, cool. I wonder if it's any different strength-wise. Like, I already played the game at minimum level, so I feel like that's just kind of... like, that's just it. You know, I'm not sure if I'm like... I don't know if you know what I mean, like... After I've beaten Mother 3, a story-heavy game at the minimum level, I feel like I don't really have a desire to play it again, as good of a game as it is. Issue with JRPGs, typically very story-heavy. Yeah, I mean, like, you know, you have mods like Project Demi for Final Fantasy V, where, like, people care about the gameplay of that game so much, there's a whole mod dedicated to just... no more, like, no story at all. It's purely gameplay. Mother 1 Talk reminded me there was someone who got Pippi to max level. Was it the same strategy that Seer used in his video? Dumbfounded. Oh, it's not dumb, it's dumbfounded. But yeah, was it the same strategy that Seer used where he just trapped a police officer in place and then just beat on him for hours? Ask Naomi to play it. She was supposed to do a Mother 3 stream series after we beat Earthbound. I think... I'm not sure if that is ever going to happen. It probably will eventually, but yeah. You only have Pippi for the first hour. Well, that sucks. I guess that's not too out there, though. I've seen people get, in MapleStory, get the beginner to max level in the starting tutorial area. So, honestly, that's not too far out there for me personally, even though it is undoubtedly fucked up to subject yourself to that. Shining Soul 2 stream. Probably not gonna happen. But who knows? Oh yeah, level 9 in Final Fantasy VII's first reactor, level 99 in Destiny Islands, yeah, exactly. There's just a whole genre of getting to the first level, or getting to max level in like tutorial areas. Yeah, someone I think got Roxas to max level in the intro of Kingdom Hearts 2. Man, I mixed up all my words in that sentence. Gonna post any more multiplayer VODs on your OnlyFans? Only if there's enough interest in it and I can make enough money from it. Otherwise, you guys are just gonna have to deal with that shit being paywalled like everybody else. I didn't know is Shining Soul the same thing as Shining Force? I didn't know that the series was called The Shining. I thought that it was just called I thought it was just called Shining Force. I was very ignorant about it, because like the first game was called Shining in the Darkness or some shit, I learned about that from a Madular video yesterday. Some people enjoy the grind. Like, if you could max skills in RuneScape's tutorial, I'm sure some madman would have. Yeah, it is true. I mean, the whole thing about, like, MMOs is just that they're grind fests, so I shouldn't be too surprised. Wow, 0 damage. My guys are beefy. Shining Force, Soul, Wisdom, In the Darkness, the Holy Ark, there's a bunch. Yeah, I thought the Tales of series had a weird naming scheme, but calling your series the Shining series and then having names like Shining in the Darkness, Shining the Holy Ark is like a whole nother level. I'm sorry, Japan, I was not aware of, I didn't know, I'm sorry. Okay, yeah, let's cure it. Asp's dumb. Please work. Cool. Ugh. Seriously, I've been encountering a variation of this encounter for fucking ever. Can I have different monsters, please? I mean, there are different monsters in this cave, but, like, you know what I mean, right? Like, give me a break. Shining series is a bunch of games that share the same share the same world. That's time for me to leave, have a shower. I'll be back if the stream is still running. It'll probably be going for a bit more. I doubt I'll be going all night. It's 2:34 a.m. where I am right now. But yeah, I do plan on staying up all night since I'm on 3rd shift sleep schedule right now. Wait, I'm gonna mute myself for a second. Just realized there was a cord in a precarious situation right there. Sorry about that. This encounter never disappears. Please make it disappear. I was getting stream recommendations for someone who's getting every BBS character to 99 in the first world for a few weeks. Ugh. Can you imagine, 1, playing Birth by Sleep, and 2, doing a grind like that for 1 character, 3, let alone doing it for all 3 of the playable characters? This is a nightmare. Like, 3 strikes, you're out, man. Fellow 3rd shift man of culture. I work 3rd shift 2 days and 2nd shift 3 days. I switch between them with a break day in the middle so I can get my sleep schedule back to normal. It's only until they hire another 3rd shift leader, and I really hope they do that soon, because I've been doing this for a bit. Birth by Sleep Slander 2026? Look, usually my chat regulars will tell you that I'm a hater, and I kind of am, but seriously, Birth by Sleep is one of the few games that I've played that I will say it's just like, that game just sucks. Like, Birth by Sleep is just ass. And I'm not saying that because I love Kingdom Hearts 2. That is part of it, but that's not why. I hated Birth by Sleep even before I found a new love in Kingdom Hearts 2. Birth by Sleep schedule. If you like Birth by Sleep, that's fine, but it seems like Birth by Sleep and KH2 are like on the opposite. It's like if you like one, then you hate the other. Like, people that like Birth by Sleep really don't like Kingdom Hearts 2 for whatever reason. I used to be a BBS disliker, but I came around to it and I realized half the weird things are actually KH2 problems I has to solve retroactively. I would say the only thing that Birth by Sleep really solves is that it has infinitely better world design. Like, KH2's world design is just straight up bad. I will never deny that. Kingdom Hearts 9 to 5. But, like, seriously, everything about BBS is, like, I just find wholly inferior to the vast majority of games in the series that I've played. Like, boss fight, and this, I do kind of understand that it's a big thing, is that the boss fights are just straight up trash tier. Like, I can't imagine, even if you like Birth by Sleep, I have to imagine at least a lot of people that like that game would even be like, yeah, the boss fights are kind of shit. Like, fighting random encounters with whatever your favorite deck slot is, like, yeah, that's fine, whatever. But as soon as you get to a boss, the game suddenly becomes one of the worst action RPGs I've ever played. And I'm a person where boss fights are one of my favorite parts in games. Yeah, also the super bosses are straight up bad. Like, the bosses in the game are already bad, and the super bosses are, like, meme tier. They weren't even trying. You're pretty reasonable as far as the haters go. I mean, I'm not like a doomer YouTuber or whatever where I say like, gaming is dead. They made Forspoken. Gaming is dead. We're never gonna recover from this. But there are definitely a lot of games where I'm like, yeah, I did not like this at all. I mean, I was saying earlier how Symphonia 2, that game is shit, but I kind of like it. There are things about it that I like. As a regular here, can confirm Derek's a hater, but he also has mold brain, so don't take his opinions too seriously. I vastly prefer Days and Recoded, any part of BBS. Days I got too bored to finish, but Recoded is legitimately great. Story-wise, it's really bad, but it's my second favorite. Out of all of the deck games, like including Birth by Sleep, Dream Drop Distance, and itself, I think it's by far the best, and it's not even close. Gaming's dead, we peaked at Sonic the Black Knight. Man, the weird story problems like Sora suddenly dual-wielding, Riku pulling a Keyblade out of the castle never was his closet, and Kairi being able to use it. Okay, yeah. I will admit that Birth by Sleep's story stuff I actually did enjoy. The final... I'm not gonna spoil it, even though it's a PSP game. Oh, whoops. Wait a minute. What? Wait a minute, where the fuck am I? Well, sorry, I forgot where I was going. The final boss of Terra's story is amazing. I mean, the boss fighting itself is shit, but, like, what it is really cool. What else? I like Ventus's thing. I like the explanation of why, like, how the main trio go to Destiny Islands, and that's like an explanation of how they can all use Keyblades and stuff. Yeah, I thought that was cool. Have you watched any of the Final Fantasy in a Nutshell videos? Is that a Stickman Sham? Because I did. I watched a bunch of his stuff. He makes great videos. Big fan. Also, hey, Red Soul. Look at that. Let's do this. Mysterious figure, yeah. I'm trying to catch up on the chat real fast, sorry. It's reversed to me. I couldn't care less about Recoded, but I like Days. I think Days having so many playable characters is really cool. Me, Jim, and Roman tried to play, or we did. We played multiplayer Days for a little bit. And it was fine. It was interesting. I wouldn't say it was like the most fun experience ever, but it was a neat experience. But at least playing the main game of Days, I was not a fan. You can tell how a person views games by their opinion of code. Either they praise the games or they shit on the story primarily, but never both, and that's telling. Yeah, that is a good point, yeah. I kind of call it the Banjo-Tooie-Kazooie effect, even though there's way better names for it, where you can tell between Banjo-Kazooie and Tooie, if you ask them, what did you think of Grunty Industries, if they say they liked it, then they probably liked Tooie more. If they say they hated it, they probably liked Kazooie more. That's how I always see it. Oops. coded story got buried when it was compiled and re-released after BBS was originally released in chapters alongside Days. What fourth party member is the best in this game? I mean, so far, Gordon has been my best. I guess Layla is pretty close too. One of these days I'll actually look into the Kingdom Hearts story. I think Kingdom Hearts stories of... If you follow the plots of 1, Chain of Memories, and 2, there are still some holes in there, but I think it's generally a pretty, like, entertaining story. And then every game after that, like, tries to fill in the holes of those 3 games, which is okay, but then when the series starts, like, retconning shit and adding its own new stuff on top of it, it's like, okay, no, you lost me. Banjo-Kazooie and Banjo-Tooie debate. Yeah, nothing is a side game. That's also a pretty big problem, especially including the mobile games that don't exist anymore. And yeah, this game uses MP. The amount of MP it uses is directly correlated with spell level. Oops, that's not the button I wanted to press. There's some pick-a-dick doors in this map. Okay, going left or going right is just a dead end. Minwu is a Fire Emblem Jagan. That is... Yes, you're correct about that. Final Fantasy III also uses spell charges, and you get a shit ton of them compared to 1, so you can actually use magic for fun. Oh yeah, Mystic Quest as well, although who really cares about Mystic Quest? I'm still not sure if I want to play that game on stream or not. Like, again, most of the reason I'm playing 1, 2, 3 on NES is for a video, to get footage for a video I'm making. I don't really care about Mystic Quest. I see doors, we're so back. I guess I can't run from this encounter. Okay. Wish I had the ability to see people play games in chronological order when they aren't supposed to without feeling bad that I know they're going to experience it in a worse way. Yeah. I feel like watching Just a Pancake is the best way to experience. Is that the Okay, I Believe You series? Because I'm inclined to agree. And play Mystic Quest on stream, it's pretty short. I beat it in a few hours. Well, maybe. Maybe that could be an April... Maybe I'll play it for April Fool's Day. Although that's on a... I think April Fool's Day is on a Wednesday this year, which means I'll be working. I don't know, we'll see what happens. Mystic Quest soundtrack in general is amazing. It's a not a good... It's a not a good game. It's not a good game, but you know. You're carrying too much. Yeah, okay. Don't care about garlic. Italian flavored stroke. Oh, sick. Glad I... Oh, whatever. Glad I deleted that for a potion. Yeah, Mystic Quest soundtrack is... It's like, not like it's I think Mystic Quest has 2 unironically good features. 1, the music, obviously. 2, the fact that when they put Benjamin in Crystal Chronicles, or not Crystal Chronicles, Theatrhythm, he was the only character that had an angry facial expression, because he's from Final Fantasy USA. I think that makes, those 2 things make Mystic Quest's existence worth it. How'd you end up liking 1 on NES? I really enjoyed 1 on NES. I was surprised that I actually... It's a game that I actually wrote stuff down in Notepad for to help me get through the game. I mean, I also had help from chat, but for the most part, I was actually able to make it through a good chunk of the game just based on writing stuff down that NPCs tell me, which was a nice, nice change of pace from, you know, how games nowadays are designed. Streamer got possessed by Seer. I don't think Seer is Italian. Mystic Quest isn't good, but it's charming. Yeah, they did give him the angry USA box art meme face. I can, I would just Google Theatrhythm Benjamin if you want to see it. I won't bother to bring it up. But yeah, it is he has the American box art Kirby effect, which is cute. I remember being there for the great shark culling of 2025. Anyway, yeah, Final Fantasy 1 NES, it's definitely jank as hell and the difficulties all over the place, but I thought it was very fun. If I ever play the game again, I'm sure I'll play the Pixel Remaster or maybe the GBA version. I know GBA is like really easy because it has MP instead of spell charges, but you know, Silent B. What is this fucking game? What the hell is Silent B? I don't even know. I'm just gonna assume it inflicts dumb on enemies. I'm just getting rid of it. Where did it go? Hello. You would hit thin air. I mean, yeah, I think the worst part about these two games is the ineffective shit. I know 3 got rid of it for physicals, but still has it for magic, and it just makes getting through dungeons really annoying. Especially this game with the ridiculously high encounter rate. But I can actually dodge stuff. Or not dodge, I can actually run away from encounters now, which is nice, so... I don't know, it could be a lot worse. The Japanese name of Final Fantasy USA is such a power move, yeah. That's funny because in the arcade version of Theatrhythm, All-Star Carnival, and then in Final Bar Line, in Japanese, it's called Final Fantasy USA, but it's called Mystic Quest in America. I mean, you'd expect it to be like that, but I just think that's funny. I don't know if these things are immune to Toad or what. They probably, considering what they look like, they probably have a lot of magical evasion. And they had the terrible translation of 7 if they didn't play it in English. My go-to example of the bad Final Fantasy VII translations, so they're not immune to Toad, is that I remember when Jam told me that in Spanish, the Spanish translation, the party is called a fiesta, like a literal party, not like a group of people, but like a like a celebration or something. Fiesta curse, yeah. I can't believe it. 3-man fiesta. Spanish translation is cursed. I have heard that because I'm friends with a Spanish-speaking VTuber. She and her audience have told me quite a lot about how Spanish translations from the SNES to like PS1, a little bit into PS2 era were, or yeah, the Spanish translations from that era were kind of like very, very, like they didn't give a shit. Battle Network 5 DS also a bad translation. With 5 DS specifically, did GBA and DS have different translations for some reason? Well, translations were scuffed because they didn't have the resources to properly translate them. And a lot of stuff was keywords without context, yeah. I mean, I'm sure that is what happened, yeah. I'm sure they didn't have, like... Because Woolsey gets some shit from Twitter translators, as I call them. I wonder if Kevin will show up now that I'm talking about translations. But yeah, Woolsey's translations get some shit from people for being kind of janky, but he actually was like, he had to basically speed run the games that he was playing, or translating. And he ended up with pretty good translations, but I know that not every single localization group was given such opportunities, they just had to wing it. Yeah, Wyvern, exactly. I mean, if you've watched Seer's video on this game, his challenge run of this game, you saw the really janky translation of this, where it's like, instead of Palamecia, it's Palamecia. And there's like a bunch of typos and just grammatical nonsense. I'm sure that wouldn't have been the final version of the translation, like they would have gone through it again and fixed it up, but with that unfinished translation, you could definitely tell that official localizers back then really had to... They were under some shit, you know? It was, and it wasn't their fault. Why do people hate his translations anyway? It's mostly because it's not official. I mean, it's official, but I mean, it's not accurate, I guess. it's like accurate enough to get the basic idea, but it's not a faithful translation, which is what people like, which is what Twitter translator people look for. Like, they want literal translations that want to be the most boring shit imaginable, no punching up whatsoever. Not very many people are like that. Like, you know, going on some Twitter thread and reading people being miserable about official localizations, it like might give you the wrong idea. But I do think people in general are pretty okay with official localizations punching up dialogue and such. What do I even want to get rid of? I don't even know. I'll just use an ether. Fuck it. Yeah, localization is very difficult. Oh, I drained. Nice. Not Osmos, but still good. Oh, is this like the 5th recolor of this dude? Get the fuck out of here. Twitter anything is obnoxious. You got that right. Yeah, some things just can't be translated. Last stream we were talking about Project Cross Zone, how one of the main characters, Xiaomu, talks almost exclusively in Japanese pop culture references. So the localizers did a smart thing that instead of localizing the pop culture references as is, they just changed the references. So the character idea is kept the same. It just makes more sense for the audience that it was being localized to. Some modern localizations are bad, changing characters to fit the localizer's idea of what they should be, not what happened. This is not to say that all English official, this is not to say all official English localizations and translations are perfect or even necessarily good, but there are more good ones than bad. Like, people point to, you know, Fire Emblem Fates, they point to how originally when Dragon Ball Z was localized, they tried to turn Goku into like a Superman type character, like all that shit. Like, I understand being annoyed at that, but I think those are the exception, not the rule. And even then, like, you know, the way that Goku was localized originally did people get interested in Dragon Ball, so it's not like it was a total flop for them to do that. I like Xiaomu's character when she isn't horny as shit. I don't even remember what Xiaomu does except for talk in pop culture references, to be honest. Obligatory ghost stories mentioned. Ghost stories is like its own thing. It's impossible to talk about ghost stories. I was surprised there are actually people that think ghost stories is like a bastardization of the original show. Where's that potion? I understand that, like, because the thing about ghost stories is that the story was, the story given was that, oh, ghost stories wasn't popular in Japanese, so let's turn it into something different. Like, that's apparently not true. But it was also a very kind of standard Monster of the Week show. And even though I understand the potential frustration of, like, this legitimately, like, decent show got quote-unquote bastardized for no reason, I think most people can admit that it was a good thing that it happened. Not to say that the dub is objectively better, but, like, just the idea that exists, that an official dub where people are like saying fuck and calling each other slurs, like, there's something to be appreciated with that, I think. Entire page dissecting the two side characters based on Japanese comedians and how they had to be localized completely differently because the comedy and references make no sense. Or made no sense to directly translate, yes. Japan, I mean, this isn't a Japan thing. A lot of places love having references and pop culture references specific to the the region that it's being made for. I think it's fine to do that. I mean, assuming you're not referencing internet memes, that just sucks no matter what the culture is. But yeah, when you're localizing, like, there is a difference between translating and localizing, where localizing is just making it more fitting for the audience that you're putting it, that you're showing it to, whereas translating is just taking everything and just translating it literally as you see it. They both have their place, but me personally, I am more of a fan of localization. Again, I do know that there are exceptions like Fire Emblem Fates, but I don't know. I don't really, not that I don't care. Like, it does suck when something is, when things get censored or butchered like that, but I don't know. I don't know what to tell you. There's not much I can say that I haven't already said without just repeating myself over and over. Ghost Story has got an unironic sub aired in Latin America. The show scared the fuck out of me in my youth. That's interesting. I think, like, again, because we're having this conversation back and forth, and nobody in the chat that, as far as I can see, is being like, no, you're wrong. They need to translate literally. Like, nobody's acting like a Twitter user. So clearly, I think that most people do think this way. It's just that when you go on some shitty social media site and you see people being mad about nothing, it's like it gives you the wrong idea. I definitely fall on the dub side of the sub versus dub quote-unquote argument, but I also think we shouldn't give a shit at all. Like, if you like subs, good. If you like dubs, good. It only becomes a problem when you're trying to make it somebody else's problem, I guess. If you're just being an asshole for no reason, trying to be a weird elitist. I do think there are times and places for gatekeeping, but I don't think dubs versus subs should really be one of them. Twitter's nonsensical zealotry 99% of the time, yeah. Japanifornia should be canon. Maybe you're spitting there. Oops. It's entertaining, that's what matters, right? Yeah. I think, yeah, actually, mentioning Yu-Gi-Oh! Like, just mentioning 4Kids in general, that's kind of like a weird middle ground. Like, there are definitely things to dislike about a lot of 4Kids dubs, like the replacing the gun with the boot, or just removing guns altogether. A lot of just general censorship. But, like, on the other hand, we got Gotta Go Fast from Sonic X. We got the Shadow Realm from Yu-Gi-Oh! Like, those are legitimately great things that have persevered into modern day. American dub, less than sub, less than British dub. I love this guy, are sick. Four kids is a more legitimate excuse, since it's literally 4 kids. Yeah, also true. I also, I mean, 4Kids might suck, but I also think that they were actually really good at getting voice actors. Like, Pokemon, like, Pokemon Gen 1 dub was done by 4Kids, right? That dub is amazing. I really liked the first few seasons of the One Piece dub, or however, like the first season, I guess. I thought those characters were really well picked. What else? The Sonic cast, like, the Sonic cast started in Sonic X and then moved to being the official dub cast. I'm pretty sure it was in that order. It wasn't opposite order, right? Like, they were the voices for X first, right? I'm not misremembering that. Misty from Pokemon being Utena fucks me up. Yeah, I was actually about to reference that, the 4Kids having Zoro saying, Luffy! I discovered the Boondocks is a Japanese dub. That's interesting. Also, yes, the One Piece rap. Like, don't even... Seriously, if you don't think the One Piece rap is, like, one of the best anime openings ever, we can't be friends, I'm sorry. The Shadow Saw in Yu-Gi-Oh! Yeah. I remember, because Jordan is a big fan of One Piece, and he didn't know about the dub, about the 4Kids dub opening, so I showed it to him, and by the time it was over, all he could say was, "What is this shit?" Oh yeah, that's pretty much the reaction I would expect. Supra sing-along. I never watched, like, any 4Kids dub. It's easy to say that, like, it's disappointing that 4Kids got their hands on so many anime because so many of them got censored. But again, I do kind of think it wasn't a total loss because of how many things we got out of it. Is this whole floor just for nothing? Or am I going to get, like, am I going to get some special item from this room? Because this is the only door in this floor. Another drain spell, I don't even know. I guess, here you go, Layla. You're probably never gonna use it, I don't really care. 4Kids openings go hard. Okay, I got the crystal rod, cool. 4Kids was so insanely popular, I'd say it was worth it just to bring a lot of stuff to attention, yeah. I think I would generally agree. I think that the voice actors working for 4Kids didn't have a very fun time. I think, like, it's been documented that working for that company was actually pretty miserable. And that sucks. Like, I can't really say anything for that. I'm not going to say, well, your suffering was worth it because we got funny dub lines. Ass pill. This is Osmos, isn't it? Nice. Ass pill. I'd love to see Baki try or 4Kids try Baki. Oh my god. The Poke Rap, yeah. But anyway, sorry, I got distracted. I'm not gonna say, like, oh, well, the voice actor's suffering was worth it. Like, obviously it would be better if there was a world we lived in where, it could have just been good for everybody, but I don't know. It just sucks that working for 4Kids seems to have been a very miserable experience. All I can think of is the Dan Green anti-weed PSA he did as Yugi. I was flummoxed when I found out the PSA was real. Yeah, also the 4Kids, like all the anime characters singing the national anthem, the U.S. national anthem. Iconic. This is iconic shit, man. How can you hate them? Also, Dan Green is, like, fucking way... like, again, I think most of the 4Kids voice actors are fantastic, but I feel like Dan Green in particular is punching way above his weight level. Him as the Pharaoh, I assume that, I don't actually know how, 4Kids... Like, when 4Kids died, I don't know what happened to all the anime that they had control over in the West. Like, was the original Yu-Gi-Oh! Series finished under 4Kids, or did 4Kids die, like, partway into it? Does what's his name? Does Dan Green still voice the Pharaoh? Voice working for 4Kids sucked so bad that Eric Stewart and his director snuck Leo Burnett and 4Kids on the Devil into the dub. I think that might be what I'm thinking of. The Eric Stewart is the James voice actor, right? And it was like that. There's like some clip of James getting eaten by a Victory Bell, and that's where he says it. They did do all of it, okay? Because yeah, I know that the Pharaoh, like, I mean, they're still making Yu-Gi-Oh games. I don't know if whenever the games have dubs, if they still use the 4Kids dub cast. I have the crystal rod. What the fuck do I even do with it? What am I even here for? Hold on a second. Crystal rod. Teleport out when you're ready. Go to the Mysidian Tower. Okay. Eric Studer's James, and he said that while getting eaten by Victory Bell. Okay, yeah, I'm glad I didn't misremember then. We need Rick Astley localized as an anime song by the Japanese people. You're onto something there. Well, thank God that I can just warp out of here. I honestly wasn't sure if I'd be able to. He reprised his role way after with the movie, so he basically is the Pharaoh. Because Stan Green was also Knuckles in many of the Sonic games. Well, yeah, he was Knuckles in in Sonic X because they just had him, so I was like, fuck it. What am I doing? Going to Mysidia. If you dislike the 4Kids Shaman King intro, we can't be friends. I've never seen anything Shaman King related, so I do not know what you're referring to, but I'm just gonna, because it's the 4Kids intro, I'm just gonna assume it's good. Japanese people fuck with virtual insanity. I think they could fuck with Never Gonna Give You Up. English VA and Dual Links has the original VAs. Okay, that's good. That's good to hear. I'm sure most people feel this way, but it really sucks when a character gets a different voice actor. Ugh. But sometimes it can be done well. Like Devil May Cry, I think Dante's voice actor was different in 1 and 2 compared to 3 and onwards, but... God damn it, what was his name? The Dante Ken voice actor. He doesn't, like, do voice work anymore. Well, whatever his name is, I think most people will agree that he's, like, an amazing Dante voice. TMC2. Dran. Sometimes it works out. The replacement for Frank West in Dead Rising Deluxe Remaster is pretty good. Oh yeah, Ruben Langdon, that's his name. It's a very distinctive name. I can't believe I would forget it. Flock off, Featherface. Dante did have a good voice actor in 1 and 2, to be clear. He was just given some wacky lines, mostly. Unforgettable, but he's kinda a weirdo. Yes, I think most people would not agree with his politics. But damn, is he a good voice actor. There's also I think Beautiful Joe was voiced by a different person from 1. Like, there was the voice for Beautiful Joe in 1 is not who voiced him in every other Beautiful Joe game and in Marvel 3. Marvel's Capcom 3. But I have a fondness for both of the voices. Voice acting in general in Beautiful Joe I like a lot. I didn't get very far in the game though because I sucked at it, but you know, it was fun. It was a fun game. Fun enough game. He voiced Dante just fine, aside from that one line towards the end. Yeah, that I mean, you can't really blame the guy for that. It was a very Japanese line that does not localize very well, unfortunately. Just one of those Kingdom Hearts things. I know it's Devil May Cry, but you know what I mean by that. Listen to the man shouted, I should have been the one to fill your dark soul with light. That's a good job right there. They really could have just gotten him to do another take. Probably, but there's a part of me that feels like no matter how the line was read, it, like, would be weird no matter what. Because I don't think DMC1 had a Japanese dub. I think it was only in English. His VA was different between 1 and 2. It was Drew Combs or something for 1, and in Beautiful Joe, somebody else did 2. Oh, okay, well, never mind then. I guess I don't know what I'm talking about, but what else is new, right? It's not the line read, it's his voice cracking to the moon and back when he screams. Alright, that's a fair point. Fair point, I suppose. DMC2 Dante is very stoic and that doesn't mesh well. He's almost a silent protagonist. I think he only has like 3 lines in the game. What am I fighting for? Wrong game, although same company. It is a miracle that Devil May Cry 3 ended up as good as it is. I'm someone that thinks DMC3 is the best game in the series. I know some people, I know it's like kind of a toss-up for a lot of people between 3, 4, and 5, but it is seriously amazing that, like, a dude was basically forced to be the director for this doomed game. The game ended up shit, and then he went to Capcom and was like, that was bullshit, give me another try, and then he made one of the best character action games ever made. Like, what a fucking guy. I haven't played 5, but DMC3 is fantastic. Here's the thing with DMC, or with Devil May Cry in general, is that when I stopped playing 4 at Nero's final boss, like right before you switch to Dante, because one, the boss was annoying and the game was irritating me up to that point anyway, and then when I was playing 5, I did not get very far into that game at all because it like kept switching me between non-Dante characters, and that was when I realized I only care about Devil May Cry when I'm playing as Dante. If I'm not playing, like, you know the fucking Simpsons meme, like, whenever Dante is not on screen, people should be asking, where's Dante? That's me, but unironically. Whenever I was doing, like, every time Dante showed up in a cutscene in Devil May Cry 4, I was like, I sprung to life. Like, every cutscene up to that point, I was just, like, in my chair, like, wish I was playing something else right now, to be honest. But then every time Dante showed up and said something funny and did something cool, I was like, oh. But then, so then when I'm playing as V for the second or third time in 5, I'm just like, I can't deal with this shit, man. I just want to play as Dante. And luckily, DMC3 has the perfect mix of being a great game and also letting me play as Dante. 5 Nero is fun. 5 Nero was more fun than 4 Nero, that is for sure. But I still, again, it wasn't Dante, so I didn't care. And Virgil, the coolest OC ever. Yeah, I assume they put more and more focus on Virgil throughout the series because Virgil was basically their DMC OC. Because they obviously didn't create Dante and Trish and such. Remember how people began to prefer originally Symphony of the Night voices after the PSP version? You could unlock inside Dracula X Chronicles with new voices. I definitely was, I'm not a hater of the new Symphony dub, but I definitely think the original is... Okay, I don't think it's good, but I like it a lot. It's one of those dubs that it's like, it's genuine. It's not necessarily that great, but it's very genuine, and I very much enjoy it a lot. Like, there's a line very early on where Alucard is talking to Death, and Death is just saying, like, you need to turn back here, you're not supposed to be here, and then Alucard just says, I will not. And the way he says that line has been stuck in my head, like, ever since I heard it. I love that line so much. I'm the biggest hater of the new Symphony dub. Kill it. Turn it into a person and kill it. Hopping in and out of the stream is funny. I can guess where you are based on the 4th party member. Layla is around for the vast majority of the time compared to the... Not the vast majority. She's around for the longest compared to most of the characters, which is really weird. 4th slot characters. Original dub has a lot of sauce. New dub is dry and boring. So you are the one called Shaft. It's defiant and it stands out. Him telling Dracula you lost when you lost the ability to love, like he's about to jump his bones. Yeah, but yeah, Kwanzaa, I think Yuri Lowenthal was the new voice of Alucard. Seriously, why the fuck? There's so many collections of Castlevania now. Like, companies have really capitalized on the popularity of you know, old collections. Like, we got the Mega Man collections, we've got a bunch of Konami collections with the Castlevania stuff, the Contra stuff, etc. Why the fuck is that that Rondo of Blood Symphony of the Night collection stuck on PS4 and nothing else? That is so weird. Shaft is a horrible name in this day and age. You're correct about that. Yuri Lowenthal is one of my least favorite voice actors. He's a great voice actor, but he shatters my immersion because I just hear Yuri Lowenthal and not the character's voice. Yes, I feel similarly. I mean, he's not one of my least favorite voice actors. I do like his voice a lot, but he is just typecast as, like, generic anime man. But even then, he was one of the, like, 3 voices in Fallout New Vegas, which is funny, and he's still just doing the Yuri Lowenthal voice. Mew and Capcom makes Mega Man Star Force Collection with the 10 people who like it. I fucking... Again, this isn't against Yuri Lowenthal, because for him, you know, it's paycheck, but, like, I really, really do not like that he voices Marth in Smash Ultimate. I wish that all of the Fire Emblem guys would have been kept... Or at least Marth and Roy would have been kept Japanese. Although Ray Chase as Roy is legitimately great. Ray Chase is probably one of my more enjoyed English dub voice actors, although he does a... Well, again, this is not his fault, but he sucks as Alphen in Tales of Arise. Just straight up bad. Someone say Yuri. I guess I can sell this. Sell this. What do I even need all this money for, man? Seriously, I can't buy anything else. I already made it to Mysidia. Star Force Collection could very well lead to a new entry if it's liked enough. People have been saying that about all the Mega Man collections. I really don't think there's... Okay, this is like one of the few times I will be a doomer about something. I would not expect that to happen. I really would keep your hopes down for that, because, like, if the X game... I'm sure the X collection sold decently well, but there's still no X9. And I'm pretty... I have no numbers to back this up, but I feel like Star Force was already one of the least popular Mega Man spin-offs. If they do make another one, that'd be great. Like, obviously I would love... Like, I love Mega Man, even though I don't like most of the games, but, I feel like it's just one of those series that should just, like, persevere into modern day. Like, the Mega Man 12 announcement at the Game Awards was, like, the only announcement I really gave a shit about. We got X-Dive, okay, you got me there. Yuri Lowenthal voices random jerk pedestrians in GTA. Oh yeah, and Yuri Lowenthal voices, like, the evil demon guy in Soul Nomad, and he calls the main character the R-slur, which I laughed so hard when that happened. When I played that game when that happened. Do you think he can still get canceled for that? I hope not. I'm normally surrounded by Al-Rise lovers, so when I complain about his... I get shut down. Thank you for validating that. I think that Tales of Arise is pretty far and away the worst game in this Tales series. At least main series, anyway. Okay, where am I going? I'm going to... Where am I going? The Jade Passage? Oh no, Mysidia Tower, there it is. Where the hell did I park my boat? Oh, man. Yeah, I mean, most of the reveals at the Game Awards sucked, but the Mega Man one, I was particularly like, ooh, I'm interested in this. Shout out to the Mega Man X Collection, too, for having one good game. Is it X5 or X8? Because I've heard people say that both of those ones are good, but yeah, X6 and 7 are definitely less enjoyed. Konami just hates us, yeah, I mean... The hashtag fuck Konami has been around for a long time for a reason. It's X7. X4. That's in Collection 1. Collection 1 is 1 through 4. And Jesus. I would say honestly X1, or the X1 collection, X Collection 1, is also the only one, is a series... Oh my god, what the fuck am I even trying to say? My brain. I would say that both collections only have one good game in that case. Collection 1 has like 1.5 good games with X1 and X4, and the Collection 2 has like X5. If Legends, a Legacy Collection ever happens at the apocalypse. Here's the dream scenario, is that you, they announce the Legacy Collection, and then it comes out, and then, like, one of the options in the collection... It wasn't announced. Like, it wasn't shown to people, just one of the options is Legends 3. X has more bad games than good ones. I haven't played X5 through 8 to completion. I feel like I might agree. X2 isn't bad. I don't really care about X2. I guess like I could say that there's 2 good games in the X Collection 1, but it's like 1 is one of them, and then the other 3 games are like all 1/3 good games. And X3 I just think is straight up, like, shit. I mean, not like objectively, but I really, really, really didn't like it. X1, 2, and 4 are good, X3 is mixed. It's just impossible to get going. Like, it's... The beginning of X3 is one of the most difficult games in the Mega Man series. Not a huge fan of 4. Playing as X in X4 was pretty lame. I liked playing as Zero because it was much more difficult, especially the final boss, but, yeah, I don't know. The X4 didn't do a whole lot for me. It looks good, though. Very pretty. I respect Capcom a lot for sticking with sprite-based games when Sony was on their, like, 3D games or bust nonsense. Fighting General as Zero sucks. Collection 2 has X6 and 7, the best in the series. X3 also has a bad soundtrack where every track sounds the same. Yeah, I remember the only track from X3 being notable was it was Blizzard Buffalo, right? I remember that being my favorite song by a very, very large margin. By the way, it's not that there's 226 people here, I can say, this map is fucking awesome. The fact that they did this in an NES game is really cool, but it's also really shit to navigate and extremely slow, which is why I have a map on my other monitor. Anyway. Oops. Every boss can effectively be cheesed the same way. I thought 0-2 was solid, people are too harsh on it. I played 0-1 and was so thrown by the game structure that I didn't... Like, I own all of them. I own all of the... Oh shit. Jaundice. I own all of the Mega Man collections on Switch, but I only played 0-1. I know that 0-3 is considered, like, the good one, like, the really, really good one. But, yeah, the structure of 0-1 being, like, you can go and explore all these areas, but also it's a mission-based game, like, really threw me. And, like, if you game over during a mission, then you just don't get to go back to it. Like, it was so weird. I went into it thinking it was going to be, like, you know, a Mega Man X game, but it isn't really. Well, actually, no, I went into expecting it to be, like, ZX Advent, because that was the only Zero game, quote-unquote, Zero game I'd played up to that point. I had no expectations, so the structure just threw me. But yeah, I have heard that, the Zero series is, like, the most consistent. But that's also because, you know, there's only 4 games in the series, which is the least amount. I mean, I guess, how many are in, Star Force? Is it 3 games or 4 games in Star Force? So it's either tied for least amount or second least amount. 0-1's funny because each part of the game design completely contradicts each other. Yes, that is the perfect way to put it. It has... Its game design is not necessarily bad, but it just conflicts with itself so hard. 3 in Star Force. Okay, so 0 has the second least amount of games. But I never see anybody talk about Star Force, so I have no idea if those games are actually good or not. It must have been at least decent, considering they made 3 of them. Which was the 0 game with the power pole? There was, like, that was a thing, right? One of the games has, like, the power pole, which is simultaneously very awkward to use and also not very good. Yeah, the 0 series is also very difficult. What I thought, I remember learning that in 0-1, because in the final boss of 0-1, mute the game for like, or mute the stream for like 30 seconds if you don't want to be spoiled. The final boss is fake X, but it was originally supposed to be real X. I really wish they'd gone through with that, the real X thing. Power pull, like the chain rod? It might be the chain rod, yeah. Sorry, I'm ignorant about the series. I'm not super familiar with a lot of it. Because the Zero series has like this game's style of progression, where the more you hit stuff, the more upgraded your weapons get. 01 had the triple rod, 2 had the chain rod, 3 had the recoil rod, 4 had the knuckle. Okay, gotcha. Star Force 2 is horrible. Well, good. That's. Okay. Whoops. Alright then. Layla's dead. Did I get eaten by a fucking Jabu Jabu or something? Ah. Return of damage tiles. I haven't had these. I'm surprised these haven't shown up more, considering how trolly this game can be. Also, yeah, for this dungeon, there's going to be a flashing lights warning, so maybe don't look at the screen for a while. Spiral. The hell? Spiral helmet? Oh, twist headband, I assume. Strength plus 10. I have the Giant's helmet. Looks like this is just better, because it gives less of an accuracy. Or less of a penalty. Alright then. Cool. The twist headband being fan translated as spiral helm is kind of funny. Star Force is okay, but you get a bad taste in your mouth coming from Battle Network, which was fantastic, despite having a ton of stupid moments. The only experience I ever had with Star Force was that a friend of mine was over at when I was a kid, a friend of mine was playing it at when we were hanging out, and I was like, "Hey, can I try?" And he was like, "Sure." So I played it. I did like one random encounter and was like, "What the hell is this?" and just gave it back. Wow, but this is the first time Leviathan shows up in Final Fantasy. Yeah, there's a lot of firsts in this series, like the introduction of the Chocobo, of Leviathan, of, what else? I know there's at least, like, it's the first for a lot of things. Oh, power armor, it seems like it might be good. Power sash, strength plus 10. Well, I know that, boosts don't stack, so I think I should probably just stick with the... What do I have? The quartz, yeah. Stick with the quartz armor. Otherwise, I probably would put it on. Oh yeah, Sid. I know in future ports of Final Fantasy 1, they like retrofit Sid into the game, but going just based off of the original releases. Star Force 3 is my favorite, but not having TFB was a step down. This game wasn't hard enough, enjoy the seizures. The issue with Star Force 3 is how Red Joker is way better than Black Ace. I should probably put a flashing light warning on the stream title. Give me 1 second. Flashing light warning. Alright, there we go. Alright. Where the fuck? Okay, there we go. Tables. They got tables and chairs and shit in here. Whoever designed Red Joker's a lunatic. This is the inside of Leviathan's stomach. Okay. What, does Leviathan swallow a bunch of wood or something? Power. Who are you, Ultima? I've been to Mysidia. Do we say Wild Rose to him? People making do inside Leviathan's stomach. Hey, Pinocchio could do it. Well, not Pinocchio, his dad, Victor, or whatever. Can you get out of the way, please? What am I... Richard. That's 7 characters. How'd you fit that? Cool. Keyword system stayed relatively unchanged. I like the helmet. Holy shit, he's got a lot of health. No magic. What you got? Because of the winged sword. Not even a, Not even a... What's it called? A lance. Here you go. You can have the gold pin, I guess. And the ice shield. The Minge sword returns. Sure does. Should I eat ramen or soup? What kind of soup? Make potato soup. Forget that first few words I said. Just make potato soup. Richard has so much aura to where he can have a long name. Not even 5 characters, a 6 character limit. I assume that, like, the R and the I are in the same character slot, or maybe the I and the C. Because in the Project Demi, or no, not Project Demi, in like the RPGE translation, there's some weird characters that are like 2 thin letters together, like L-I or double L or whatever, what have you. Richard's strength is beyond our comprehension. Yeah, I think his name was localized as Rickard, whatever. The unfinished official localization apparently calls him Edward, which isn't really close. Hey, he's jaundiced too. At least Edward is 6 letters. He has equal skill in swords and spears. I guess I wish I hadn't sold that flame spear then. Oh well. I mean, my party is fucking fine. I really don't think I don't even need Richard. For anything, really. One version calls him Gareth. That's interesting. Interesting name. Manta Ray. Kid he looks after was Kane, too. Nice callback, even though 4 wasn't out yet. Last time I touched FF2 was the Wonder Swan version, and the QL updates were a godsend. They love calling characters Edward. Is Edward like a particularly exotic-sounding name in Japan? This is a real question. I'm not asking this like in jest. Man, these manta rays are beefy. I've been one-shotting everything up to now. Good thing I've been training up Toad. Now Asp has taken the lead as the one true god. Currently beating up a Lingering Will with my favorite motorcycle key. I can still halfway pay attention. Are you doing the cheese strategy, the double negative combo? Just only finish your Fenrir? That is maybe the best Keyblade design in the series. Just the fact that Fenrir is up. Just a goddamn car key. It's amazing. I like how all your members' names are in all caps and Richard's sitting there like the chill guy in a hyperactive group. Yeah, I named everyone all caps because I figured that's what the translation would do, but nope, I was very wrong. I remember one of Stickman Sham's... Fuck, Earth Sword. One of Stickman Sham's videos, he ranks all of the... What is it? He ranks brain fart. He ranks the Keyblades in the series, and he says that the original designers had like Keyblades designed in 1 and 2 are designed so like radically differently from future games, where you have Fenrir that's just like a car key, but Keyblade designs in future games are so overly extravagantly designed for some reason. There's a chest at the bottom of this place. KH1 Ultima weapon is a good one, but it's like the most future KHE that the Keyblades ever get. Lots of curvy lines and unnecessary little doodads on it. It's a motorcycle key like Cloud's a motorcycle Fenrir, and just a cool sparking attack effect. I've still never actually beaten Lingering Will. I don't want to do a cheese strategy. I want to beat them. I want to beat him legit. You can say that cage as a whole, really. Yeah, you could just say that. Oh my God, so many red souls. You know how some people say that certain things are indicative of a recession? Well, you could say that janky Keyblade designs are an indicative of the game being not as good. The starting Keyblades of Birth by Sleep look okay, but aside from that, meh. I'm gonna cure myself. One and 2 are mostly designed by the texture designer and art director, only a few are designed by Nomura. Nomura was responsible for the concept art. The sprite was mostly done by other artists. Edward is Gilbert. I'll forever associate the name Gilbert with the cat from Caillou. He's definitely no mysterious figure or Void Vanitas. Is that what people call it? Void Vanitas? Vanitas Remnant, right? Yeah, I don't know. I feel like I shouldn't even care because super bosses in that game suck. I think the Vanitas Remnant is a pretty cool boss, like conceptually, because he has like 1 HP bar, but he cures if you cure. Like that's actually pretty cool, but you know, it's a Birth by Sleep boss, so. Vanitas' strange blanket stains. You quit hitting me, Red Soul. You're a real asshole. I'm gonna get so much vitality from this. Wait, hold on. Back this one. I immediately regret typing that. Conceptually, he's cool and is also a bastard. As if healing... If you're healing, he'll heal too, just make it harder. I think the only way... Like, if you use potion healing, or item healing, just in general, he won't heal himself, but items aren't renewable, so you only have so many heals if you decide to do that. They don't refresh. Okay, I got no vitality from that fight. Fuck me, I guess. It's funny that Naomi, the person that casts no magic, is gonna end up having... Might actually get to like level 5 or 6 cure by the time I finish the game. Too bad the fight sucked, donkey dick. He could be cheesed by Ventus, which is hilarious irony considering what Vanitas is. Yeah. It is pretty funny. How the fuck is Aspa going first? Naomi's been going first like the entire game. Agility really is a snowball stat, isn't it? Hide behind rock, use tornado. And it's so lame that Mega Flare is... I think Mega Flare is exclusive to Ventus, and it just kind of sucks. Like, you use it to level grind, and basically for no other reason. Asp has regained his crown. Ouch. Well, Richard at least will get some HP growths, hopefully. He's already almost got the most HP of any of my party members. Yep. Everyone can just hide behind the rock and strike raid. Deserved, honestly. Okay, hold on. I wanted to look at something. What is your agility is 31. Yeah, you only have like half the agility, less than half the agility of Naomi, but you still went first. Naomi's level 9 with swords and shields. What a pro. Oh, this Richard has no usage in spears. He just came with an 8 in swords. That's pretty sweet, though. Oops. Didn't I get something from that chest? I got like a... What did I get? Oh, I got a diamond shield. Does the diamond shield protect against lightning? It sure does. Oh wait. That's right, that's the diamond armor. I'm looking at the wrong slot. Yeah, it's just that finishes the trinity of the ice and flame shield, so it's the same. I feel like I'm getting hit with more... I don't know, I feel like ever since Naomi equipped the flame shield over the ice shield, she actually takes more damage from fire. Maybe it's like Final Fantasy 1 where it blocks the opposite. I don't know. Whatever, Richard can have it. Well, he's got the ice shield, so again, it's like a lateral movement. Whatever. Mega Flare is a free 2-wave clear, but it's bad for bosses except a Monstro. Oh yeah, I forgot you fight Monstro. You also fight Peter Pan. Look at the bright side. This enemy didn't copy Benjamin Heal, which deteriorates everything with 3 casts. Is that a glitch, do you think? Oh hey, wow, they just took this sprite straight from this game for 5, didn't they? It's a lot greener, or bluer? I don't know. Put Peter Pan in his place. It does say that, doesn't it? What's your guys' favorite Kingdom Hearts, wow, okay, nice. Favorite Kingdom Hearts, whatever those special moves are. There's between Strike Raid, Sonic Blade, Ragnarok, and Ars Arcanum, and maybe there's more there. There's nothing here, I disagree. Alright, anyway, that was a very short dungeon. Okay. Ragnarok. Personally, I am an Ars Arcanum enjoyer. I'm kind of I don't like it when, like, super moves in fighting games are this, but I am a fan of, like, moves in games that are just a bunch of regular hits. Again, when it's done as a super move, it's whatever. I'd rather super move just be better versions of your specials, but yeah, in like Tales games or Kingdom Hearts or whatever, I prefer that. Alright, I'm in Mysidia Tower. There's a bunch of chests in here. That's a bunch of canes and a white robe. I prefer Ars. I do like all the limits. God damn that music. Ragnarok's cool, but impractical. Ragnarok is the one that it does a few strikes and then shoots all the laser beams, right? Pretty sure I'm remembering that correctly. Seize Deadly Rave. Push. I really like the music for Mysidian Tower, even if it's short. Well, yeah, I don't dislike any of the music in this game so far, so I'm sure I'll end up liking it too. Seize Ars Arcanum. Smile. Sonic Blade. Sonic Blade is, I think, Jam's favorite, because it's just so... Like, all of the limits in Kingdom Hearts 2 heal you in limit form, but Sonic Blade just seems just like a It's kind of like generally the best one. It's not like... it's not the best one, but it seems like in general it's the most practical for the healing effect. Was it Kingdom Hearts the game with darkness within darkness? Yeah, I think that was a line in Chain of Memories. Chain of Memories, like, in particular, has a lot of goofy dialogue. Like the, I'm me, he says. Layla's the reason FF4's story is goofy. Darkest in darkness is birthed by sleep. Oh, okay, my bad. Spreading misinformation again, I see. I'm saying referring to myself, to be clear. Toad leveled up. Oh boy. Okay, I got hit with a permanent poison. This is the first time I've gotten regular poisoned. Everything up to this point has been the temporary version. Dream drop distance. Yeah, okay, fair. I get those two names mixed up a lot as well. Oh, look at these guys. Imps. I'm running away, though. I love Vexen's death and Chain of Memories, legit the two best moments. Dream drop is sleep within sleep. Yeah, no thank you, I'm good. FF2 is capybaras. Get this friggin' cane out of my inventory. Again with the troll chests. Alright, white robe. I am assuming this is a good piece of armor. Spirit plus 10 gives resistance to all of those weird debuffs. Mind, matter, death, and body. Alright, Bosch, here you go. That gives no magic penalty. Pretty freaking sweet. Alright. Prevents cannabis addiction. Back to the bighorns. Yes, I did know about that thing at the top of the tower where you have to get the stat up orbs first, because as soon as you talk to the... or as soon as you get Ultima, you get kicked out of the tower. But thank you for looking out for me. Hopefully the stat increases don't go to Richard. Or maybe I hope all four of them go to him. Honestly, fuck it. Why not? Hi, am I back? Am I back online? Hello. I don't know what happened in 180p. I don't know what the heck happened. My internet just randomly died. I survived Ricard's wrath. The quality deteriorated. I think that's definitely one of the best running jokes from this series. One had asp, two had deteriorated. Well, you didn't miss much. I don't even remember what I was talking about as the stream ended. Down to 16 viewers from the, like, 200 something. Yeah, the viewer count was nuked, but it's fine. if people find the stream and come back, then they'll be back. Nice to, oh, motherfucker. Hello? I think my internet died again. Am I still here? Can't even talk about the viewers. I wonder if it's related to the storm going on outside. It's not like super bad out there, but you know, the US is undergoing some shit right now. I don't know. Am I live right now? YouTube won't even show me my own damn chat. There we go. Alright, there we go. Okay, we're back. Are we back? Anything wrong? Is the audio, am I cutting out a lot? Yeah, super bad, sorry. Anything wrong? Is the audio, is my audio all janky and fucky? YouTube is not receiving enough video to maintain smooth streaming. I'm just gonna walk around for a second. Is the stream, laggy and still buffering? They really don't want you to have Ultima. They're messing with the stream. Give it 5 minutes, which will be dead again. Yeah, if my internet keeps dying repeatedly, I probably will have to end the stream early, which is disappointing, because I kind of feel like I'm on a roll. I'm surprised, when I came back originally, I had 18 viewers, and now it's back up to 188. That's surprising. Thank you, everyone, for sticking around through the technological difficulties. Saying this again because it needs to be called attention to. Layla might be Cecil's mom. I'm super drunk. Drink responsibly, because I live with someone who enjoys being intoxicated. Not, self-destructively so, but, you know. I've seen enough shit to say, be careful. I almost never drink. Also, don't tell Naomi that, because she hates hearing that when people drink. Even if it's just any amount, it's there's a little drop that slides out of the bottle and onto your hand. She's like, no, you're going to be an alcoholic. I'm gonna eat snacks and watch Final Fantasy slop. Yeah, know your limits and take breaks. I need you know the Twitch bot that occasionally tells you, remember to drink water. I should get one of those, except it says, remember to not drink very much. Whoa, vampire. Vampire girl. Alright, I'm interested in this encounter suddenly. I'm not sure why, though. I like this spray. This is the best one so far. I like the cape. The inside of the cape with the red outline. That's really cool looking. Even 1 nanoliter of alcohol. You say any amount of alcohol and she'll get on your ass immediately. Whenever she has a drink check, you should always tell her alcohol. That's what I do. Naomi getting drunk increases my crit rate. And also my getting crit rate. Also, Holy's a legit spell in this game. I kind of assumed it would be not Ultima tier, but kind of near that because it's non-elemental and you're never going to be hitting a weakness, but no, it's legit. It's a good spell. Glad I bought it. I'm interested in this. Finally a monster for me instead of Mint. Both monsters on screen, one of these monsters is for you, one of them is for Mint, and it's up to the viewers to figure out which is which, depending on context clues. Our Hydro homies. You know, I really like the, that one... Sorry. That one... What's it called? Subreddit that is like no broken bones, and if someone says like I have to leave the subreddit, I broke a bone, I'm sorry, and then like everyone as a law I assume has to be like, get the fuck out, you're not a real you bone breaking fuckhead, get out of my sight, like just over exaggerating it. I think that's a joke that that's a joke I find pretty funny. Someone's interested in the bug, not sure who, but someone. I'm not sure if I want to know who, but yes, someone. Vamp Girl. I feel like if I was translating this, I would have done Vamp Girl, like GRL. But this is why. Oh, they wink to confuse you. It's in universe. They're too cute. Ableism, but good. What if ableism was based? This confusion animation, it tickles my interest. All right, able to kill them before any confusion shenanigans could happen. Yeah, confusion does not stick around after battle. That's good. I'm wondering where a majority of my audience that's watching, or the majority of the people that are watching are from, considering it's 4:04 a.m., so I figure it's probably not majority Americans, right? Putting the able into ableism. Would. Furion, probably. They couldn't put succubus in the game, so they put in girl vampires. Oklahoma. Dang, alright. Fair enough. The majority of people are from Oklahoma. Seattle, where it's 2 a.m., 7 a.m. Brazil, South Dakota, Chile. It's the worldwide stream. People from all over the world can appreciate Final Fantasy II the way it was meant to be enjoyed, by spamming Toad on everything. Portland, West Coast. Alright, more active Americans than I thought. My bad. Tennessee. If you ever feel bad about the way you play 2, just know I gave Ultima to Leon first time playing 2, the guy with 5 MP. Does Leon really not have any magic? I figured he was like an all-rounder. What am I doing? American have funny chaos sleep schedule. Yep. Okay, I know that Ultima in this version is just broken, but it was fixed in future versions. Does it only take your magic levels into consideration, or all of your levels for everything? Leon has no magic. Leon has 5 MP, is basically Rickard 2. It's physical and nothing else. Well, alright then. Magic and weapons. Okay, so I guess, so, considering I think he starts with a lot of levels and like every weapon, I don't think giving him Ultima is like the worst thing in the world necessarily. Well, I guess his intelligence or soul, whatever Ultima is, could be worse is what I'm trying to get at. Including empty slots. All levels for Minwu, the damage formula is different. In Rebirth of Souls, I assume you mean by that. Leon doesn't have terrible int, they just gave him no magic. That is weird. At which point you might as well use Fire Ice Bolt, yeah. Richard might not have the greatest agility, but at least he can take a punch. Also, Leon is left-handed. I do know there's a handedness thing. I know Layla is also left-handed. Does that also apply in NES? Because the game doesn't tell you about handedness. What the hell is this? Where's my... Okay. I am not going to bother with most of the chests. Time for Pick-a-Dick. This is why I said, flashing lights warning in the stream title, by the way. You go, Meat Shield. I can't believe I'm in the fucking Mysidia Tower and I'm still fighting these fucking ghasts. Are you kidding me? Give me a break, please. Ricard single-handedly took down the stream. I played this game, I gave Osmos to Leon and realized Osmos is broken. Yeah, it really is. I assume that's why they only give you one free one. I mean, and MP costs aren't really, honestly, that big of a deal, but the fact that you can drain MP even from enemies that don't have MP really puts it over the line to extremely busted. Leon has high MP growth, why would you cart around a couple of tomes just for him? Well, I am carting around a Berserk tome, maybe I'll just give it to him. Why not? Just have him be a dedicated Berserker. But not in the way that you think. By the time you do get him, you're at the end of the game anyway. Literally, go up and beat the Emperor. This enemy, like, sprite with that color palette just makes me think of the fake Astos from Final Fantasy 1 and his insta-kill bullshit, so I really do not want to fight him. I will probably never be identified in real life. Yeah, this is a reminder, there's gonna be flashing lights. It's not pleasant to look at all. Look at the chat, it's less painful. Yeah, just keep your eyes on chat and listen to the sound of my voice. Only thing worse than this flashlight is the NES waterfall sprite. Yeah, the overworld water is animated, which I don't think the water was in NES 1. But this waterfall, I guess, is not so lucky. Yeah, it just is. It's red and blue. Been watching Fire Red Butterfree and been really enjoyable and entertaining. That's good. Good to hear. I really like doing the solo Butterfree stuff, even if it's definitely not my most popular thing by a long shot. I don't think any of my like non-Final Fantasy V stuff, like, I don't know, video essay? I don't know what you'd call, like, the Tactics A2 video I made. But the point is that, that shit never gets, like, over 1,000 views. Even then, like, sometimes they get, like, 600 or 700. Oh, I shouldn't have said those numbers, whatever. But the viewer retention is, like, less than 10%, so I think it's just people clicking on, not knowing what they're getting into, and then hearing, like, seeing what the video is, and immediately clicking off, being like, never mind. Which, you know, I'm not gonna... I've done that plenty of times, I'm not going to shit-talk. Chad is arguably way more painful. I like the way Shid's airship flies on its own. Yeah, that was like one of the first things I saw when I played this game, was the airship flying around. Cool detail. I think it stops happening after a certain point in the game. Once Cid gets chased around by the Dreadnought. You know, the armor on this floor, all the stuff on this floor is elemental stuff too, so I'm just gonna beeline it straight to the exit. What is up here, though? Whoa. Okay, I'll just keep going, I guess. I rarely watch Butterfree vids because single mon runs don't appeal to me. That's fair. I mean, yeah, I tried to keep the... Because even, like, I'm pretty self-aware about the fact that Pokemon challenge runs, even at their hardest, are pretty, like, nothing. So that's why I kind of tried to have the focus of the Butterfree stuff be more me talking about random shit with my co-commentator. It's really, like, it's background noise of the highest, of the highest order. But yeah, again, I don't blame anybody for not wanting to bother to engage with that. I don't blame anybody. Just get rid of the gold shield, I guess. I would watch if it was Maractus. Pokemon Mystery Dungeon Butterfree only. I only plan on doing the Butterfree only stuff to Gen 5. Maybe I'll do Gen 6 when Pokemon X Legacy comes out, but even then that's a big maybe. So I'm getting close to the end. Like, the Fire Red stuff, I think is... Like, Fire Red is going to be done in the next month. Although I haven't recorded the bonus stuff for it, so I guess it's not really done. But after that, it's like the 2 Gen 5 games, and then I'm finally free of Butterfree. After like a couple years. I would definitely have... I feel like if I didn't... when I was playing Gen 5, if I didn't encounter and catch Petilil, I feel like Maractus might have ended up as my favorite Pokemon. What about Shin Megami Tensei Butterfree only? Is that like is the equivalent of like a Mothman or something? Fire Red Porygon solo? That's random. I watch for the conversation with your co-commentators. I've been looking for this exact kind of 2 people shooting the shit video for months. That is good because that is like basically the exact kind of... The 2 kinds of content that I make are like the kinds of videos that I've kind of always wanted to make, where there's the informational Final Fantasy videos that try to be just, you know, informative but also entertaining for people who are playing this cool RPG for the first time, and then my normal playthrough stuff, which is really just supposed to be background noise. A lot of my childhood was formed by watching Let's Players like SSOH PKC, Proton John. There's a few others that I can't think of right now, unfortunately. So I kind of wanted to, even though YouTube is not really a platform for that kind of content anymore, I still wanted to do it just for fun. So I'm glad that people are taking that away. They're taking away from the series? I don't know, however you would say that sentence correctly. SMT Pixie only. The Jam did beat La Mulana. I think Jam says as much in a future episode, but yes, new sprite. La Mulana was beaten a while ago. Also, someone said, why Butterfree? It's because when I think I explained this in greater detail in the Yellow playthrough, but, when I was a kid playing Yellow for the first time... Man, this encounter rate on this floor is insane. You know, you have Pikachu in Yellow, so the game basically forces you to catch a different Pokemon to beat Brock, because Pikachu with Thundershock isn't going to do shit. And between, like, Nidoran and Mankey and whatever other options the game gives you, I picked Butterfree, and because I was a kid and I didn't really care about making a well-formed team, I just... What the fuck is with the encounter rate? Let me get to the next floor. I just soloed the whole game as Butterfree, basically. That's the long and short of it. Can you beat Monster Rancher's only Golem? Mothman is introducing Nocturne, so I'd say no. Okay, well, damn. The fuck is with this floor, man? Get me off of it. Literally every 4 steps. It's like a microcosm of Final Fantasy II in a nutshell. 6 Butterfree. It took me a long time. Like, I was always a solo Pokemon guy for until like Gen 5, when I finally decided to make an actual party. Like in Gen 1 I used Butterfree. Gen 2, oh my god. Gen 2, I don't remember. Gen 2 sucks. I don't care. Gen 3 was Minun and Linoon, actual. It wasn't solo, it was split between Minun and Linoon. I kept almost mixing those two up in my head. But yeah, that's the lore. Oh yeah, and Gen 4 was Empoleon. As a kid, I was always Team Butterfree. I was sad that everyone probably thought Beedrill was cooler. I think Beedrill is cooler, but Butterfree... Like, Beedrill's cooler in a... Like, a really obvious, to the eye kind of way. But Butterfree is cool because... Nearly accurate sleep powder in Gen 3 and onwards. And Tinted Lens is pretty neat, too. Because, I mean, Beedrill has Sword Dance, which is legitimately cool. Beedrill's cooler, but Butterfree's Frieza. Exactly, you got it. You got it exactly right. But yeah, just like the fact that the Route 1 bug can just learn psychic moves for some reason, that's really cool. I was attached to that as a kid. And really, the Butterfree solo runs throughout the series, like, originally, I did these, I just did these on my own time, and I used the regional bug. Like, I used, yeah, Butterfree in Gen 1, obviously. I used, I don't think I used Spinarak or Ledian in Gen 2, even though I probably should have. I just used Butterfree again. Gen 3, I did a double battle, or a double thing of Beautifly and... What's the other one? Beautifly and Dustox, that's it. But I think I stopped after Gen 3, because I just kind of was like, whatever. Butterfrieza, oh shit. That's great. But the only reason I'm doing... Like, here's the thing. The Butterfree solo runs were not supposed to be, like, back to back to back. It was supposed to be a thing where I record a bunch of them and then just have them as, like, filler series for when I'm recording an actual, like, an actually difficult challenge run, like, minimum experience Paper Mario or the minimum experience Mother 3 or whatever. But, then the Final Fantasy V thing happened, and I suddenly was, like, putting a lot more effort into those videos. I was like, okay, well, I've got all this Butterfree footage, I'll just use that as, like, the in-between stuff. And then it just kind of became like, okay, I guess I'm just doing all of the Butterfree shit in a row. Although I will say that the next series after Fire Red Butterfree ends is going to be an edited playthrough of Jam's Critical Mode KH2 run, because then after that, I'm going to upload my KH2 Level 1 Critical Mode run, and then after that it'll probably be the Black and White, and then Black and White 2 series. Minun and Linen, yes, that's pretty much, that's what I was trying to not say. Or have a Butterfree video, like your informational Final Fantasy V videos. I was thinking if I do actually want to do that, just like make a retrospective of the whole series. Like every game, what was Butterfree's greatest strength, and like what was the most annoying gym, what was the most annoying Pokemon in general, what was the most interesting thing to happen, you know, stuff like that. I don't know if it's actually worth doing though. Butterfree was good in Gen 3 thanks to Compound Eyes. It definitely had that niche of the 97% accurate sleep powder. It's not quite Spore, but it's good enough. I like Bug type even though it sucks. If I was... I'm generally a person whose favorite type is Grass. But if I were to be a gym leader, I would have like a garden theme so that I could use Grass types and Bug types. But in Gen 1, yeah, what you guys are saying, like, Bug wasn't really supposed to be a good type originally. It was supposed to be a type that, like... It was supposed to be an early game kind of shit type that's weak to a bunch of common stuff, but it evolves really quickly. But then, the more the series goes on, the more balanced it wanted to be, so they actually turned Bug into a real type. Although it did take a while for it to get to that point. Heracross is a weird, like, oddity because you have to headbutt tree for it, and it's super. I think it's the headbutt tree thing, right? It's like really rare, and then yeah, also it doesn't learn very many amazing moves. The moves it learns aren't bad, but it could be better. Opinion on Whimsicott. Okay, here's something funny. Okay, Whimsicott is fine. Obviously, I like Lilligant better, but Whimsicott is cute. It's like Hoppip 2 to me. But here's a funny thing that I think it was like a 4chan post pointed out to me. Lilligant and Cottony are like the version exclusives of each other, and somebody compared Lilligant to like a slave master's daughter, and Cottony is Cotton. I really doubt that was intentional, but boy, if it was, do you think Pokemon could still get canceled for that? I still think they should have made Bug resist Fairy. Whoa, okay. Yeah, that's pretty much exactly the reaction that I had when I read that. Too late for that. Again, I really, really doubt that was intentional, but when I read that fucking post about it, I was like, Jesus Christ. That better not be intentional. The guy that made that was a high. Then again, we got Jinx. I don't know, I haven't been able to find the... I have tried to search for it a couple of times over the years, but I've never been successful in doing so. Ice Sword. Also, for any Final Fantasy II fans, Naomi does have the Blood Sword in the inventory. I'm just saving it for a rainy day, I guess. Scyther's evolutionary line is interesting because they don't ever, like, they just keep redistributing the stats rather than giving more of it. Obviously, Scizor is better than Scyther, I think, but yeah, that's interesting how they keep doing that. Even with the most recent evolution, was it Cleavor? The Typhlosion folk story. We could say there's definitely. We could definitely say there is a reason for why that story was left unused. Apparently, it's just like a Pokemon version of a real life folk story. So when I heard that, I was like, okay, I kind of get why they did this, but I also get even more why they didn't. They didn't keep it in any of the game. Good night. Wood. Yeah, the best version of the Blood Sword. It's so infamously good that Dissidia has it as Furion's weapon. Which is funny. Like, Dissidia leans into the memes a lot, like how one of Garland's lines references the knock you all down thing. Someone on 4chan ran everything through Machine Translator, then distorted the one that would get them the most engagement. Gen 5 Electric Spider. I never used that thing. But I feel like that Pokemon is representative to me of the Gen 5 encounter rate the most, and I think Jam agrees. Like, that electric cave where that thing spawns is where both of us started to really notice how absurd the encounter rate was. Yeah, the Blood Sword is also on the cover art. But yeah, I think Galvantula for Jam, less so for me, is kind of, unfortunately, is a representative of... Yeah, well, I'm just repeating myself at this point. You get what I'm trying to say here. It gets shit that it probably shouldn't for reasons outside of its control. Kai Garland will knock you all up. Garland casts Impregaga. Could be a worse name. I love Toad. I'm so glad I got that and leveled it up. It's funny that I'm not using the Blood Sword for really no reason, but I'm perfectly fine with abusing the shit out of Toad. I have all these spells that I've been leveling up over the game, but no, Toad is the only thing I care about. Yeah, Ricard. Well, I think Ricard having the max or the highest HP isn't that weird. He started with a little less than Bosch, but since he's in the front row and I've just kept him there, it's not too weird because his agility isn't nearly as god tier as Naomi, so he actually is just taking some hits. But his defense is also high enough that it doesn't really matter. So he'll just keep getting more HP the more he gets hit. Yeah, these giants have all... I think we've been fighting these giants since the warship, and they've been tanky ever since. They've been tanky the whole game. Oops. There we go. Blood swords for the bosses. There's been, I think, one actual boss, the Behemoth, that had a different music, and even then, I just beat it instantly because it only uses physicals and Naomi's invincible. Everything else has been either a non-issue or has been insta-killed by Toad. I don't know what this game considers a boss, because when you encounter it, you'll just encounter it as a normal enemy in the next dungeon, or for the next 3 dungeons, like with what happened with the Chimera. I don't know. I have not used barehanded. I know it's good because, you know, obviously you don't have to worry about weapon upgrades, but going into this game I was already aware of how ridiculously busted the Blood Sword was. Plus, it's a Final Fantasy game. Obviously, you're going to want to have a guy with a sword and shield. So, yeah, I didn't really... I know, like, barehanded is really good for the first third or so of the game, but it has a falling off point. So I wasn't going to worry about that too much, instead focusing on swords, staves for the healing staff, and knives for the Mengosh, which Asp has had on his person for quite a while now. At least in newer versions, Leon's highest weapon rank is actually axes. Someone a couple streams ago, I think it was Charmander fan, was saying that there are only like 7 axes in this game, but there are like 15 swords or something like that. Forget exactly. My Maria was a monk all the game and she carried me till late game. I'm sure that any weapon type is viable, assuming you farm it enough, but well, yeah. He's barehanded on Joseph, yeah, I think I did. Even then, I think Joseph I just had be a black mage by the end of the dungeon that he was in. And again, he's only there for that one dungeon, so I didn't really care that much. 14 swords, that was close. Of course it's the chest that's farthest away. Oh, of course it's Ghasts. What am I, a fucking idiot? Can't even run away from Ghasts. So it's really fucked up. Max Barehand can outdamage the strongest sword, but that's niche. Yeah, I mean, getting level 16 to anything in this game seems like it would take ungodly grinding. I am not going to do that. Yeah, this game has a weirdly, like with the sword thing, this game has a weirdly low, what would be the right word? Like, it doesn't have a very big emphasis on shops. Even for magic, like, most of the amazing magic you find in this game is gotten from chests or enemy drops, like Toad, Berserk, and things like that. Like, Mysidia is apparently the last shop in the game that you're supposed to go to, and even its best stuff is, like, Swap and Holy, and the weapons it has are good, but not, like, fantastic. What do you think of this game so far? I like it a lot. I think the dungeon design is AIDS, but the game overall is fun. And I'm also saying that knowing that the only reason I feel that way is because I went into this game with expectations of its bullshit. I already went into this game knowing like what I wanted out of it, basically, and because of that, I'm having a much more enjoyable time than I would have otherwise. 2, I made 4 Spear Masters since the GBA Spear attack animation was great. You only did it for the animation. I can respect that. Okay, yeah, I think for some reason you just can't run away from bombs. I don't know why. There's a shop hidden behind a waterfall in the final dungeon of 2. Interesting. I'll have to keep that in mind. I might forget about it. 2 gets a bad rap, but still fun. I think the things that people complain about about this game with like the grinding and stuff actually does the game a disservice because people don't talk more about the actually annoying stuff. Like, yeah, people complain about the grinding and like the shitty Mario Maker doors, but that pales in comparison to like the repetitive enemy encounters and the dungeon designs being very trolly and running away being horrible and like all that shit. Again, I like the game so far, but I feel like there was certain things that I wasn't warned enough about. What the fuck is the evil staff? Is it the wizard staff? Powers? That's the power staff. What is this thing? Now, is this the thing that casts Scourge 16 or Arrow 16 on a random enemy, even the Emperor? And cast it on yourself or other people too. Sure, I'll put that on. Why not? Hit a waterfall secret that early. Oh, what? There's no magic ogre in this room. If I put in the effort, I remake the game but make the dungeons less insufferable and then do almost nothing else. I think the main, like, it's a bunch of things that are bad that combine to make the worst shit ever. Like, the dungeons are bad, and the encounter rate is insanely high, and the encounters are very repetitive. One of the treasures on this floor is shoes. I don't know if that's a piece of equipment or if it's like an item that would cast haste on you. That's my guess. I was fighting everything that I saw in this game, but like at a certain point I really just had to get a move on. Dungeon design and encounters for sure could get a revamp and help improve. Because I assume all the Pixel remasters have an encounter toggle. And if so, yeah, I think that would make playing this game way more tolerable. Because, like, no encounter in the game for a very long time has literally been able to, like, touch me at all. There's the occasional enemy formation that has, like, you know, full party magic, but it does very little damage. And, yeah, those are very, very far and few between anyway. So, like, I don't know. The encounters are insanely long for what, really? Place all the unique enemy types with Flan, zombies, and specters, yeah. Because I only bring this up because Final Fantasy 1... Like, if this was the first game in the series, I'd be like, yeah, it's fair. But Final Fantasy 1 had, like, 1 to 2, maybe 3 new enemy sprites in, like, every dungeon for a long time. Even the Garland sprite wasn't reused, I don't think. But I know in this game, you fight the Emperor, and then you fight, like, a zombie Emperor. So, I don't know. Clearly, most of the dev time of this game went into, like, making the game's systems work properly. And they didn't really have a lot of time for many other things. I mean, honestly, I'm impressed that they didn't just reuse all of the enemy sprites from the first game. In fact, they use some sprites from this game in future games, like that Sandworm sprite is just ripped straight from this game and put in 5, which is pretty funny. Especially considering 2 was made a year after 1 with literally no story, yeah. It's, I don't know, everything about this game is just odd. I enjoy it, I'll probably never play the NES version again, but it's been an interesting experience for sure. The Imp sprite I remember in later games. Yeah, I think the Imp sprite is in 4? Isn't the Imp sprite in 4? And it's like the Dark Elf dude at the end of the Magnetic Cave, or am I misremembering that? Evil wizard stunning everyone. So Mother 1 enemies also appear in Mother 3. I actually did not know that, or I didn't remember that. Magnetic Cave Elf with Astos again. Okay, I guess that is what I'm misremembering. 4 basically looks like an NES game. Yeah, I mean, 4 was definitely supposed... I forget if this is like a fact that we know or not, but, yeah, 4 was originally an NES game because they were trying to play catch-up with Dragon Quest. Because it definitely looks like an NES game. But, like, darker colors and shit. Oh, it's Undead Gygus. It's Thunder Gygus, I guess. Whatever, I'm sure you're gonna be weak to Toad all the same. The Basilisks are definitely in 4. What is your opinion on Mother 1? I don't really have a real opinion because I've never played it to completion. I've just seen a bunch of videos about it. Like reviews and such, like Seer's Challenge Run. I think it's a cool game that I would probably not like very much. It's got a really cool vibe. I think I would just dislike it if I played it myself. Because I like Earthbound in spite of its systems. I don't know if I would be able to give the same courtesy to Mother 1. But at least as an onlooker, yeah, it's a cool game. Turnaround they managed with the sequel is seriously impressive. There's so many steps forward, yeah. I agree. This will always be a game that will make me think, like, how the fuck did they do that? That's not a flan, a zombie, or a specter. It's a miracle. It's not a pleasant experience, so that's fair. I was wrong. Who knows? I was wrong about 8, which I ended up loving. Who's to say I wouldn't feel similarly for Mother 1? Yeah, it's impossible to know until you play it for yourself. I feel like there's at least one game. Oh yeah, it was like Tears of the Kingdom. I didn't get that game for a while because I knew I wasn't gonna like it because I didn't like Breath of the Wild. But then I got it and I ended up liking it more than Breath of the Wild. So I don't know. You'll never know until you play it, I suppose. Oh, flare. Cool. Well, even is this floor tile? I don't know. Oh, hey, it's the boss from the last dungeon. Or, like, 3 dungeons ago, I guess. I knew he'd show up. Rip a Minge sword. Yeah, it served me quite well for a long time, but yeah, we have to move on, I'm sorry. If mother wanted a megaphone you could use to say you are just a disgrace to your mother and frustrate them, I think the game is red-pilled. Pretty based, TBH. Used to hate and thought I'd never enjoy it, but I pushed through and my opinion on it changed completely. It's mostly the, like, mounted toy, right? Like, that's what everybody says. Review or normal playthrough or not, mounted toy is such a fucked up difficulty spike. Holy 5 doing 500 damage. That's pretty good. These 2 enemies are quite beefy. can really hear Nobuo Uematsu getting a handle on the NES sound chip. Yeah, I feel that way just about Final Fantasy in general. Like, the presentation from 1 to 3, and then 4 to 6, and then 7 to 9 is, like, insane across the board. Like, it's really hard to believe that Final Fantasies 4 and 6 are on the same console. And really, even 7 and 9 are on the same console. For memory, yeah, Mounted Toy just goes apeshit. Not even really sure if I should bother teaching Flare to Asp, considering he's probably just going to be a Toad spammer for the rest of the game, but whatever, I want it out of my inventory. You can learn one more spell. They go from primitive looking to really good for their console generation in ranges of 1 to 3, 4, 6, 7, and 9. I can't believe Dirge of Cerberus is in the same series as Mystic Quest. I have never seen anyone articulate that, oh my god, articulate that point in that way, but you're actually so right for that. Thank god Naomi is immune to charm, apparently. Gygus is a disgrace to his mother, so that's accurate. Alright, thank god, second door. SNES is a surprisingly powerful console. Chrono Trigger couldn't be ported to GBA because it wasn't strong enough. I guess that's why it got its DS port. Alright, is this the second to last floor? Yes it is, thank god. The black robe is on this floor, so I definitely want to get that. But yeah, Dirge of Cerberus Mystic Quest being in the same franchise is really funny. What did I just get? Egg timer? What? I don't even know what to make of that. I don't even know what I want to get rid of anymore. Ice Spear, get out of here. Naomi, our Arrow Ace icon. Endgame Naomi, yes. Real life Naomi is, married. To a man. Well, I've never seen him in real life, so I don't know. Maybe it's not a man. Maybe it's a flan. Crucifix. What the fuck are these items? Mostly confused why I think items have stuff like Potion 3, because that would imply they calculated ranges for 1 to 16 potion. I have heard that you're supposed to use items in battle in this game for better effects, because they are actually spells that take your stats into account. It's the same thing where, like, the Earth Drum casts Quake 1. There's not actually a Quake 2 through 15, it's just a thing specific to the drum, which is interesting. Oh, boss music. My god. I might actually have to pay attention. I'm not even really sure what I should use. Let's see if it's vulnerable to Toad. I'm gonna laugh my ass off. Oh, it's an hourglass. Wait, what is that? Well, I thought the thread was the thing that casted a... Oh my god. I'm pissed. I thought the thread was the thing that casted slow. Oh, whatever. This game sucks. I think I changed my mind. This game sucks, actually. Okay, wait, yeah, black... This is the black garb. I got the black robe. The black... hold on a second. Did I give you the gold pin? Yeah, let me take that back. Ah! Menu. Okay, you have the gold pin back. And you got the black robe. And then the black garb is one of those agility things that also gives resistance to matter. I don't know what mind, matter, and body even mean in this game. I guess I'll just give the black one to Naomi? Where did it even go? Where did it go? Am I blind? Yeah, I am blind. There it is. Yeah, this gives a huge defense increase. Not that it matters. Naomi can't be hit by anything anyway. Alright. Anyway, Toad is too powerful. Mind, matter, body are the ailment elements. That makes sense. But it's like, how would you even know what's what? Oh my god, with these fuckers. How would you even know which is which? His mate is like basically my main question. What do you think of Ampharos? Ampharos is great. The Mareep line is one of the few evolutionary lines where I actually like the second form the best. I am a Flaffy enjoyer. Jesus, Naomi. But Ampharos is no slouch. For some reason, for a long time, I thought it was a physically oriented electric type, but no, it definitely isn't. Game would be less fun to play if it wasn't so broken. I played NES RPGs with all the same downsides and none of the fun jank. Yeah, I didn't, there's an LP on LP Archive of this game. It's a solo Maria run, and he also makes, like, a shit ton of, stipulations on top of it, like, no agility increasing equipment, no insta-kill spells, no berserk, stuff like that. The bust shit in this game is really busted. Not just for SNES, but they also swung hard in the PS1 days. Yeah, they, well, I want to make a video about this, so I won't go too into detail, but yeah, Square Enix really was swinging for the fences for a long time. I think PS3 eras where their insistence on presentation over gameplay is where it finally started to bite them in the ass. Yeah, Ampharos can learn a bunch of punching moves. That's probably what, like, I probably taught it Thunder Punch as a kid, and was like, oh, it's a physical monster, but no, it isn't really. But also a lot of random shit can learn the punch moves in Gen 2, like Alakazam. Oh my god, I didn't actually think there'd be an encounter with 8 of these fuckers. Almost everything in this game is busted. Definitely true. Alright, we made it to the top. Minwu, don't kill yourself, haha. Cast a spell, instantly dies. Oh, he's moving automatically, that wasn't me. Typhlosion with the Electric Wind Godfist for no reason. That was so fast. Minwu, a trusted compatriot, casts a spell, dies instantly, and we're just moving on from that. Strength went up. Oh, I should have checked. I should be checking people's stats. Who got strength? You know what, I don't care. Whatever happens, happens. Although I am gonna check to see if Naomi got the agility. She might have, now that she has 80. Perfect comedic timing. Best character dies for a useless spell. Ultima! Yay! Is Ultima white magic or black magic in this game? Like, obviously I'm not going to teach it, but I want to... Or I'm not going to use it, but I do want to teach it, just for the hell of it. Check Furian's stats. Oh my god, Furian's soul is A0. And his intelligence is 11, so I guess that means he got the intelligence orb. Oh well. Can't stats get so high that they actually overflow and be shitty? I hope that doesn't happen to his soul. It's It's white magic, alright. Again, I'm not even gonna... I don't really even really care. Just feels right to teach it to somebody. I'm using a cottage. Well, now what? Am I just supposed to go back to Altair again? Ultima... This walkthrough I'm looking at gives like tutorials walkthroughs for the various Gygus fights up the towers if I didn't just like insta-kill them all with Toad. The White Dragon may look intimidating, but it's not a huge challenge. And it goes on for like 3 paragraphs if I insta-killed it with Toad. Oh, this is where the hurricane destroys shit. Okay. Head to Castle Finn and learn about the cyclone. Got it. Oops, sorry. I remember at a certain point some of Seer's stats became random letters. Yeah, I think like Firian's agility became random letters. Okay, going to Finn, which is going to be quite a trip. Jack Garland jump scare, yep. Oops. Well, yeah, Ultima... I mean, in this game, Ultima's just straight up busted and will never be good, but yeah, in the future games, it works based on who has used a bunch of magic and weapons and shit. Okay, go through here, and then we will hug the edge of the continent, the fucking Pangea, for some reason in this game. Yeah, I can use it, why not? I don't think the animation will be very cool, but we can see it. Why the hell not? Blackfish. Oh, 3-0, okay. 307 was actually pretty good. I thought it would do, like, double-digit damage. What the fuck? Did this fan translation buff Ultima? That's, like, way more than I thought it was going to do. This FF2 is prequel to real life. Alright, maybe I will use Ultima for the hell of it. Although, again, Firian's soul is not a number anymore, so I guess that makes sense. What game would you rather play? FF2, PSP, GBA, or FF8? Well, I haven't played 8, but considering what I know about 8, I feel like I would rather play 2. Like, with all of 8's conflicting, fucked up systems, really the thing that gets me the most about 8 is the enemies level up with you thing. That really is, like, the ultimate killer to me for any potential fun I might have, is that the game really heavily punishes you for leveling up. Well, it doesn't really heavily punish you, but, like, there's basically no point to level up. Minwu's dead, there goes the Jagan. Where am I? I'm near Mysidia. Okay, so keep surfing around. Too bad there's no chicken knife that I can grind up. Never thought RPGs would have rubber banding, but 8 proved me wrong. Yeah, I think, like, it can be done well. Oh, I didn't even realize this is just a... Ah, shit. I didn't realize where I was on the map. I thought I could go around this. Hold on a second. Let me... Okay, I think if I just go straight down, I'll reach Finn. Future Final Fantasies have done the enemy level scaling thing well. Like, Tactics A2 does it better because enemies have an upper and lower level limit, so they will scale to you, but not infinitely. I mean, it wasn't done perfectly in that game either because the game is so ridiculously easy, but still, it was done better. Tactics does it for random encounters, 8 does it for everything. Which almost feels worse in a way, the fact that you can have a random encounter that's more difficult than some bosses in the game. Maybe not necessarily more difficult, but just like a higher level, I don't know. A0 means roughly 106, damn. I've been leveling up Naomi, like Naomi's been getting so much agility up in this game, I honestly can't believe that someone got a stat higher than her agility. At least 8 has a lot of GFs. Parentheses, girlfriends. Oh shit. This encounter... I don't really want to try to run away from this one because I remember these guys being really fucking annoying. Just try toting everything. Aren't you sleepy? Not really, actually. I've been sick for the past few days, but today I slept for, like, literally the entire day. I woke up at, like, 10, and on Monday I have to go into third shift anyway, so I think this kind of works out. I'm just getting myself onto a third shift sleep schedule. A0 would be closer to around 150? That doesn't seem right. I mean, over 100 I can imagine, but that doesn't seem right to me. Unless I mean, it's only supposed to be 10 soul, right? I don't know, maybe he's just been getting a shit ton of soul level ups and I haven't been paying attention, but... Streamer's the demi-fiend. Yeah, the Curel in this game is a bit funny looking, but not so bad. Oh, look at all this shit. Aura. Give my magic rod back, even though I don't think I'll ever actually use it. I've got way too much MP to give a shit. Aura farming. Someone said Aura is the magic spell that makes you do damage, like more damage against certain enemy types, and considering Berserk can just do that without discrimination, I think I'll just stick with Berserk. Well, I haven't been using Berserk very much. You again. I only want to, like... Yeah, I don't know if I can run from this encounter. But also I think those ghost guys in the middle can drop Osmos Tomes, I think someone said last stream. Would you say FF2 is a long game or still short? I have no idea, because I've been playing this game for a while, but it feels like if you took out all the insane random encounters and me knowing where I'm going in dungeons, it would be like a fifth of the time. So I don't know. I'm not sure if I can really know how long this game is. It feels like a 2-hour game that's being stretched to a 20-hour game. There's an aura spell in 8. Which is silly because you don't need to be low health to spam your limit breaks anymore. Actually, yeah, are these enemies spawning because I'm at that part of the game? I know there's some point in this game... Haste, huh? I'm surprised it's taken this long to find that. There's a part in this game where all the overworld encounters change. I don't know when that is, though. Is Haste white magic? Berserk is black magic, right? Let me just look this up real quick. I should have just done this for Ultima. Magic. Haste. Oh no, haste is black magic. Alright then. Both haste and berserk. 4 dungeons left. Ugh. Oh, it's dead. Alright. This is the first game that's anti-replayable. No matter how well you know it, the experience is basically the same because the high encounter rates and dungeon design. I'm not sure if I would totally agree with that, but I kind of see what you're getting at. Again, I'm selling all this shit, but for what, really? Sell my ethers just to feel something. Honestly, fuck the Phoenix Downs, too. I'll probably end up regretting that decision, but whatever. Is the character who gets seduced change when Firion is dead? I'm going to assume yes, because during that Queen Lamia fight, she killed Firion, and then after the cutscene was over, Maria was like the overworld character talking to everyone like she was Firion. So I think yes. Here's the part where the world gets much worse. One of my favorite things about the game. Sell this shit. I'm selling this Toad Tome. Realistically, I'm probably never going to use it. I've got one guy with like a little 6 or 7, goddamn those numbers, Toad. I'm not gonna level it up again. Berserk I kinda do want to keep around, though, for Leon. Almost every class does genuinely have some niche in Pixel Remaster. I did hear that 3 Pixel Remaster actually buffed a lot of the classes. Although I heard that for some reason that the Ninja and Sage still end up being the best. Like your setup still basically needs to be 2 Sages, 2 Ninjas. I don't know if it's actually true. Buying some elixirs, because what else am I gonna do? Some cottages. There we go. It's an epic thing, Firion getting resurrected only to get catfished. Or Firion. Okay. A random Berserk Tome in here. Putting haste and Berserk up. I wonder if I could just beat this game tonight. Probably not, but it would be interesting, huh? I mean, look at these HP values. Could I really beat the game with this? I kinda doubt it. Alright. Bravely Default had the same problem with some chapters. Bravely Second also had the problem, but way less. When I played Bravely Default, I experimented... Hey, there's the tornado. I experimented with, playing the game as 3 black mages and a white mage, and I was able to beat the final boss with it. Although the final boss I beat because I had a street pass guy that did like 100,000 damage, so I don't really think that counts. Like, if a job-based game doesn't try and lean you towards setups at specific parts, it can end up being quite weird. Well, Final Fantasy V does it pretty well. That's like, and that's the main game on my channel. I think it's fine that, that Final Fantasy III, like, I think it makes, maybe it's not fine, but I think it makes sense that the jobs were designed like that in 3. It was the first time they had a game where you could freely change your jobs. It wasn't either fixed from the beginning, like in 1, or like weirdly, you know, however you describe this game. So I think it makes sense. It's like, okay, if we're having a job system where you can change wherever, we'll just have specific things work for specific fights. Yeah, it sucks, like... Oh my god, Richard, you prick. It does suck, but, like, I get where they were coming from with that. Remember Pro Jared keeping his knight and magus for the sake of individuality at Crystal Tower, only to give up and admit the game basically forces you to be all ninjas and sage. Yeah, another haste tome. You know, why not? Here you go, Naomi. Haste. Oops. Oops. Whatever, Naomi, you heal. The problem is not leaning towards certain setups, but giving away the class identity to progress. 3's jobs mostly suck because they're a specific niche. 5 handles it a lot better since most jobs and the game itself have a lot more to them. Yeah, I still don't actually know what leveling up jobs in 3 does, because I've never, like, watched enough. I watched Backlog Busters 3 videos, and I've watched reviews on 3, but nobody really is specific about how it works. Hello. It's 11 a.m. there. That's much more reasonable than the 5 a.m. that it is here. Job level in 3 is weird. It's your main way of getting raw stats and affects abilities in some nebulous way. This is Finn's second floor. Yeah, no shit. Alright, guys, what do we do about this, this tornado? Oh, hey, it's Layla. Ultima. Okay. Unless we could fly. Are you just supposed to intuit that you're supposed to go back to, Dist Cave and get that, get the dragon? Or is there something I'm supposed to do before that? I unironically find naming your FF1 and 3 team after your friends to be the most fun part. Not your 2 team. Well, I guess you only named 4 of the, like, 8 or 9 playable characters. Mirror, okay. Gotcha. Walk into the mirror. Leon vanishes, so naming him barely counts. Yeah, that's true. You at least named 3 guys. Two characters sort of have identity, so it works better with blank vessels. Yeah, that's a fair point. Ah. What? Was there an NPC that I would have never assumed to do that. I assume there's an NPC that tells me to do that I didn't talk to. Because that is, so far, the most, like, the most esoteric thing to happen in this game. In both games, really. Alright. Got to hear you. I know that you can use it in battle as a weapon or like a magic item, but considering there's that glitch in this game where there's like a 1 in 256 chance of the thing just vanishing, I don't think I really want to mess with it. Might be in Dist. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe I go back to Dist and they say something. I don't know. Whatever. I'll just assume that I missed something important. You've angered the 5 Final Fantasy II Leon fans. All 5 of them. I once saw a speedrun of one where they break the game by going back and forth on one stair in the first town's castle. I think I've heard of that. I don't remember exactly, but that seems familiar for some reason. The glitch also happens at 4. Stair glitch. I guess it's well known. Man, Toad is like really good, huh? Richard's a cool character. Wish he got more representation in the fan service, but so far only Furion gets a 3D model. Yeah, he wasn't cool enough to get in Theatrhythm either. Only the main 4 and then Minwu. These guys drop treasure like fucking crazy. I don't want it though. I was gonna do something. Blood evil. I think Naomi might be on the wrong side. I'm not sure though. Still got that magic, or the Earth Drum, which is neat. Okay, let me go rest in town for a second. What does Furion play like in Dissidia? He's kind of a... I wish Kwanzaa was here. Maybe he's here in spirit. So he could give a better explanation of his, like, abilities. But Furion's just kind of like a jack-of-all-trades type of character. He has many ranged abilities. He has magic projectiles. He's, whatever he would be considered, he's very fun. They assigned the door to put you at +1 to move you in the next map, but the problem is that if it passes again the same door, the counter still goes up, so you end up corrupting the game. How does Guy have the smallest HP pool? I'm not really sure. Well, Bosch has as much HP and MP as he does because I was spamming change or swap with him. And Guy does not have such a boon. Oh hey Kwanzaa. He's sort of an all-rounder, but he's focused on mid-range weapons on ground and magic in the air. There you go. Probably should bring up the whirlwind. Oh, I closed the damn window. 1 second. We're still fighting bighorns. Why did the Emperor drag all these birds and rhinos in here? Okay. Oops, that's not right. Saying a bunch of vague stuff. You guys have no idea what I'm doing. Okay, anyway. Cat in the back, was that audible? The cat crying for no reason. Evil Staff is really good to equip to Furion. Does it have a bunch of magic penalty? Well, I don't know. The only reason I have him using staves is for the healing staff, and I feel like either they put the healing staff really far into the game, or I missed it. Oh, wait a minute. I just remembered something. Did I save? I can't remember if I saved. I don't want to restart just in case I didn't. Because I didn't grab the other blood sword from Paul's house. I guess I can't. Alright, there's bombs. I can't escape. whatever. If I don't get the second Blood Sword, I don't think it's the end of the world. I have the one. Leif Furion represents his game as the Weapon Master, though. He's far from the strongest FF Pro tag when he can use any weapon you give him. Yeah, the fact, like, apparently Dissidia Furion has a 16 in every weapon type, including fists. Not that great at magic, though, but, you know, if he was just casting Toad on everyone, I don't think it'd be very sporting, if I'm being real. Fire. Oh, right, I was like, why is fire in the bottom right? But I forgot I reorganized everything. I know that Furion is voiced by Ichigo's voice actor. Yeah, Johnny Young Bosch. That's actually why he's named Bosch, is because of his voice actor. Johnny Young Bosch is probably one of my favorite, like, general anime, like, go-to anime voice actors. He's very distinctive. Just like looking through the floors, seeing if there's any good treasure. There's the defense sword, which would be nice to have, I guess. Hi, Reese. What's wrong? Don't tell me, I don't care. The city of Cass would be fucking dead if Furion casting Toad. Well, I'm at a point where the map might not be able to help me that much. Try using the evil staff. I guess I will. I mean, I thought that was the thing that casted Scourge 16 on something random, including your own Barty. Or Arrow 16, as this translation, I think, called it. Reese is crying. I wonder for what. Oh wait, hold on, I think Naomi has it. You know, we'll try it, I guess. See what happens. Ah! Ah! The targeting. Targeted the Emperor. I was actually really hoping it would do that, because I thought that was... I was like, isn't this the thing that could cast it on the Emperor? And it is. That's funny. I think that's fitting as my only use of the evil staff. Just cast it on the Emperor, and that's it. Naomi is fairly consistently hitting 4-digit damage numbers. I'm so proud of her. Gonna reorganize something. Yeah, put this up here. Those 4 spells. I have not used Sleep or Stone a single time. Or Drain or Flare, but I got those this stream, so that's less ridiculous. Alright, where am I? It's like I walk up one staircase and I look on the map and there's 2 entrances. This is... Oh! No, the horse isn't a new enemy, but it's basically a new enemy. I haven't seen it since the beginning of the game. But the golem thing is definitely new. Sticky fingers. What do you think of Ancient's Cave Dungeon 3? I don't know. I haven't played 3 yet. I'm going to after this playthrough is over, but as of right now, I don't really know anything about 3 aside from Crystal Tower. Corpse. What? It's a guy on a horse. Why is he called the corpse? That seems mean. Golem's weak to fire. Well, I will keep casting Toad on him and hope that it works. It didn't work. Might just be immune to it. Devenomed. Okay, well, goodbye. Sleep? Why can this fucking thing inflict sleep with its attacks? Definitely weak to fire. It certainly put him to sleep. It definitely did. Can't turn wood into a frog. I don't know, I turned a frog into a frog. And that works just fine. I don't know where this game draws the line at that kind of shit. And the team abandons Richard's corpse. Richards. This is an annoying dungeon. I don't even know. I'm not going to know if I'm going the wrong way or not until I get to the top. Oops. Wizard fell. Supposed to be a wood golem, high resistance to matter. Alright then. No gill, something good. Warp. That might actually be useful in this dungeon. Because warp is the one that takes you back one floor, right? Here, Naomi, you can have it, because I'm not going to be using it in battle. Flare, you know what? Yeah, I have Flare, too. Why not? The weakest, from my experience, the weakest Instadel in this game is instant death spell is Warp. I thought that was just death, because it has its own element and a lot of things resist it. Okay, well the defense is on this floor at least. Got one of them. Big fan of Holy in this game. It's too bad it's not its own element, but, you know, it's fine. It's very strong. Start casting Haste, I guess. No, I should just go for, I don't know, she already has, like, maximum hit. Not maximum, a shit ton of hits. I should really just focus on buffing up Berserk. I wonder how shit this game would be if it had the spell charge system. Because the MP is like, the fact that MP costs are so low across the board makes this game a lot more fun than it could be otherwise. Alright, they put Richard in the back row. Right, I forgot if you die, you get put in the back row. I should fix that. I don't know why I didn't notice that until just now. There you go. Warp and Exit have the lowest hit percent, but their casting stats give them huge buffs and you get exit really early. Well, that's something at least. The defense. I assume that's the defender. What does it do? It has 8 evasion percent. That's cool. Definitely good for Naomi then. Wielding to the defender with a shield can raise the evasion percent. Yeah, blah blah blah. Okay, so it's a shield sword basically. That's cool. My most hated things in 3 was when you would get ambushed from behind and the game would fuck your team order for later encounters. Yeah, I do remember that being a sticking point for Some Call Me Johnny's review of 3, that exact thing happening. I'll just start spamming Berserk, get that leveled up a bit. Her evasion is at least 99. It has been that for a while. I don't know if it can get above 99, like, it turns into letters like your stats can. Also, yeah, we, the Leviathan's stomach does not last super long, luckily. We are now in the tornado, about to go fight the Emperor, I believe. 1941. Good fucking god. Yeah, do Aspel, motherfuckers. See how you like it. Okay, regular drain I'm not as much of a fan of, but it did jack shit damage, so, you know, whatever. You do you, man. $3,074 damage. That thing is Omega dead. Literally could not be more dead than he currently is. Yeah, look at all that MP up. And I got another Osmos Tome. Damn, I'm good at this game. Here you go, Bosch, I guess. It's black magic, but whatever. Drain? Yeah, here you go, Naomi. I do not trust Furian's spirit stat. Well, he's doing a lot of... Oh, he's back to 99 soul. Okay, I guess it went down from something. Well, that's fine. At least that means it's not going to overflow. Okay, yeah, I think Naomi's at max evasion. 99%. Is it even possible for her to get hit physically anymore? 16 is the max, isn't it? Look at all those 9s. 99 attack, 9, 99 hit percent, 16, 99 evade. My fucking lord. What a woman. Surprised you're doing this with sub 1k HP. I mean, I haven't really had to get any HP because Naomi's my only frontliner, or at least was for a long time, and she doesn't get hit by fucking anything. Yeah, Furian's Spirit was overflowed for a little bit. It was like A0, but I guess I did something to make it go down. I don't know what, but whatever. A good addition to the stream would be to modify a 1 in 10,000 chance Withered Foxy jump scare that can activate anytime. I think I will not do that, but I do kind of see where your head's at. Yeah, A0, which is 109. I mean, if it's 109, then how did getting one more, or like losing one, make it... I mean, if you even did... Can you lose Spirit / Soul in this game? I know you can lose Int. I don't know if you can lose Soul, I forget. You can lose Vitality and Int, I forget what the third one is. Vit and Int. It reset it back to the cap because it got a spirit up. Oh, I thought it just kept going until it overflowed. Or underflowed? Whatever. Would A0 be 100? I have no idea. Don't ask me about this video game number shit, because I'm too ignorant for this. Okay, yeah, Berserk here. By the way, does Berserk and Haste, like, they're classified as black magic, but does it actually care about your stats? is like Berserk 3 actually more effective with a higher int stat? How the values go means that A0 would be 10 above 99 in this instance, to my knowledge. The fact that there's a lot that nobody really seems to know for sure is another indication that this game is really fucked up. Nothing is really fully 47 hits. I hope not. I think 16 is the max. Like, with haste, you can get above 16, but very few enemies have haste, and very few enemies would be able to get to 16 in the first place anyway. Maybe the final boss, Emperor, has 16 hits, I don't know. There's a glitch that causes Furion to gain soul when he shoot... Oh, right, yeah, the Furion soul bug. Soul can drop if you cast black magic. Berserk and haste do get buffed by intelligence. Right, I forgot about that, that bug that Seer used in his video. It was like the key to like beating the run, and I totally forgot about it. Anyway, Berserk and haste do get buffed by intelligence. Okay. Haste does give you extra hits, yeah. Hey, Richard got agility. Good for him. Flame bow, cool. I'll take that, I guess. Are all 4 of these rooms wrong? Is this just like a troll floor? Am I just, like, did I just come up here for no reason? I keep forgetting to put Furion's first spell as holy. I'm just going to keep forgetting it over and over. Poisoned and confused, wow, what a combo. I don't remember. I mean, if I go into this top room and it's another troll room, then yeah, I guess I just eat ass. Yeah, get fucked on, Godus. Godus was a specific guy that was guarding Castle Finn, but I guess he just shows up. Like, he's clones. People complained about my long play because I went into every funny fake room. I remember you saying that, yeah. We should start getting some MP back. 2951. Only Naomi was here to see these numbers. Magic. Okay, change Bosch's spells. There we go. Okay. Yeah, I think this whole floor is just a joke. I'm not laughing. Furion's agility determines whether you get first strike or ambushed. Really? It's Furion's agility specifically? That sucks. That was a lot of MP. Real Roxas quote. My favorite quote from Roxas is, "What's going on?" And then he throws the Keyblade. Because honestly, it's like, you know, I feel for him. That's the most real moment in the entire Kingdom Hearts series, is when Roxas just gets fed up with this shit and throws the Keyblade. Basically, back to full MP already. Oh shit, Flare 10. It's one of the... It's like... I think that's the most damaging spell I've gotten hit by yet. I've gotten hit by more powerful physical attacks, but... wait, did OBS disconnect? I got a notification that OBS disconnected. Am I still here? I'm like paranoid now. Somebody give me a... Somebody tell me something. Your stream flickered, but you're here, okay. I very much panicked for a moment. Seems good. Okay, cool. Thank you for keeping my sanity in check. Drain? Here you go. Here you go. Warp? Here you go, Richard. Richard only has 5 magic power. He only got 5 MP for the level up. That's kind of funny. Alright, as long as we're still here, that's good. Alright, I have to bring up this damn map again. Okay, this is like a fake floor. I guess this whole thing was just for the troll rooms and the defender. Magic. Can I exit with... Yeah, I can. I don't know if I actually wanted to do that, but whatever. I can get the other blood sword now, at least. Does the blood sword actually do damage, or is it only percent-based damage? Because its attack power is very low. I know that, obviously, like, I know how the blood sword works in this game, but I'm just, like, saying, does it only do the percent-based damage, or is it just... Like, does it have an attack power of its own as well? Finally. Thanks for the free shit. Another black garb. Ruby. I don't think I really need that. Thief gloves. Quartz. What the fuck? Where'd the music go? The music just stopped. Blood sword has an attack power just so low, I don't think I'll get hurt by it. Okay. Thief gloves, I don't care about. Quartz, I don't care about. You have the white robe. You have the black garb, and you have the black robe, yeah. So I guess, Richard, here you go. You can have the black garb. The ruby and stuff I don't really care about. Free elixir is nice, free gold pin is nice. Although again, I don't really think I care about that. The black garb gave agility, right? So giving him the gold pin wouldn't really help. Let me check. Yeah, black garb gives 10 agility. I don't know, does it give more, defense anyway? It does. Okay, well, there you go. You're slightly less encumbered by the giant helmet. And then there's the silver armor and the blood sword. Cool. I'm giving the blood sword to Richard. If he takes it with him, I honestly don't care. Take the earth sword too. Fuck it. Here's me cheating. It is a fixed fraction 1/16 target's max HP for your health. That I did, yeah, I did know that, like, that's just like drain across the board, even for enemies. Like, for every hit, it does 1/16. Guess it has 0 attack and accuracy, and a 100% magic accuracy penalty. I did know that part, yeah. The like, literally 100% accuracy penalty, which is funny. Look at all these elixirs. I'm fucking loaded. I'll give everybody an elixir. And I will give Furion the evil staff for the hell of it. It feels wrong selling the mage staff purely because of how much of a godsend it was in Seer's run. It just feels wrong getting rid of it. I don't know why. Earth drum, which I probably will never use, but whatever. And then, yeah, you can have the sword. Drain's a 16th, but it's kind of hard to calculate. Maybe just for me because I'm dumb. No, I'm also quite ignorant in these things. I see math was one of my better subjects, but I never got into the super complicated stuff. Like algebra was really as far as I got. But yeah, any of that complicated shit, my brain just kind of turns off. Fight the Emperor with 0 magic defense, 0 magic evasion, and less than 700 health. I think that's literally impossible for me at this point. Even if I put all the heavy armor on top of Naomi, she might still be at maximum killing potential and dodge potential. I recall blood swords in 6 dealing 0 damage when you're at full HP. That's interesting. Alright, here we go. Again. Now Richard has 10 MP. That's twice as much. Okay, I can't run from these guys, I guess. But yeah, I think a drain weapon doing 0 damage when you're at full health is a decent way to balance things. Chocobo-looking wyvern, really is. I remember feeling so ripped off when I bid at the auction house for Excalibur. That's a thing? There's an auction house in Final Fantasy VI? I assume you're talking about 6. Hey, unicorn horn. I forget what this does. I learned what it did last time, and I don't remember. Where's heal? Alright, bringing out the map again. I'm on floor 2. Oh, this is the Ripper, which is a cool name for a weapon. Yeah, I am, believe me, the blood sword being overpowered is infamous enough for even me to know about it. Nope. Can I really not attack this thing? Okay, there we go. I guess just the top half of them is targetable. Whatever. Excalibur is in 6 GBA, okay. Well, it's from 5, right? I don't know if 1 through 4 had the Excalibur, but I know it from 5. Six, the only one in the main series with an auction house. I didn't even know it had an auction house, so... Or, I didn't even know, like, any game had an auction house or anything about it. There's an auction house in 6. Every other round, there's this rich kid who always bids 1 million gil and wins. What a dick. Bloodsword is so effective against bosses, they only put 1 in the remakes. In 6 Advance, you can get Excalibur if you bet. And at the Coliseum, you fight Gilgamesh and get him as an Esper. Oh, that's cool. I had heard that you can get the Gilgamesh as an Esper in 6 Advance. I guess I never knew the method to get him. Ripper. Yeah, I don't even know if I want to... Like, what does it even do? It probably isn't better than the Men Gauche as far as defending goes. Ripper. It appears to be stronger than it is due to a bug. The damage output includes an extra 20 damage per hit, but this is never actually recorded. You should not trust the damage totals. You should not trust the damage totals the Ripper displays on screen. So it's just a strong knife, okay. The effect is Ripper. Alright. You ought to play 6? Maybe I will. Not Final Fantasy, Fire Emblem 7, Final Fantasy 6, and Chrono Trigger made up this, like, holy trinity of games that I've played the beginning of a shit ton of times. Oh shit, Vamp Lady! So maybe I will eventually play Chrono Trigger and Final Fantasy 6 to completion. We'll see, though. Flashing warning. Ripper's bugged. You can main hand it and put the Men Gauche in the off for the evasion. True. Poison Axe. That is true. And it is only like an extra 5% magic penalty. I don't think that's that bad. I don't know. I mean, I also don't plan on ever having Asp be in the front row, so I'm not sure how practical it would be to do that. I don't know. Whatever decision I'd end up going with, I'm sure it's not going to matter that much. 99% of 6 players quit before they hit big. I mean, the Final Fantasy stuff definitely gets the most views on my channel, streaming or otherwise. I mean, the viewers have been trickling down, but the fact that I'm still at 152 is still indicative that people are here for Final Fantasy. Which, thank you everyone for sticking around, if I haven't made that clear already. Obviously, I don't blame people if they have to leave. It has been a very long stream. It's late at night for a majority of America, or a lot of America, I don't know about the majority. The entire time you've been talking about Asp, I've looked at the enemies and not seen them, had no clue what you're talking about. I just saw this guy's name. Yup. Guy's name is Asp. I've been up too late. Thanks for doing what you do. It makes my life a bit more enjoyable. That is good to hear. I'm glad that I can be a positive experience for people. And I'm glad everyone is very amicable and we're able to, like, talk about stuff without flame wars starting. Like me shit-talking Kingdom Hearts Birth by Sleep. So late that it's early enough for the neighbors to have started their car. Damn. Had to save my 7 remake game because holy cow, it's too loud and in a different language. Oops. Damn, only 93 damage to the Golem. I gotta be casting Berserk more against these things. Bloodsword doesn't give a shit, obviously. Holy 6. Another warp. I don't really care. Hold on. I think I was going this way. Yeah, okay. Now I'm on floor 1, so yeah, the damn bomb. I wonder if I could just kill the bomb and then run away. Ouch. Well, I didn't know there was a... I get hit physically so infrequently in this game, I didn't know there was a different effect for getting critically hit. That's cool. It's like Pokemon. I like the commitment to saying ho 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 whenever this green giant shows up on screen. Appreciated that there's at least some consistency in this fucked up game. Blast. Thank you for taking yourself out. I still don't get why Asp gets agility, because I thought agility was a stat that you could only really increase when you're taking physical hits or dodging them, but Asp has never been in the front row. Well, he was for a little bit, but most of the time, like 99% of the game, he has not been in the front row. So I don't know. Because like everybody has an agility increasing piece of equipment on, so you'd think that anybody would be able to be getting the agility ups, but no, it's like it's just him for some reason. Very odd. Blast. That's the thing I really like in Fire Emblem Path of Radiance, how Blast is a general exclamation replacement for dang it or whatever. Asp gets agility because he's Asp, don't question it. Alright, fair enough. Fair enough. Yeah, we are in the tornado right now. I had to leave, or I had to exit because took a I took the wrong pick-a-dick path. It was a whole ass path. Although I at least did get the defender out of it. But yeah, we're in the we are there. Okay, I think I want to go up this path because I went down the lower one last time. There's diamond equipment in this room, which I don't care about. No, I guess that's only for equipment, so I guess I gotta go in the lower one. This is the most annoying dungeon so far. Maybe that's not true, but I don't know, it's annoying. More likely to gain agility if you have high evasion. Agility has a chance to go up if you get targeted, and Maria and Guy are targeted more than anyone else. But I thought that enemies wouldn't target Guy, or they wouldn't bother to target an enemy. Wait, hold on, let me back up for a second. I thought that because they're in the back row, enemies would never target them because they can't. And that's why they would never get agility. Because I don't think Bosch has gotten a single point of agility in the game, like a level up for it anyway. The stroke is advancing. That's just it's just indicative of how late it is, I suppose. Maybe just say damn it because it's a game for people 13 and up. I was showing them, man, it was a terrible game, and they said blast it, like it was a huge thing. I remember there was this one, I think it was a Game Boy Color Dragon Ball Z game where they just Control F replaced Die and Dead with Lost. So you have the infamous line, Vegeta saying, "So you really do want to Lost." I think it goes up if you're targeted as evasion, not agility. You just have a percent chance to increase agility if you have high evasion. What is F's evasion, then? I mean, his evasion is only 169. That seems pretty bad. And Furian's is only 15% lower. These guys are very susceptible to Toad, which I appreciate. Oh, the unicorn horn. I still don't remember what that does. If I didn't have to go into the menu to equip it, I might actually equip it. Okay, not this staircase. The other one? I'll be sure to talk to you in the next dimension. Precisely. They can't get physically hit in the back row, but they still get targeted. Furion doesn't get targeted much in the bug, causes his spirit instead of his agility to go up. I'm mostly just confused because the, like, that makes sense to me, but... Oh, right, it's Basuna, that's right. That's why I don't care. Like, every physical attackers basically only target Naomi. Like, every single time I'm watching enemies physically attack, it's like, enemy name, Naomi, miss, enemy name, Naomi, miss, just like constantly. I never see enemy name Asp, but I guess, I mean, clearly there's something going on below the hood that I don't see. I don't know. Oh shit, two Osmos tomes, that's pretty sweet. Who doesn't have Osmos? Wait, what? Did I get 2 Osmos tomes? I swear there was... Oh yeah, there it is. Never mind, I'm blind. Naomi is the physical attacker. Not only that, but I'm pretty sure she's completely fucking invincible to physical attacks. 1699 evasion. Who doesn't have... You already know that spell. There you go, Naomi. Don't think you'll ever have to use it. I'll save this last one for Richard, I guess. I'm just saving these spells for Richard as if I give a shit if he actually uses them or not. Yeah, whatever. Okay, this is the only entrance here. Next floor. Whoa, new spell. I mean, sprite. Also new spell. What the fuck did this game call that thing? Amoeba? Yeah, it just calls it an amoeba. That doesn't seem fitting, but whatever. Cool sprite. Underestimate how much you crack this game open with agility. Yep, that's why people say don't equip heavy armor, because dodging is better than tanking. Well, dodge tank is better than HP tank, I guess. I don't know why when a tome is used to teach a character magic, I imagine them eating the tome. If you only have one frontliner, they become invincible. Yeah. And Richard's not doing so bad himself. He's only died like once or twice. I wonder what they do with it that makes it vanish. Maybe it's like... Anybody watch Zatch Bell? You know how when you kill the enemy doll, the book burns? I imagine it's like that. They speedrun it so fast the speed makes the book catch on fire. That's also a good headcanon. We can go with that, too. $19.19. Yeah, I can definitely tell that a high intelligence stat makes Berserk be much better. Because, goddamn. Trapped. Okay, I cannot escape from Godus. That was foolish of me to assume as much. I'm sorry, alright? I'm sorry. Super about to go out challenge Kid to Mamoto battles. I was really into Zatch Bell purely because I liked seeing the different colors of books. I know that's a totally random reason, but, you know, the heart wants what the heart wants. Haven't heard about Zatch Bell in like 16 years. I also liked the character design of the dolls. Here's another random manga reference. D. Gray Man. Anybody watch D. Gray Man? I read the first several issues of the manga, but I eventually stopped reading it because I realized I had no idea what was happening. Not like story-wise, but the art was actually too detailed. I had no idea what I was looking at for the vast majority of fight scenes. Is D. Gray Man a Digimon? Sounds like it, yeah. Not a manga reader or anime watcher, but I have heard of it. I have not heard anyone reference D. Gray Man in years, so I don't know. It seemed to be pretty popular in its heyday, but I guess it's fallen off super hard. I remember literally nothing about it other than the fact that I didn't know what was happening. Wind Flute. Oh boy, another dragon. I wonder if it'll get instantly killed by Toad. Well, whatever, I get to hear a different battle theme. I'm hype as shit right now. Man, 9 hits, 133. Ooh. Man. 10,000 gil. That's 1/5 of an elixir. Richard has like the highest HP by quite a large margin. Get toaded. Naomi is just a cure bot. I taught her all this other magic like I was gonna do something with it, but no, she's in battle, she's a sword-slinging monster, and out of battle, she's a cure bot. Sorry, 1 second. Had to sneeze real quick. Guards, get him! The same enemies that I've been fighting all the way up to this point. Get him! I think this game is the reason why Square made almost every boss in Final Fantasy immune to instant death. Yeah, that makes sense. I am do not tell me if the Emperor is vulnerable to Toad. I want to find out for myself. I want to find out for myself. Soul up. Another poison axe. I don't really care, but alright. I took one step and got poison in the cutscene. Oh, that was nothing. You beat three guys, no problem. How about 2 guys? Now you're fucked. Seriously though, why are they called corpse? Doesn't help that nearly all the bosses are regular enemies, as show later in the game, yeah. There have been, I think there's been 1 unique sprite so far. No, 2. Well, I know there's Borgin, but I know he shows up later. There's the Behemoth, which I think was unique. The what's it called? The dragon was unique until I fought that second one. Probably Headless Horseman. Yeah, probably. Really? The Emperor doesn't get the boss music? Ambushed. Emperor. Nothing. Slept. Alright. That didn't do anything. I like the Emperor's... I don't know what's supposed to be going on with his head, but it looks like he has a helmet and it's like shrouding his eyes, and his eyes are like glowing. Oh wow, I actually did not expect that. I actually thought he would be immune to Toad. I really thought it was going to be, Alright. This game is good. Emperor looked like a Power Ranger with that pose, yeah. I can see that. Politicians can't refuse the Toad. The Emperor's original battle theme. Even the remakes don't give him Battle 3. Hooray! I did it! I beat the game! I win! Forever! Is this X-Men 2? Hooray! Peace has returned. Oh damn, they're moving diagonally. I wish I could do that. What, do I just have to watch? I don't get to participate? He finally fantasied 2. He was Squall all along! Oh shit. Oh, he's dead. And the final boss is accompanied by random mooks. Squall? I completely forgot about him. Is that like a joke from the fan translation? It feels like a joke. Okay, we left the throne room and then we immediately came back in. Was that necessary? Hi, Layla. Later releases Fury and gets to dance with Maria, but that was too high-tech for NES. It should be at Paramecia Castle. Alright, I guess I'll head over there. Isn't Squall Mayumi's brother? Someone screenshot this and send it to her. Alright. Oh my god, you named him Squall. That was Max's idea. Naming him Squall was Max's idea for the good Kingdom Hearts joke. Furion dances with Maria in the remix. Guy is just chilling. Maybe Guy dances with Richard. Alright, Palamikia, whatever castle. Guy should dance with a beaver. Sell that. Wow, the poison axe sells for a lot. What's the wind flute do? Is it an attacking item? Wind flute. It casts Cyclones 13? %20 break chance. Okay. It's an item that has 20% cast a spell, 20% break chance. Cool. I guess I'll just keep it for if the Earth Drum breaks. When does Nayumi's intelligence is 1. When does Richard leave, by the way? I would like to remove the blood sword from him before he leaves, but again, if he does leave with it, I don't really care. When you speak with the Dark Knight, okay, thank you. After the next dungeon. Noted. Whoops, another Jack Garland jump scare. Where is Palamikia? Okay, I think if I go up diagonal from here, I'll reach it. Favorite temporary party member? Probably... Gordon was like the most generally useful, but I think Richard has definitely surpassed him by now, but Layla was also very good with her bows. So I don't know, it's like, I guess now it's Richard, just because he came into the party amazing. And then, like, Gordon and Layla are tied for second. I think that's what I would say. Richard will keep the blood sword for Soul of Rebirth NES. True. First I should go to the thief guy's house. I did go to Paul's house and got the second blood sword. Pirate girl's coolest. Speaking my language will be just Proto-Ferris. But yeah, I went to Paul's house and got all of his shit. So you don't have to worry about me missing that stuff. I need to go there again? Alright, well I guess while I'm over here. Because the game just told me go to Palamikia Castle, but alright. What's Paul doing with a blood sword? 2 Death's Tomes. Cool. Don't really care. Soul of Rebirth's cool till you realize the dungeons are the main game dungeons, but flipped. I don't think I need the flame bow anymore. Where the hell does Paul live? Hey, Paulie! Can't go to Palamikia without talking to Paul, okay. Oh wait, he said... Okay, so I had to talk to Sid, I guess. Oh. Is Sid about to die? The music's too happy for him to die. I'm brain corroded. I saw the Asp built home and thought of Asp. It's just perfect, really. Oh, do I finally get the airship? Oh, fuck the sad music, I get the airship. Don't you get it? He's dead! Alright. Thank you, Paul. Hooray, I get the airship. No more shitty Overworld encounters. Thank you to those who told me to go do that. Don't you get it? He's dead. Where's the airship? God damn it. Do I have to go all the way to that town to get it? Imagine how boring life would be if corpses just disappeared. Yes, okay. What is his town? He lives in... is it Poft or Bapsk? It's one of those. Paloom, maybe? It's not too far either way. Sid, couldn't you have at least, like, flown the airship over here? Like, give me a break. If you die in the overworld, you vanish, but if you die elsewhere, you get put on a horse. Poft, it's definitely no Bafsk. Oh no, the city is destroyed. Paloom is destroyed, or Palm, whatever. I still have no fucking idea. Don't you get it? He's dead! Dead! I think Toad is my highest level spell by quite a lot. Well, I say a lot, but it's only like... I think my next highest level is a 5, but... considering that's 2 whole levels, that's kind of a lot for this game. I don't know, Holy is also 7, so never mind. Either way, my magic levels are very much skewed. You get the EXP of Toad enemies. Yeah, maybe that's why I've gotten so many. Speaking of Toad. Speaking of tomes. Another haste. Yeah, just keep going up, right? Man, I really should just... I want to run away from encounters, and I should be doing that more, but these stupid bombs preventing me from running for some reason. I really don't understand. How many dungeons are left? 3? I think this map, the map guide I've been using indicates there's 3 more dungeons. I wonder if I really should just, like, beeline it to the end of the game, just say fuck it, have a 10-hour stream. I'm surprised I've only been streaming for 5 hours, 45 minutes, to be honest. Feels like I have to land a lot more than that. 3 more dungeons, okay. The last 2 dungeons are just one long dungeon. Is it like... is Jade Pass? So there's like, what are the dungeons? Hang on a second, I can just look at them right now. There's Paramecia, Paramecia, Jade Portal, Pandemonium. And the Jade Portal and Pandemonium are just one really big dungeon. But I know that, Paramecia doesn't even have a boss, right? You just get to the top, you talk to the Dark Knight, and then it's like, aha, the Emperor's back. Okay. Last stretch, you could finish it. Alright, I think I want to do that, because I am getting a little sick of this game. As I have been repeating many times, I like it, but it's kind of starting to grate on me, and I think it would be best for my sanity if I just beat it today, tonight, whatever you want to say. There are definitely going to be some people who come into the Final Fantasy III stream and be like, what the fuck, you beat 2? But, oh well. Weird how much this game just kind of rolled over once Toad came into the picture. Not that anything was really being a big problem up to that point, but sheesh. Overnight's crazy. Well, I'm gonna be working third shift, so might as well get used to the sleep schedule for now until I have to go back on normal schedule on Wednesday. These guys drop stuff like crazy. I think I've said that like literally every time. Stop! I'm not pressing A for that long. Why does the... Oh my god. Just give me the goddamn tomes. Get me out of here. Bighorn. Yeah, okay. Can I run from this? I haven't actually tried to run from this encounter. No, I can't. I assumed as much. Yep, this is basically exactly why I didn't want to experiment with if I could, Whoa! Sick animation, I like that. It's basically exactly why I didn't want to risk running away and not being able to flee, because I'll just get hit with a bunch of dumbass party magic. It says more about my brain and how I lose interest, but you started FF2 after I did, and you're close to beating it before I've had another session. That's kind of funny. I mean, I've had help from, like, GameFAQs and my chat, so, you know, there is also that aspect. Like, I'm not going through this game totally blind, so I really have that, that on my side. Airship! Not even an airship theme in this game. I like how the airship has like a tile of startup before it goes max speed. That's a neat little detail. Okay, so going to Palamecia. First, I want to go back to a town and sell something. Sell some stuff, empty my inventory. Again, I'm not even really using the money for anything, but whatever. Realize Richard comes from Ricahardus, which means Hard King. Should have named him Hard. It is not difficult to get money in this game, no siree. Okay. We're off to Palamecia. Oh, he's still cursed. Oh, shit. I didn't think curse would be a permanent status. Wait, I think there's a consumable item I can buy to get rid of that. I think it's like the crucifix gets rid of it. The airship theme was made but left out for some reason. Huh. Interesting. Cool. I hope there's no enemies that curse me in the final dungeon, but you know, just in case, how about we buy a couple of these? And you know what, I'll buy a couple of gold needles too. Even though I sold them earlier, but whatever, I'm having a bit of a second guess. I'm second guessing myself. Alright, off we go. Oh shit, my airship is apparently attacking me. Didn't think that would happen. Crucifix or heal. I don't think my heal is good enough to cure a curse yet. It's only level 3! So the best thing it can restore is silence. Or dumbfounded as the game wants to call it. Did you go back and talk to the Dragoon place after you got Richard? I did not. Is there a reason to? Or is it just for like flavor text? I don't need money, I don't care. I guess I can go over to Dist real fast. Why not? Where is it? Just right from here, I think. Yeah, right here. You get a sword. Whoops. If I defeat the Emperor, I could become your father. That is an insane thing to say apropos of nothing. That's the second thing that he ever said to that kid, a second sentence. Did I get a sword? Am I supposed to say something? Like, show the pendant or something? I don't get it, but awesome. Poor Kane. Heal fixes anything outside of battle? Oh, okay. You get it after you talk to them again after he dies. Oh, okay. Well, that was cute dialogue then. Very out of context quote. Very much. I swear I tried to use Esuna on silence outside of battle and didn't work. I must not have an false memory to myself into thinking I did. Alright, now to Palamecia for real. I just land on it. Whoa, okay. Landed on the top. Wait. Where did I land? Did I land on floor... Where am I on the map? Okay, I landed on floor 7, so... a bit unintuitive to use the map. Oh hey, the thing from the beginning of the game! I'm going to enjoy destroying you. Oh yeah, someone will have to remind me to go get the sword. Oh, is that the Excalibur thing? I'm just now remembering the thing from the Seer video where he said he got Excalibur from that lady and then sold it in front of their face. I get him wrong. Heal's one of the first things I grind. At level 8, it cures death. Is that true? Why would you... Is there even a reason to level up Esuna past, whatever? Like, it's like 8 or whenever it stops healing statuses? But yeah, I definitely should have been grinding Esuna more, but status effects are were such a... Not that they aren't a non-issue, but for me personally, they were such a non-issue in this game, I just kind of ignored it until I got hit with silence in the mid-game. I think it's still beholden to accuracy, so if you get up to 8 and 2 miss, you technically only... Or you basically only at 6. Okay, well, fair enough then. 2605. Naomi is maybe unstoppable. I feel like she actually might do less damage when she has the blood sword on. Whoa. Damn, that's fast. Fell to the first floor. Okay. Whatever you say. There are two... There's a door here. There's 3 entrances on this floor. Hey, more enemies I've seen before. It's always nice to see the vampire girls. A single amoeba. Apparently got ambushed. Somehow. What, did it come up from the floor, like, underneath us? Give you a little credit here. Blood Sword hits do a percent of max HP, so against random encounters not necessarily going to be doing the most damage. I feel like just cranking Naomi full of berserks will just have her do 100% of an enemy's HP, even if it's a boss. I'm sure it won't, because bosses in this game actually have very sizable defense, but just still, goddamn. She hits for some big numbers. I like that the Blood Sword is pink. Like, there is a red in this game that they could have used, but they made it pink for some reason. It's red on the cover. It would have been a very striking visual. A bright red sword of the same color of Firion and Maria's fucking hair. Oh well. Still a cool color. Berserk stacks with itself, so you can't cast it multiple times on the same person. It's basically instant death. Yeah, that makes sense. I wonder if Firion's soul stat is... It went up, but it's still 99. Again, it was O or A0 earlier, but I don't know. Whatever, I should not even bother worrying about it. One of the treasure chests on this floor is a buckler, and the other is a knife. I am not having your nonsense with the troll chests, Final Fantasy II. No thank you. We're on the third to last dungeon. I'm getting out of here as soon as I can. Yeah, I am glad that I folded and just started looking at a map, because just like looking at the layout of all these areas, just like it's like Mystery Dungeon, like Pokemon Mystery Dungeon, probably real Mystery Dungeon too, where it's just a bunch of long straightaways with square rooms. Does Curse set the target's defense to 1? I thought the Curse, like the description I saw of Curse was that it cuts the target's attack and defense in half. But I never bothered to actually fact check that. I just know that it is a good substitute for Berserk in case you are somehow unlucky enough to not get it. Yeah, I would have loved to use the Ancient Sword early game. Unfortunately, its accuracy was total dog shit ass, so I never actually used it. Maybe that's it. It really weakens enemies. Great against Red Soul. Yeah, I guess Red Soul. The first Red Soul fight it wasn't difficult, because eventually the Red Soul ran out of MP really fast, so how the fuck did Richard go first? Yeah, the first Red Soul fight was pretty difficult, because I was doing such little damage to it, but it ran out of MP really quickly and just futilely tried to attack Naomi to no avail. But if I had actually used the Ancient Sword, probably would have been much more useful. There's a Bolt Spear on this floor. How tolerable would this game be if it wasn't cheesable? I'm not sure. It kind of... I mean, if you take out... I think if you... In this playthrough... Hey, I haven't seen this thing in a while. In this playthrough, if you took out the Toad shit that I've been doing, I honestly don't think the run would be that much different, because my party is hitting for really big damage. Firion's hitting for around 500 to 600 with Holy. Naomi's doing mega damage even without Berserk, and will do more damage. Will do a shit ton of damage even with Berserk. Or with Berserk. Yeah, if I didn't have Toad, I would just be leveling up Berserk and Haste more. So, I don't know. I don't think the game would be that much different, but again, it also kind of It also kind of depends on what you classify as cheesing. There's a greed staff on this floor. I wonder what that means. Oh, now there's 3 of them. I just noticed that Richard has 911 health. Reminds me of that tragedy. I don't think I can run from these guys, and I'm not going to try. Advanced Remake has somewhat less cheese, but it's actually easier. You just mash A. I keep looking over Richard's HP and wondering why he keeps coming to full health, and then I was like, oh yeah, the Blood Sword heals you. It's not enough that it does an insane amount of damage, it's also that it heals you. Holy 7 to a 900? Pretty good. That's non-elemental damage, too. I guess this guy just has dog shit for magic defense. Defense. People talk about, like, the tomato thing a lot, but I don't see that discussed a lot for defense pronunciation. Like, I think most people would probably say there's only one pronunciation of offense. Like, people don't really say offense. Well, they say offensive, but that's different. That's like a tense change. But yeah, defense, I don't know. These are the kinds of things that I have to think about when I'm playing this goddamn game. I take offense to that versus going on the offense. Alright, you know what? Now that you made me say it out loud, you are correct. So we can combine them both. We can combine them into one. Defense and offense. Alright, there is a stairway that is close by, and a stairway that is... I mean, fucking look at this shit. Look at this goddamn room where you start in the top right. You can either go into the staircase that's right next to you, or go all the way around for no reason. Like, for fuck's sake. Default versus default. Yeah, that too. I've heard the debacle for default stressing. Oh, okay, yeah, I see what you mean. There's a lot of words like that, huh? My main point was that you don't really see it with offense and defense. Sun Sword. That sounds like it might be good. Oh, is this a Corel? Oh, Kroll. We found the actual Corel, and it's translated weirdly. And a Lamia Queen, which is neat. I hope I get the ribbon. Ribbon, perhaps? Gold pin. Oh well, that's still good, I suppose. Sun Sword. Well, the defense has the shield effect. But what does the Sun Sword do? Or even is it called the Gaia Blade? No, that's a different thing. There it is, Sun Blade. Nice upgrade over the Defender. It's powerful against undead. Alright, so it has slightly more attack, but has less evasion. My evasion is already maxed out, so I don't think it matters at all. Currently playing Dragon Quest XI. I guess the localization staff and whatnot were mostly European, even though it's a Japanese station company, and defense still trips me up. Oh yeah, with the spelling with the C instead of the S. Well, that's default versus default to doing this. I almost said default to doing that. I don't know, it's the same to me. Okay, go down and around. There's only one way to go. The general. Oh boy, another version of this guy. I've heard these guys hit very hard. Still can't hit Naomi, though. Still vulnerable to Toad. That's funny. None of their lineage had the Toad immunity genes. Another floor up. Just another door. Palamecia is my favorite type of devil fruit. I feel like someone already made that joke. If it is a joke, I do not get it. Sorry to say. Once you say the joke, I'll probably be like, oh, yeah, that makes sense. One Piece. Ah, yeah, I should have known. I should have known. Paramecia is one of the devil fruit classification in One Piece. Thank you for the clarification. I have room for this shit. Okay, I guess I can give the defense to Richard. Yeah, here, have the defense and then have the blood sword in your inventory. I think you kind of need it. Free elixir. Get rid of this thing. Another free elixir. I don't think I can run from these things either. He only pees 34 times a year. That does seem pretty rough, yeah. Let's aspel some motherfuckers. I need some MP. I'm down to 50% HP. How could I survive? Yep, that just gave me 70 MP for some reason. Osmos is weird. Weirdly busted. You know, playing this game, I kind of feel like I'm having a similar experience to when I played 1, where like a majority of the game wasn't hard necessarily. I wasn't struggling too bad, but there was just a certain dungeon where I just kind of randomly became Omega powerful and couldn't be stopped. And I'm not sure what exactly triggered for that to happen in this game, but yeah, between Bosch's holies, Naomi's existing, Asp's Toad and buffing, and Richard actually being a good party member. Like, goddamn, man. Oh, I know he is at max MP. I thought he was over 200. I am still ready to be humbled at a moment's notice, however. I'm not gonna say it can't happen. Here, you can have one of the free elixirs. Just a room of 3 elixirs. Basically 150 gil. Almost said gold. Alright, warp. Who has warp? Warp me to the previous floor, because it's apparently a dead end. Didn't they teach warp? There we go. Alright, warp's back 1 level. Do it again. What? Can't warp out of here, there's an energy field. Okay. Probably the Toad became your go-to mob clearer. Maybe. I can warp out of some floors, but not all of them. Whatever you say, game. We're playing by your rules, clearly. Oh shit. Big-ass column. This game definitely started being a lot more fun when I was able to actually escape from encounters. I could say that for sure. There was so much of the game where I was unable to flee, but my agility is actually so high that I can flee relatively reliably, assuming it's not an encounter that bans running entirely. I thought maybe you're starting to lose viewers from streaming so late, but it's become early and now it's like noon evening for most of the world and probably gain more viewers. Maybe. I'm surprised that I have so many viewers and yet the chat is actually a lot... Ouch. The chat's a lot less active than it is when I have like 40 to 50 people. I guess we just got a lot of lurkers. Yeah, as soon as I beat this game, I am ending the stream, like, immediately. Like, there's not gonna be any... Oh, Dragon Armor. I heard that's good. There's not gonna be any waiting. Let me see this Dragon Armor. It gives immunity to the 4 main attacking elements. Or not immunity, just resistance, too. But a pretty hefty evasion penalty. What does she have? She has the black garb, which she still has the 10 evasion from the thief thing. Let's see what happens when I give her this. What's her evasion go to? Wow, even with, I was joking earlier. Giving her heavy armor actually has not impacted her evasion at all. She is one beefy motherfucker. He pees 34 times. We have a gooner in the club, but I can't prove it. What does that mean? I also want to know what that means. Alright, I'm supposed to revive Richard. My bad, Richard. What are the odds of someone arbitrarily picking 34? I see where you're getting at with this, but I think... I don't think it is what you think it is. Dudes whose favorite number is 34. It's funny you fight Lamia Queens before regular Lamias, and by quite a while, too. Alright, next floor. There's only one way to go, and of course it's a very roundabout way. At least the encounter rate in this place is like quarter that of the previous dungeon. Like seriously, there were some parts where I couldn't take one step without getting an encounter. I was making a joke about One Piece's scuffed yearly release schedule. Ah, that makes sense. Okay, I think I'm getting to the end of the dungeon. Ambushed. Whiff. How can you not hit this lady? She's wearing heavy armor. She's impossible to kill. What is Richard's agility? How is he consistently going before... There's something up with the agility stat in this game, man. I swear to God. 41 agility. Like, sometimes there was a dungeon where Asp was consistently going before Naomi, and now Richard is doing it. I don't know what's going on. Alright, here we go. So, should I just de-equip Richard now? He said he teched the throw. Wish I could just... Wait, if I give him the hear you, and then he dies, would I soft lock myself? Evasion determines turn order, not agility. Oh, okay. Gotcha. Well, still, I mean, it must be one heck of a weird calculation, because Asp has 1 evasion, some percent, but he was going first consistently for a little bit. But whatever. Yeah, I'll just replace this shit with gold needles. You can have the rest of that stuff though. A bunch of angry faces. Oh, I guess I can't run from this encounter. Strike first. Can't flee, though. You took him by surprise, but you're still stuck here with the rest of us. Unboosted attack doing 1200 damage. I know these things probably have, like, no physical defense, because, I mean, look at them. Uh-oh. Stone 16. Good thing it's not... actually petrify. That might have been concerning. Hello. I am the Emperor now. Oh shit, is gliding towards me threateningly. Why is Naomi not red suddenly? Oh, Noonie rules the world. I always knew that was that guy. Ugh. New song. Damn, what a cutscene. The gang's back together. Okay. Hey, I know he killed a bunch of people, but can he be on our side? Okay. Yeah, rest in peace, Richard. Leon became blonde randomly. We'll see if that stays in the menu. Now he has white hair. Oh shit, he has over 1,000 health, and for some reason is at half health. That's weird. But cool, we finally got the permanent last party member. Why is he dual wielding? Here you go. Blood sword. I probably should have taken a shield from him. Oops. Oh well. Got Rao in the party. Leon is potential rival. What's dual-wielding blood swords do? In this game, probably nothing. In future games, I do not know. Oops. Alright. Leon, here you go. This is what I've been saving these for. Now you know Berserk and Osmos. Alright, probably 1/8 max HP. This game is broken though, so I don't know. Oh right, yeah, Leon's left-handed. Thank you for reminding me. Probably should have taken Richard's equipment to put on Leon, but whatever. I'm so past the point of needing an actual fourth party member at this point. Can I get a... yeah, here, you can have a gold shield. I'm sure I'm gonna get a... I'll probably get the Aegis shield in the final dungeon or something, and then you can have whatever Naomi has. He's not that good like Richard. Well, he has high in... oh yeah, he's the highest in axes. I think someone said that, actually. At least he has a good sword skill, so that's all I really care about. 82 defense, 1000 health. That's pretty solid. Oops, I did not mean to do that. Whatever. Here, take your... the 500 gills on me. Alright, so now... I'll go back over... oh no, I guess I should do the story stuff first. Spawning with 36 intelligence with 5 MP is insane. Yeah, it kind of is. Okay, I know I have to go back to Dist to get that sword. Pandemonium. Oh yeah, the Jade Passage. Sages in Mysidia. I have the map that just shows me where the Jade Passage is. Can I just go straight there? Or do I have to go to Mysidia to find out, like, where it actually is? Either way, while people answer that question, I'll head over to Dist. Good morning. It is, yeah, I guess it is almost 7 a.m. here. So it actually is a good morning Jack Garland jump scare. Where am I? Finn. So if I just go up and left a bit, I'll get to Dist. You can go straight there. Okay, cool. We're beating the game. He's dead. Kill Chaos out of nowhere. Do they, am I supposed to, like... what do I do? What do I do to get this sword? Oh, here we go. Excalibur. Cool. Fuck the blood sword. I got Excalibur. Yeah, we'll just keep it in the inventory. We're supposed to give them a pendant? I guess not, just say Dragoon to them, and then they hand over their super cool sword. The letter X, because it's cooler. Damn right. Alright, to the Jade Passage. We're gonna beat the damn game tonight. Wonder how long this dungeon... Someone said that, what was it? Mysidia. I wanted to say Mithril. I did prevent myself from doing that. But someone said that the Mithril Cave is actually the longest dungeon. So... say Dragoon and mortify them into leaving town. Basically. Okay, up a bit more. Yeah, Jade Passage is this thing right here. Says Mithril anyways. Fuck it. We got the gang back together. Okay. So here we go. The last two dungeons. Just getting my map ready, don't mind me. Yeah, I keep getting the wallpaper jump scare. I keep giving the wallpaper jump scare. Apologies. I don't care about any items, I'm just gonna try to beeline it to the end of the game. Brother and sister frontlining. Oh yeah, I didn't really think about that. I definitely did not have that in mind when I made Naomi the frontliner. Wow, Squall is just a blue warrior. That's pretty funny. Somehow I didn't notice that in the very beginning of the game when the game starts and you get killed by those Dark Knights. This is indeed still going. I am going to beat the game. Right now, I'm in the second to last dungeon and apparently go straight to Pandemonium. Jaundice. I think every party member, but, wow. Okay, Jesus. Who said that bad breath isn't in this game? My god. I just totally... Oh yeah, I think like 2 party members haven't had Jaundice in the 4th slot. I think it was, Minwoo didn't, and Gordon didn't. Everyone else has Jaundice. Well, at least every status effect that thing hit me with was a temporary one. I have not... The only version of this game I've played is this one. This is my first time playing this game. I caught one FF1 stream we were about to finish and I had to leave for work, and now I caught one FF2 stream we were about to finish and I have to go to sleep. This is a prophecy. At least the VOD will be there if you decide to finish it. I am enjoying this game. I feel like this game definitely has some stupid shit about it, but I do like it well enough. It's fun. It's a fun game. Damn, over 1,000 damage, didn't die. Still vulnerable to Toad, though. Just be very patient. I am only patient because I have a GameFAQs walkthrough, some dungeon maps, and my YouTube chat helping me on my other monitor. If I did not have those things helping me, I probably would not have had the... Sorry, I would not have had the patience to beat this game. But yeah, it's fun. And then the Wonder Swan, basically just the Dawn of Souls port. I think I've heard as much, yeah. Hello. I almost played Wonder Swan and switched to NES and then lost my Final Fantasy drive and pivoted to Dragon Quest XI. That's an interesting pivot. Also, look at, like, for any new people joining, look at Maria's fucking evasion. I think she is literally invincible to all physical attacks. 1699%. And she's wearing the dragon armor. I don't know what her evasion would be if it wasn't limited to 1699, but goddamn. The lady will not be hit by anything. And because she's wearing the dragon armor, she resists the magic. Like, all offensive magic, too. So she's, like, the ultimate warrior and has the second lowest HP. It's pretty funny. The Saga games were like this. I believe so, yes. The Saga is like this. And it's not only Naomi, like, Bosch/Furion is just been nuking shit. He's been doing nothing but nuking shit with Holy for the past several hours. And Asp/Guy has been doing nothing but either spam Berserk on Naomi or just Toad everything, because Toad being overpowered was one of the few things I knew about this game going into it. I love how Leon has double the HP of everyone else, yeah. And for some reason he joined, like he joined with 500 out of 1,000 HP for some weird reason. I don't know why. Isn't this the game with a spell that removes silence, but you can't use it because you're silenced? Well, yeah, I mean, yes, but I think most Final Fantasies have that. Like, you know, Final Fantasy V, you have Asuna, but your white mage isn't going to be able to cast it if they're silenced. I don't really think that's a Final Fantasy II specific thing. Joining with 500 out of 1,000 smells unintended. Maybe. Who knows for sure with this game? Also, I really gotta know, like, there are things about the NES version of 2 that people don't like, but what is it about the Saga games that people like the growth system in, but they're not really a fan of it in this? Is it just because this game's growth system is too slow? And future games improve it, like, dramatically? Or it's, like, more intuitive in general? I will walk into every single troll room. In 5, you can use other white mage, and 2, silence gets the whole party. I don't think that's necessarily true. Like, I mean, there was 2 different points where only one of my party members got silenced. Pretty much the pacing. Saga tends to have you grow roughly in line with the enemies, and catching up is crisp. Oh, that makes sense then, I suppose. Worm. Oh shit, tornado. I also assume that, oh, it says someone says stats can go down. Well, yeah, but only in the NES version. Like, again, I'm sure there are things about the NES version that people don't like, but, the future ports fix it pretty well. Characters in Saga are way more malleable with their special skills. I was gonna say something else. Oh yeah, does Saga have, like, the magic penalty or whatever, where mages shouldn't be wearing heavy armor? Is that another reason why people would like it? Toad level up. Toad level 7 was already busted. I can't believe I've gotten to Toad level 8. Oh yeah, waterfall. Someone said there's a shop behind that waterfall. I do recall it since I was seeing a mage-only challenge in 2. Maybe it only affects mages. Food for thought, I guess. Magic even worth using in this game outside of buffs and debuffs? Well, Bosch's Holy has been doing good damage, and his soul is so high that Ultima actually, level 1 Ultima, even though it's bugged in this game, was still doing 300, which is pretty good. I think attacking magic is still good in this game. Like, physical attacking is better. It's like a sliding scale. Like, physically attacking in the beginning of the game kind of sucks and magic's busted, and then it slowly scales in physical's favor the more weapon levels you get. Next level. What I dislike about NES versions having to manually select enemies. Yeah, that is one of my least favorite things about this and Final Fantasy 1 NES is the ineffective thing. I know 3 gets rid of it, but only for physicals. For magic, not so much. Yeah, the buff spells are legit. Like, Berserk, what, this hurts me? Berserk and Haste are legit. Blink is very good early game before you have invincible characters. Decent is an understatement. Yeah, I guess it is. Yeah, at this point I'm just fleeing from everything, because I cannot be asked. I'm gonna attempt to fight Iron Giant. Is that like this game's equivalent of the War Mech? Because probably not. I kind of want to just get through with this game as fast as possible. I want to move on to Final Fantasy III. This game's starting to give me an aneurysm. What you don't want to do in 2 is have everyone being everything. Yeah, I knew from the start what I wanted from each of the characters. I wanted Firion as the White Mage, Naomi as the Sword and Shield Lady, and Guy as the Black Mage. And then the rotating 4th character I didn't really care about. Your video taught me how to get the chicken knife yesterday, thanks. You're welcome. I'm glad there are still some people that can get use out of those videos. It's good to know that I'm not making all this shit for no reason. Like, I'm sure most people who play, like, basically everyone who knows 5 probably knows about rod breaking, but, you know, so hopefully somebody can get some kind of use out of the rod breaking video I made. Who knows? Yeah, you can get, it's like, you can get, Vitality, oh hey, finally got to recolor the behemoth. You can get Vitality down, Intelligence down, and Soul down, depending on what you do, but only in the NES version. And it really, I mean, it sucks, but it really doesn't matter that much. It has not negatively affected me at all. It just sucks in terms of, like, a feel-good kind of way. Feel bad in this instance. Wow, really? Even the Behemoth 2 is toadable? Sheesh. Holy level up, at least. Okay, another spiral. I guess I can give that to Squall. There you go. That's better than what I actually got in the chest. Ricard is probably the member that stays alongside the longest among the 4 members. I think it's actually Layla. Well, maybe... I don't know. It's hard to tell because the encounter rate in this game is insane and the dungeons suck, but it feels like Layla was in my party. Lila was in my party for the majority of the game. Isn't there a shop here? Well, whatever. Even if there is, I don't think they have anything that I really care about. Oh, I can keep going down, I guess. Yeah, whatever. And play NES up too, so yeah. As long as they flesh and bones. Getting one of each knife in Pixel Remaster's maniac behavior. Why do you say that? Is getting, like... Is there a knife that's particularly difficult to get? When I started 2, I looked through a spell guide to see which ones were good and which ones were bad or bugged, and they said Toad is the only instant spell worth using, and I guess they weren't wrong. Yes, I have heard that, which is why I am using it. I tried to level up Exit on Firion, but I didn't. I gave up pretty quickly. I think his Exit is only level 3, so I clearly didn't care that much. I think it's Layla who's with you the longest, and she leaves once and comes back for multiple dungeons. But I will say that Ricard was the best party member so far. Oh, you were saying using the glitch to get 1 Brave Blade and 1 Shaken Knife. Okay, sorry, I thought you were talking about Final Fantasy II, my bad. Hello? Oh, there's just a guy here, alright. Death, Berserk, Haste, and Flare. Well, Berserk and Haste would be nice if I didn't already have it. So here you go, you can have all this shit. How much does the Blood Sword sell for? Only 4,000. Alright. Mini's about as good as Toad. Yeah, it is a, Mini's like a white mage spell, right? It's the white version of, Toad. Like how Exit and Warp are white and black versions of each other. They overdo it in the encounter race to increase the gameplay time. Yeah, the encounter rate being high and all the troll doors and just the general dungeon design. Yeah, just for the sake of making the game last longer. And I'm so looking forward to finally getting to Final Fantasy IV because I feel like that's when I'm gonna feel like I'm playing a quote-unquote modern game. I don't really know how else to put it, but like I've been playing this game for a while, and I recorded some Final Fantasy V for an upcoming video, And even just like playing that game for like 15 minutes, it's like, holy shit, this just feels like I'm playing a modern fucking video game. Toad's more accurate than Mini, but they're both the least resisted element. And yeah, I do know about Blood Sword. Neither of my sword guys have the Blood Sword equipped, just because I feel like they're doing more damage without it. But I am very much aware of it. Just give them both a Blood Sword so that they can equip it when I encounter a boss or some shit. Second to last dungeon. It's good to know that this ancient jade passage will also have wooden doors and Mario Maker pick-a-dick rooms. Use a cheat to disable encounters, you can finish it real quick. I will admit, the thought had crossed my mind, but I'm this far, I might as well finish it legit. Or at least as legit as I can, given everything that's happened up till now. Okay, hold on. This floor has the Aegis shield and the dragon armor, so I probably should actually find those. Yeah, the Blood Sword's mostly a boss killer. Although it seems like Toad is also a boss killer. The past 3 enemies that have used the boss theme have just toaded them and they died instantly. I even toaded the Emperor. I said to my chat, don't tell me if the Emperor is vulnerable to Toad because I gotta find out for myself, expecting that, well, of course they would make the first fight of the Emperor immune to it, but no, it just worked first try and he died instantly. Encounter rates in 1 to 3 are like having lure from 5. Yeah, you're super correct with that comparison. Yeah, 4, I think 4, was 4 the only game that made you lose Gil on running away? Even using, what's his name? Edge's flee skill made him, made you lose a little bit. It's like an insignificant amount. It's only like, it's like very rarely above, or in the triple digits, but still, it's very silly. Can also say that thank God that Nobuo Uematsu is a great composer, because I've been listening to the same, like, 3 or 4 songs for, who knows, I don't even want to think about how many hours, and I'm still not sick of the music in this game. Pandemonium is legendary in PSP OST. Pandemonium music is good. I guess I'll be looking forward to that. Aegis Shield. Hey, look at that. Alright, you can have the Aegis Shield, and I'll give the Flame Shield to Squall. But yeah, it really does feel like I have a lesser version of the 5 lure skill sometimes. Do I want the dragon armor or do I want the black garb? He's already not that great at dodging. I think I'll just have this on him, get the elemental defense over the agility. Holy Lance. My favorite Final Fantasy weapon, the Excalibur. In Final Fantasy 1, I think it was just called the Excal, which is also a good name, I think. There's also the Yoichi bow, which I don't really care about. I was using bows for like half of my party members, but I've just got Squall as a frontliner with sword and shield and heavy armor. And again, I'm sure I could beat this game with just the first 3 guys. Squall is basically a non-entity here. Excalibur. Get owned, Squall. Cure. I might actually have to use one of my elixirs to get Bosch's MP back up. X-all would be a hell of a sandwich. True. I like how the dungeon looks strikingly similar to the one you were in 7 hours ago when you started the stream. Yeah, it's really makes you think, huh? So it looks like you've been exploring the same dungeon for 7 hours. Yes, it really does feel like that. Yeah, you start watching the VOD, and then you just click to the end. It's like, what the fuck? Oh, a sign. The Gate to Hell. Jade, Whirlwind, Ultima. Alright, this is just a linear room. Curious how tough the Demon Emperor fight will be because your HP does seem kind of low. My HP is very low. I will not deny this. Well, he's dead. My HP is inordinately low for probably most playthroughs of this game. Because I mean, yeah, as just shown there, I can get fucked up by a particularly powerful magic spell. Skips to the end. WTF, how long is this dungeon? Pretty much. Emperor's probably whooping the Lord of Pandemonium's ass right now. A linear room complete with a sensor bar. Not sure if you played Rogue Galaxy. The post-game dungeon takes 2 hours, and if you beat it twice, you get a swimsuit. Sounds like a La Mulana or something. Yeah, that's La Mulana does that, yeah. Set it at the same time. Did I give... I'm pretty sure I gave Bosch Aspel. Yeah, I wonder if it'll actually work. Nice, it still worked at level 1. Didn't get a ton, but it's better than nothing. Yeah, there is a swimsuit, like, joke, in that game, like a joke costume in that game. Spoilers, maybe? I don't know. Schlorp that MP. Please do not say that. Aspel? I don't know. It's just called, like... It's Osmos. I don't know why it's called Aspil. A-S-P-I-L, shortened to A-S-P-L. Yeah, I don't know why it's called that, but that's what it is. It's just Osmos. And it's amazing. Big fan of this spell. Meanwhile, Battle Network 4, you have to finish the game 4 times, each time increasing difficulty to get the true ending. Really? Battle Network 4 has a difficulty? The Adel is silent. I hope it is. Nice 5 MP. Hey, when he levels up his MP, he's gonna get so much of it, like 20 of it. And then where will you be? Nowhere, because you don't have Aspil, motherfucker. Is an Asp in 6 as an MP damage spell? There's Sap, which is Asp rearranged funny. X Potion. Cool, I guess. So true, my bad. Got regular Asperg. What did I just get from... I wanted to do something, but I immediately forgot what it was. Yeah, see, now he got 32 MP from that. Crazy. Each new game cycle increases boss enemy HP and changes item locations. I did not know that any of the Battle Networks had New Game Plus. That's very interesting to learn randomly in the middle of this Final Fantasy II stream. Oh, Rasp. Yeah, that's probably what it is. Defense. What is this? Defense armlet? Is it power armlet? No. Is it Genji gloves? I don't think so. Oh wait, it was the Protectoring, I think. Right? Wait, no. Maybe not. Or is it? Does someone have the Protectoring on? I can't remember. Yeah, he does. Okay, yeah, it's the Protectoring. Does it have... Oh yeah, it has no magic penalty, so it's just good to put on. Alright. Cool. I do like how Squall starts with more than twice Kai's HP. Yeah, he's a beefy man, for sure. It was Rasp, okay. Yeah, I guess I was wrong then. Because Sap is a spell in this game. Battle Network 2 has it too, but you have to 100% the game with a 5-star save file. I don't know what that means, but just from the fact that you're saying it like you're just saying that, I assume it's not very fun. FF2 invented the use of dragons. Oh, 5. I kinda didn't get a... I feel like if I just got ambushed by this encounter, I might have just lost instantly, because they could all cast Tornado and I just die. Bless you, thank you. Alright, let me get some MP real fast. I've got all this fucking magic that I don't even give a shit about. At least in the NES version, Osmos works even if the target has 0 MB. So it's a fantastic spell. $20. Neat. Just farm up some spell levels real quick. Get you your MP back. Each star is for something you do for each chip in the game. Okay. When I think of a 5-star rating system in a game, I think of how Fire Emblem, the GBA games did it, or at least Fire Emblem 7. I'm not sure how many Fire Emblem games did it. I think I could just kill this guy and move on. Move on. $1,500 gil for one little shitty enemy. Alright, this is the last floor for Jade Passage anyway. Okay, just straight up do 9 hits, do 1,500 damage with no buffing. Sure, Naomi, whatever you say. When Naomi says jump, you say how high. And before you get to Emperor, need one-shot to a star all. That would be... Starfall, that would be quite sad. I hope that does not happen. At last, Pandemonium. I know this song. Alright, how many floors we got? 8 floors, so well, it looks like 2 of them are like non-floors, so really it's 6. I see pick-a-dick doors. Alright. Yeah, this is a nice song. Nice of the game to have a nice ending, like a unique... Did Final Fantasy 1 have a unique Final Dungeon theme? I don't think it did. Although Final Fantasy 1 didn't have very many unique songs in general. Like, everybody always memes about the fact that there's only one battle theme. This is it. The Final Fantasy 2. I am using a map to get through the dungeons easier, yes. And yes, it is cheating, but the dungeons are just too annoying. I seriously have stopped really caring, I'm sorry. 1, beat the game. 2, collect every chip. 3, do every program advance. 4, collect every secret chip. 5, beat every boss on S rank. That does seem very difficult, but it doesn't seem too out there, I suppose. If they're gonna make you play Picador, they're giving you banger tunes to listen to. Look, man, if they didn't want me to use a guide, they shouldn't have made the dungeons shitty. That's how I'm justifying it. Pardon me. Thank you for using the emote, at least, though. Nobody uses my emotes. You're supposed to be suffering for the entertainment of a live crowd. My party is so overpowered, there's no suffering to be had. I mean, I get what you mean, but there's not really anything to do for that. Oh, this is like pick a dick, but even stupider. Oh shit. Div Mantis. It has the color scheme of an undead enemy. I don't know if it's actually undead, though. There are 255 regular chips, so tons of hours of grind, and the secret chips require PvP. Okay, that does suck. Forced PvP. Are these, I guess these doorways just are nothing? Oh no, I did walk through one. Whatever. I'm not gonna worry about it. I do hate it when I walk through the archway of a castle and a mysterious force field stops me. Some bullshit. Yeah, I'm going for the Emperor. I'm beating the game. I've been streaming for about 7 hours. I'm beating the game at this point. Death Rider. That's one heck of a name. I pity the guides who had to go through these dungeons with the guys who had to go through this dungeon with no guides. Ugh. Yeah, I agree. Cool, free ether. I'll just use that. The kids. Maybe the kids who had to go through these dungeons with no guides, yeah. Must have really sucked. Cause I keep saying that the main thing that I don't like about the dungeons. Well, one of the bigger things is that whenever you get out of an encounter, you're set facing downward, which continually made me forget what direction I was going. Like, I'm sure that's an NES-specific thing, and future versions don't have that issue, but still, it is irritating nonetheless. The only one I haven't finished. Well, as long as you do what I did and just have one person be a dodge master, then the game's easy. I pity the people who died on the final boss, had to do the whole crawl again, yeah. No kidding. Just keep spamming Osmos every fight. Monk only run. Like, for real, Naomi, I keep saying this, but Naomi actually has maxed out evasion. She has 1699, and she's wearing heavy armor. I'm surprised her evasion hasn't overflowed and made her be susceptible to attacks that aren't even targeted towards her. Death Riders are beefy. Thank God I got so many of those, so many Osmos tomes. Ouch. Evasion so high she evades into other attacks. Yeah, she's the proto-paladin, basically. Yes, he did just take a lot of damage. He got critically hit, so it pierced his defense. But he didn't die, which is the important part, so he'll get an HP up. And he has pretty high vitality. Oh shit, a ribbon. These guys can drop ribbons. That's sick. Okay, I'm positive that the ribbon is like the best headgear in the game, and I'm gonna look at what it specifically does. Resistant to all elements, a lot of magic defense, no magic penalty. Yeah, it's just a great piece of headgear. Mayumi? Spiral gives attack. I don't know, do I really need 10 strength? What is my... It's a 90 power. I don't know, who else could use it? Gold pin, white robe. Gold pin, black robe. Yeah, fuck it. I'll give it to Mayumi. It's fitting anyway. It makes sense for her to get it. Alright. Kingdom Hearts 2 ribbon, yeah, pretty much. Just a resistance to all magic attacks. Not necessarily immunity to debuffs, but it does give some pretty good resistance to them. Leave the castle and save. I'm not even sure, I don't even want to try to use exit. But I feel like, I'm pretty sure you can't leave? Oh shit, I forgot to heal. Oh, whatever. It's fine. Yeah, in the original you gotta go through 2 dungeons and hope you don't die. It is not quite the Crystal Tower, but it's still pretty brutal. But the final dungeon in the first game was also was quite mean in that way. The final dungeon was pretty long. I think those green Lamia pick on the red one. I would hope not, considering the green ones are regular Lamias and the red one's a Queen Lamia, so they're gonna be punching way above their weight. Okay, they're not immune to Toad. They're just resistant to it. 3DS's version's Crystal Tower hit different. I have heard that the 3DS Crystal Tower is not much better. I guess you know, quick saving. I haven't quick saved so well. I quick saved once for something, but I don't plan on quick saving. At least the Chaos Shrine was just one dungeon. Yeah, true. I just cast Berserk on the enemy. Oops. No, whatever. It's fine. Hold on a second. Cure you. But yeah, it's true, at least the Chaos Shrine was just one dungeon. Damn, I actually missed. That Blink 8 or whatever they casted did a number on my accuracy. Your accuracy ain't gonna do shit against my Toad magic, motherfucker. Q could stand for something else besides Queen. That's true. Queer. Quail. There's not very many Q words. Quartz Lamia, that's a good one. Made out of gemstones. I admit I got lost in this game and I still can't beat it without a guide. Don't blame you. If I ever play this game again, which I don't think I will, not anytime soon anyway, then I'm sure I will be having this map on my person at all times. Quaint, quantum, all good answers. Thank you, Mayumi. Oh, I think the Queen Lamia dropped something. Ribbon? No, Elder-IQ. I only knew that because the Queen Lamia drops 10,000 gil, so if there's ever an encounter that she's in, and I don't get, or if I get less than 5-digit gil I'll know that she's gonna drop something sweet. Quasi Lamia. It's like we're not really sure. Might be a Lamia, might not be. Unclear. Quid pro quo Lamia. Oh hey, what is a BST demon? I think that's Beast Demon or Best Demon. The color scheme is fucking atrocious either way. You're weaker than your regular counterpart. I forgot his name already. Bolt 10, 16. This is the power level of the endgame enemies here. They look like the best of something. Ridley colored, that's true. It's true. Blair. With my 1 intelligence. $35. FF2 secret boss Ridley. Oh shit. What does Fog actually do? Is that the silence move? That the dumbfounded move? I feel like the blur of old TVs would make that cloth look more like a junk hanging out. Well, good thing this game didn't come out in America then. Ever since my cat, who would usually sit on my lap, shit on it, I don't allow him there again. That is a very random thing for someone to say, but apologies for your lap/cat. There's the Kurel. For some reason, fan translates it as Krull. Fan translated words. Order a new cat online. I don't know if the Kurels have Blaster or not. I kind of don't want to find out. Because their first version, the Panther, didn't. I am very hungry. I've not eaten in a while. I hope I can beat this game soon. It's 1,200 gil pound. Good morning. Assuming they're still knocking off D&D, so Fog is related to Blind or Evasion. Safe bet. Fog was Protect in the first game, which is why I ask. And considering he was casting it on me, I'm sure it's not that. Let me look at what the fuck am I looking at here? Okay, I know where I'm going. Kurel could be shooting laser beams out of their mouths. Oh, Blaster is one of my favorite spell names because of its ambiguity. Yeah, I think Stranger of Paradise is a game that has blast. It's like a 3D game that has a blaster, and it's not super interesting. It just kind of generates a big electricity field around itself and then zaps you. Although in like Final Fantasy V, Blaster summons a bunch of Kid Pix balls to instantly kill you. So I don't know. Not really sure what to make of any of that. To be fair, to be real with you. Kurels don't have Blaster, but the physical ailments inflict instant death. So basically Blaster. Poisoned and confused. Never picking up stray cats again. Had pity the little guy. It's one of my least favorite things about some Final Fantasy enemies that one can randomly kill you. Yeah, I'm glad they got rid of that in future games, because there was a handful of enemies that could do that in the first one, and it was pretty annoying. Okay, hold on, let me heal you. $22.40. Alright, get out of here. While on the subject of enemy spells, what the fuck is an Object 199? Why is it called that? Is that the thing that, the ball, like the big CPU boss uses yeah. Is that the move that the CPU uses on you in 4 if you kill its attack and defense orbs? Because, yeah, I would love to know that as well. Truly, I would. Shell can help evade on-hit procs that cause status ailments or instant death. Fog is worse version of silence that doesn't wear off. Okay, so it is dumb. There's a bunch of thumping going on. I don't know if that was audible. It is the ball thing. Okay, yeah. Yeah, I don't know. I really couldn't tell you. Fond memories of Object 199 destroying me. I feel like it's like there's part of me that wonders if they made it such a weird name, because you're guaranteed, basically every single person that plays through Final Fantasy IV is like guaranteed to get hit by that, because why would you assume that taking out the ads in a boss fight would get one of your party members instantly floored? So I feel like they named it something weird just to be like, hey, check this shit out. But I don't know, that doesn't really make much sense either. Slept. I think every single... I don't know how many enemies in this game have been having status effects on their physical attacks, because Naomi's been dodging everything for the majority of the game. I'm glad I've been dodging this shit. On the plus side, we do get to fight Satan. That is true, in one of the chests, although I will probably be skipping most of the chests, because this map also has what is in each chest. I really do not care about these chests at this point. I am all set as far as I'm concerned. Amy, do you have Aspel? Yeah, I think everybody does. I'm just wondering when I'm gonna fight Zombie Borgin and Zombie Emperor. Unless I'm also not going to fight them, because I'm going to be skipping most of the chests. What is this thing? I don't know. I don't know what the fuck most of the the built-in YouTube emotes are. Don't ask me. Because I would not be able to give a sufficiently coherent answer. Don't you want the Genji armor, the heaviest armor in the game, heavily incentivizes you for dodging? Well, considering Naomi's wearing the dragon armor with no evasion penalty, I wonder if the Genji armor wouldn't be that bad. What does it even do? Resistance to death? Okay, it does have a 25% more evasion penalty, so I guess that probably is not that great. Yeah, probably won't bother with that. I do kind of like this one. Kwanzaa likes the biting his nails, the guy biting his nails one. Where the fuck am I? Oh yeah, here's Pick a Dick. Poop. Poop emoji. Pink poop for some reason. Okay, I'm trapped in here. Or is there crap in this version? Is that true? Consider it, because they give no magic penalty and give you resistance to every element. So it's hard for me to imagine that they'd be bad. They don't protect from petrify or instant death. I see. Well, I guess if I do get the Genji armor, I'll just slap it on Naomi. I don't know if I would call them crap, though. I'm a fan of this dude. Yeah, that's a good one. I died so many times in this dungeon when I played this version. I hope that doesn't happen to me. Zero out of dead. That's how you know he's real dead. Rose. Oh, my favorite flower. Leonhardt kissing the ground, his best ability. Yeah, just attack, attack, attack. MT Golem. Was it like Mighty Golem? Mountain Golem? Is Rose your favorite flower? Jesus, that wasn't even a critical hit. I don't know, maybe. I haven't really thought about it until you said that. I just kind of said that, like, apropos of nothing. I just be saying shit. Mithril Golem. I guess that makes sense. I don't know. I guess if I had to choose a flower, it'd be Rose, yes. Free ether. Get out of my party. Gold shield. I had to revive so many times. I'm almost a life level 3. Excuse me. Meant to, I wasn't fast enough to mute the microphone. This is the shittiest inventory in the series. You are totally right about that. Now, I'm getting a bunch of gil from the encounters, but, like, for what? I haven't had to buy anything for forever. Like, I just bought a bunch of elixirs just to feel something. Limited inventory seemed funny with all the garbage chests. Yeah, like, there was one room in the previous dungeon that, there's, like, 4 chests. 3 of them were the default staff, and the other one was the black robe. Or the white robe or something. So it's like... like, what the hell? What the fuck floor did I go to? Oh, I'm still on floor 4. It's just there's a different one. Oh my god, what the fuck is this? Is this like a... It's like a teleport maze or some shit? Retirement funding. How many floors we got left? I think I'm on... What am I on? I'm on floor 4 right now, so... 2 more after this, I guess? I have entered the Crystal Tower. Ah, shit. The occasional unrunnable encounters aren't making my life much easier, either. Teleport floor. Yeah, that's what it looks like. Maybe not a teleport floor, but like a equivalent. Something equivalent to it. Yeah, it is Crystal-esque, I would agree. Took a wrong turn to Final Fantasy III. Get me out! Get me out! Plus there are quartz lamias. Yeah, true. True that. I have not found an Iron Giant, and I hope I do not. nothing to spend money on in the end game only started to get solved in Final Fantasy IV. Yeah, I guess that did happen in 1 as well. Also a big fan of this battle background. Yeah, it looks neat. Iron Giant's kind of the war mech of this game. Yeah, I kind of figured. A couple of people have mentioned him. That makes sense. Please let me run away. Ugh. I keep forgetting to put Dickhead Squall on the front. I mean, the money sink in this game is just elixirs, but with the limited inventory, it's of questionable use. There's definitely money sinks in FF3. Well, that's good to know, I suppose. I've been able to run away from encounters for a while, actually. I think because Nayumi's agility is so ridiculously high. I just think that I'm assuming that if I can't run away from an encounter, it's because it's just labeled as unrunnable. I don't know that for a fact, I'm just kind of assuming. Can't remember any of the bosses because Berserk murdered them before they could register. For me, it's Toad murdered them before they could register. Hey, Genji gloves, look at that. Oh, Zombie Borgin, we found him. Running away is based on Furian's evasion percent? I feel like that's not true, because his evasion has been 1 and like 150% for the entire game. So I feel like that isn't true, but I don't know. Like, because in the beginning of the game, I couldn't run away from shit, like most people's playthroughs, but ever since Nayumi got to, like, ever since Nayumi got to 1699% agility, I've basically been able to be guaranteed fleeing, except from unrunnable encounters. Furian's agility determines run success. I would believe agility over run percent, but even then, his agility isn't that high. He might have the worst agility of my 4. They really waited a long time to reuse this sprite, of all sprites. And he's weirdly beefy. Almost anything in a chest is unrunnable. That makes sense, yeah. I kind of assumed that chest stuff would be unrunnable. Okay, let me look at Furian's agility. 58? Okay, yeah, that's a decent agility. Yeah, I do know about the, like, prototype localization, because isn't that what Seer played for his video? The bosses have different fight themes. There is a boss theme, but it is very seldom used, and everything that I've fought with that theme has been toadable. And also the Emperor fight didn't use it, which is funny. Dark Shadow over Palakia. Her life spell's high enough, it's a one-hit kill. Yeah, I guess that makes sense. I didn't really think about using undead stuff. Oh boy. Hold up, let me put him back in the front row. Oh, whoop. Hold on. I'm looking at the map right now, trying to figure out where... Like, there's a chest in the middle of this room, but I don't think I really care. It might be the ribbon. There's like, this floor has the Genji gloves, Masamune, Genji helm, ribbon, and Genji armor. I tested Seer's theory, and if a dragon breaks you if you softlock, you aren't softlocked. Well, that's interesting. What does happen? You're just like... You can just run up to the whirlwind and it just works anyway. Imagine just randomly one-shotting your party. That would be very sad. Yes, okay, well, that's cool. That is good. Because I actually, earlier in the stream when I got the Hear You, I was thinking, I did say, like, I know you can use it as a weapon, or as an item, but I'm not going to, because I don't want to get soft-locked. Never understood why Square Enix didn't just localize Final Fantasy III as Final Fantasy 1. Maybe the localization process just took that long. I assume it cares about some flag it sets. Yeah, it's a safe bet. 3 is basically a soft remake of 1 anyway. I was saying this, kind of implying this earlier, like, I feel like if Final Fantasy II was officially localized, then, the series might have, like, been... The series might have been totally done, because I can't imagine many people liking this game. Same thing with Final Fantasy III, like, if they localized 3 as 1, then it might not have done super well, because, that Crystal Tower... But I don't know. Who knows? We'll never actually know if that's true or not. Enix localized the first 4 Dragon Quests as is. Only reason we never got 5 and 6 because Enix's Western Division was shut down. That's disappointing. Ouch. Fucking confusion. It was re-established and had to bring over 7. Well, thank God for that. Thank God we got Dragon Quest VII. Oops, whatever. 3's Crystal Tower doesn't make it a bad game. If anything, back then we didn't have too many options to kill our time. I suppose. 3 was also on a more expensive cart. Okay, I guess these aren't pick-a-dick doors. Yeah, it just spawns me in a different place. Honestly, yeah, if he's gonna get confused, then at least hold him in place. Two is Prototype Saga. Yeah, that seems to be the case. 2 is an ambitious mess. Yes, very accurate. I am legitimately impressed by this game technologically, but also it's kind of just annoying. This game will probably go into my list of games I like, but not for the gameplay. Although for a different reason than most of the games are in that list. Then Square Enix merged. Dragon Quest VIII was the first game released by Square Enix, and the rest is history. What a starting game! That's the only good Dragon Quest game. I recently burned a PS1 version of Dragon Warrior 7 in 2 discs. Played on the PS2. I hope that went well for you. Oh boy. Played Dragon Quest 9. Ugh. Sorry. Was 9 the MMO? If it was, then no. Well, either way, I haven't played 9, but, yeah. I've played... In terms of the mainline games, I have played 5, 7, and 8, and I only beat 8. And I've also played the, Dragon Quest Monsters, Rocket Slime. Or Dragon Quest Heroes Rocket Slime, whatever the fuck it's called. 10 is the MMO, okay. 9 is the DS game that had Jedward. Actually a bit weak for the final boss. I guess we'll see, huh? We'll see once we get there. Dragon Quest is much better than Final Fantasy. I definitely disagree with that. Oh my god, that sound. Blast. Oh shit, they do have Blaster. Luckily it didn't kill me. Just paralyzed me. That could have been very bad. Pro is American. He's not gonna know who Jedward is. You are correct. I do not know who Jedward is. 9 has cool class changing mechanics like 5. Yeah, I heard 7 had that too. Played it for a long ass time. Didn't get to the job switching. Hey, do you want a party member that can only use Flame Slash for 10 hours? Yeah, sounds real fun. Imagine these things being stronger than the Emperor. Diamond armor, don't care. Starting to feel like I should just have Squall be a back row Berserker, or Berserk Slinger. If Flame Slash is good. I want a different attack move, please. After hour 5, I'm starting to wonder when the game's gonna be fun. And unfortunately, it never was. Seven is awful, but the rest are fine. Did he just drop a Diamond Crab? 7 sounds like the more you know about it before you play, the worse off you are. Frost Slash, ooh, daring. If Squall's stuck in the back row, how you ever train him to hold your second blood sword? Fuck it. Seven Remake fixes the pacing so you get to the action and class mechanic. Wait, did the 7 Remake come out already? If it did, I definitely didn't see that happen. I only played the original Dragon Warrior, maybe 2. I think I got in far a little. I got a little far in 3. Alright then. Demo was out, okay. Maybe I should try it, see how much I hate it still. There's 2 7 remakes. Yeah, because of the 3DS version, right? 7 Remake isn't out, but there's a pretty long demo. Well, that's neat, at least. Dragon Quest Fantasy is impossible now since Toriyama's dead. Yeah. Disappointing, for sure. Motherfucker's wearing the ribbon and still got blastered. 3DS Remake get you to the class changing quicker? Are you sure? Because that was the version of 7 that I played, and I played it for like 10 hours, and I got to the robot world. And there was still no fucking class changing. So what the fuck was the original Dragon Quest 7 like if the remake on 3DS was actually an improved version of the experience? What the fuck? My favorite thing about Dragon Quest is identifying which Dragon Ball characters the people in official art resemble. Toriyama can only draw 2 faces. 3 faces, I guess. He's much better as a monster designer. This better be the goddamn ribbon. Genji Helm. Ah, that's so not worth. Oh. Tiamat. Just here? OG Dragon Quest 7 is a puzzle game for the first 7 hours. God damn. How the fuck did Dragon Quest survive into the modern day? It's the Emperor. We found him. I forgot to put him in the front row, whatever, I don't care. Well, yeah, there you go. This is just the boss theme. Cool, Genji Helm, don't care. Yeah, Japan loves Dragon Quest, and I wish they loved it less. After playing 5 and 7 back to back, I was just filled with, like, malice. And I was glad that I finally found a Dragon Quest that I could tolerate with Dragon Quest 8. But even then, that game went on for much longer than it should have. What the fuck is this game? Dragon Quest 7 and 8 are the best-selling PS1 and 2 games in Japan, respectively. God damn, I can't believe they fooled so many people for so long. That's insane. Much as I respect Toriyama, I don't like a lot of his artwork outside Dragon Ball. I mean, all of his non-Dragon Ball artwork is just Dragon Ball, so I don't know. I like Dragon... Oh wait, you said Dragon Quest 5. Sorry, I'm far away from the screen. 5 looked like 8. I liked 5 until the time skip. Okay, here's my experience with 5. It's like the childhood part, it was great. It was like a linear story. I knew what was going on. And then like if you don't want early Dragon Quest 5 spoilers, and like mute the stream for 30 seconds, I guess. Then your dad dies, you and this other dude get kidnapped by some bad dude. It's like, okay, I'm invested now. The time skip happens. You guys break free of the monster's control, and in like a really epic escape. Honestly, I don't remember what happens. And then you get the Prince Kid his castle back, and then as soon as you do that, the game just ceases to tell you what to do, like where you're supposed to, like what you're supposed to be doing, where you're supposed to be going. And like as soon as that happened, I was like, okay, well, I don't really, like, I've suddenly stopped caring because the game suddenly stopped caring. It was very unfortunate. This is no longer late night. You're right, but I'm not changing the title. Even though you're correct. The first time I've ever seen Leon have the most HP. Say it's late night in Australia. Well, there you go. Dragon Quest V is the first waifu dating simulator. Good for it. It can have that. It can have that title for all I care. But anyway, I did sleep, by the way. I slept before the stream started because I slept all day yesterday from like 10 to 10, and I just slept off all of my sickness, I guess, because I was totally fine when I woke up, which is good. You may not like it. This is what peak FF2 performance looks like. I'm sure it's not too far off, yeah. Oops. "10-10" mentioned. Dragon Quest VIII went on forever. I never finished it. It was just going on forever, way too long without the combat or anything changing very much. Yes. The game has like 3 fake endings before the real ending. And by the time I got to the like second to last, or the last fake ending before the real ending, I was just like, oh my god, just end this goddamn game. And what really sucks is that I fucked myself over because I had the main character specialize in boomerangs because Dragon Quest's targeting system is stupid as hell. But it turns out I was stupid as hell, actually, because doing that was a very big mistake. I had to grind on Slime Island for hours to be able to survive against the final boss. And the final boss has that stupid, like, Final Fantasy IV thing. And it's worse than 4, because in Final Fantasy IV, you use the crystal, and it's like, oh, okay, now you can fight the final boss. In Dragon Quest VIII, you have to use the crystal equivalent, like, 8 times before the goddamn fight can go somewhere. So getting beaten on that whole time by the final boss doing his ridiculously damaging full party attacks was just a grand old time. Dragon Quest combat always seemed way too oversimplified. It was very... I mean, you know, when Dragon Quest first came around, it was oversimplified, but that made it novel, because most RPGs before that were overly complicated, but Yeah, nowadays Dragon Quest being simple is just like, yeah, it's the simple RPG, I guess. Tried reclassing to Dragoon and jumping. I have not, I'll keep that in mind. Thanks. I got to the Garuda boss, just some kind of holy bird. Just two-shotting my party with a party-wide attack. I think I remember that boss, yeah. Like a super strong party-wide attack spells take common. Yeah, they did. Complexity in modern Dragon Quest comes from the kind of builds you can do. I played the demo of 11 on the Switch, and it seems like... because it has like a skill tree, but the skill tree seemed extremely small. I don't know if it, expands later or something, but it seemed weirdly... oh yeah, just small. Dragon Quest combat is much better than Final Fantasy. You actually need to use buffs and crowd control. You can't just hold down attack and cast direct damage spells. I mean, you can't really do that in most Final Fantasies. I would say that I wouldn't say that most Final Fantasies have just holding A brainlessly. 11 skill tree only shows you a small chunk. Okay, well that's good that I was correct in assuming that then. Oh, look at this guy. Oh, is this Satan? Astaroth? Get his ass, Naomi. Yeah, Naomi's been my frontliner the entire game, so she's going to continue to do that. She's the Excalibur holder. See you later. Satan needs to go to the dentist. Ghosts and Goblins final boss looking ass. Mirror. Got another ribbon. The toad thing is ridiculous. It really is. 4 is the last Final Fantasy to have ever made a resemblance to game balance. Alright, well I can tell that we'll probably... neither of us will be convincing each other of the other's opinion anytime soon. So I'll just leave it at that. Dragon Crab. Damn right. Who do I even want to give this ribbon to? You know what? Fuck it. Squall's getting it. There you go. Okay. Here we go. That's what happens when bosses don't have immunity to instant death and fractional damage. There is a death element, and I'm sure most bosses are immune to it, but I think like the only thing that has that element is the death spell. And I think in my run, no, I think like Mini was the last instant death spell I got, but death was the second to last. I can't run from this fight because there's bombs in it. Found out yesterday you can mini-toad Gilgamesh 1 in 5. I did not know that. Like the one where it's just the solo Galoof fight? That's funny. Why would you ever attempt to do that? Yeah. It's just a kind of funny introductory gimmick fight. You're not really supposed to worry about actually fighting him legitimately. Let's do some rounds of Osmos. Nine felt balanced enough. I was punching in with my level 1 White Mage Galoof for 12 damage at a time. Good thing about 12, not 12, yeah, 12, so you have an accessory that can inflict every status at once, and a lot of bosses have some kind of status weakness. I do like that about, like, 5. I'm not sure how many games in the Final Fantasy series are like 5 in this way, where, almost every boss has at least some kind of debuff weakness. And yeah, it seemed like 12 was another one, which was neat. Oh, because you have 2 Remedy lores. Give me to the next floor. Alright. We're on floor 5 now, finally, I think. No, wait. Where am I? Oh, no. I'm back on the other part of floor 4. But I will be on floor 5 in a second here. For the record, I've been in this last dungeon for about 2 hours now. I think I went in at around 5:45, and it is 7:46 now. Use a remedy that guarantees inflicts whatever they're not immune to, like the only way to reasonably do the 5 judges fight. I did not, I was not aware of that strategy. I didn't, once I beat 12, I didn't really do anything else. I know that most of the game's difficult fights are in the bonus, like the what are they called, the hunts? The, whatever they're called, the hunts, I'll just call them that. But yeah, I did not do many of those. I did like the tutorial one and a couple of other ones early game, but then I just kind of beelined it through the game. Something that I really didn't like about 12 was that, like, it took me... I tried inflicting slow on some boss, like, for so long, and it finally stuck, and then it only lasted for, like, 2 seconds. I was like, damn, slow isn't even permanent in this game? That kind of sucks. Yeah, thanks for the fucking dispel, you dickhead. Yeah, just use haste, I guess. It says Zeromus in the HD version. Is Zeromus a summon in Final Fantasy X, like the HD version? Assuming you are talking about 10, I didn't know that or I forgot that the HD version added stuff. I think someone might have told me that it did, and I just don't remember. Oh, he's talking about, in 12, the Zodiac 12, Zeromus is a summon. Okay, that... Either way, I didn't know he was in... Whether you're talking about 10 or 12, I didn't know he was in either game. That's interesting. Level 2 Berserk. This ball is about to fulfill his purpose. Ugh. Alright, now we're on to floor 5? Yes. Okay. 5 summons and 12 are based on the final boss of the first 5 games. Oh, that's cool. There's an X-Death summon then? That's neat. I definitely did not know that. I didn't fuck with the summons very much. Or quickenings. I never actually found out how quickenings work. The only successful quickening I've ever done is is Vaughn and what the fuck is his name? The villain from Dissidia, villain from 12 and Dissidia, their super move. And even then, it's just because you mash L and wait for the thing to be selected. X-Death summon is called Exodus. Interesting. Is that like a confirmation that his name actually was supposed to be Exodus originally? There's no X-Death summon. Exodus is a stretch. He's nothing like Exodus. Well, maybe it's just a matter of interpretation. Maybe, well, I mean, if there's 5 of them, and, like, are the other 3? Is there, like, a Chaos, Cloud of Darkness, Emperor summon? Because I could see, you know, there's, like, a pattern there in that case. He's literally called Spirit Tree Judge. That's funny. Cloud of Darkness is Famfrit. They're reinterpreted, okay. Yeah, I figured it's not just a sprite of Zeromus comes out, although that would be pretty funny. He does do Meteor, oh shit. I can't believe I'm fighting these Mysidia enemies in the final goddamn dungeon when I'm like 1 floor away from fighting the final boss. Famfrit's called the Cloud of Darkness in Japanese. Oh, okay. I did not know that. That's interesting. Actually, you know what? I'll do a round of Osmosis again. Get everybody's HP up a little bit. In English, it's a Darkening Cloud. That is funny. Also, I assume the healing staff is not in the final dungeon. I just missed it somewhere. I've been training Firion on staves the whole game for no reason. It's funny, though. Only completely original summon is Shemezai. Shemezai? There's an S and then 2 Z's. How the fuck are you supposed to pronounce that? This dungeon started to give off Dad, are we there yet energy. We're close. This is the second to last floor. Last real floor. And it's just a big, like, loop around the room. I would run from this fight, but for some reason you can't run from red bombs. Or just any bombs, I think. Oh yeah, the Masamune. Yeah, just whatever. I don't think the Masamune will be the, like, maybe I could have just given it to Squall and put him in the back row and be a haste abuser, but it's fine. I'm sure I'll be okay. Shemhazai. Mateus, the Corrupt Emperor, is a reference to the novel. Is the Emperor called Mateus in the novel? I'm assuming I'm saying that right. Mattius? Mateus? You know what? I'm blowing Pandemonium up. Yeah, I have 2 blood swords even. I'm gonna have Naomi and Squall front rowing the blood sword. The blood sword. I didn't even want to say it properly. Alright, this is the last real floor, apparently. There's a dragon bean on this floor. I still don't actually know what that is. I think someone told me, but I don't care. It's called the Dragon Bean. It can't be that good. Yes, he's called Mateus in the remakes from GBA onwards. Okay. So his name really is Emperor. My god. That's crazy. The M in Emperor stands for Mateus. Bean. Yes, Dragon Bean. D-R-G-N-B-E-A-N. Oops. Still just called the Emperor in the re-releases? No. Never mind, then. I just want to point out that I seriously cannot imagine leveling anything to 16, because Naomi has literally just been swinging her sword at enemies the entire game, and she's at Sword and Shield level 9. She might get to Sword and Shield level 10 by the end of the dungeon, but, like, how much do you have to fucking grind in this game to get anything to level 16? And it's not even necessary. That's the craziest thing, is that it's just, like, you're grinding all that shit for what? You're gonna be able to beat the game way before that. He's never called by his name in any game, or in-game in any version. Okay. I wonder why they came up with a name for him for the novel, then. That's interesting. At the 10 on my frontliner in PSP, and that's with the boosted skill experience. Yeah. I assume you might be able to get, like, a couple levels higher in the future ports where the leveling's a bit easier, but at least in this version, like, goddamn, man, you have to do so much. for no reason. And I know that in the future versions, if you get the spell Toad 16, you get like an extra minigame or some shit. Which, first of all, how did anybody even like learn that? But second, that's so much grinding. This is a free pro ring? Cool. You're a spiral helmet, I guess. Here you go. Oops, not that. Defense. Now you're immune to instant death, too. Defense wrench, yes. It's the protector ring, which makes you immune to instant death. The Toad 16 minigame, super imbalance. Yeah, I know that minigame they introduced in the future versions lets you get really busted shit in the in future versions. Okay, just go down left, I guess. Like free Masamunes and like high leveled armor and a bunch of free money. I think this room is what the Dissidia level is based on. One of the Dissidia levels is based on. Because there's 2 Pandemonium stages for some fucked up reason. There's like Pandemonium and then Pandemonium top floor, which I think this is. I've still never figured out why sometimes there's a little like bell jingling sound when I kill something. You did grind Ultima to 16, right? Yes, absolutely. But actually, for real, Furion Soul is so high that level 1 Ultima did like 300 damage. That's much better than I thought. I expected it to do like 60 or something. So I'm impressed. Consider me impressed. True secret ending if you cast Ultima 16. It's it's like a cutscene boss where it's Emperor doing Starfall 16 versus your Ultima 16. Sounds sick now that I say it out loud. Ultima always does 300? Really? I thought it's I mean, I know it's a bug, but I thought it just didn't increase in power the way it was supposed to, meaning, like, because in future versions it's based on how many spell and weapon levels you have, but this game I thought it was just a spell that increases in damage, like any other. Alright, we're in the last floor. Not sure where I'm supposed to be going. I'll use these elixirs, though. Might as well, right? Get everyone's MP back up. I bought all these cottages and elixirs for no reason, basically. Can you beat Final Fantasy 2 if all of your characters, except for Leon, who doesn't matter, have less than 1500 HP cumulatively? Yeah, if I die to the final boss, I have to go through all that shit again. Basically, the last 2 hours were for nothing. Saving the elixirs for the next playthrough, yeah. Man, seriously, can there just not be any encounters here? Like, that would have been real nice. I think I didn't fight the Undead Emperor. Oh, not like it matters. Save your elixirs and give them all to Minwu so we can use them in Soul of Rebirth. The famous NES version of Soul of Rebirth. Stop. Okay, yeah, sure. Thanks. Alright, here we go. It's the final boss. I hope everybody's watching. I didn't put Squall in the front row. Oops. Oh well. He'll just be a berserking guy. It's fine. Yeah, you just start holying, you put on the blood sword. And you guys start berserking the shit out of her. Yeah, it's pretty good. Aspel is Osmos. I don't know why it's called that. It's Osmos. Yeah, I do know the element boosting rods are in 12. I do enjoy them quite a lot. Penella was my Aga magic spamming black mage with that just always had the fire, ice, or thunder rod. Although they're called something different, like the thunder rod is called like the cloud staff or something. I don't know. Let's try a toad on him. I'm curious. I'm sure he's immune to it, but like I'm just so curious. Oh shit. Alright, good thing you didn't do that to Naomi. Cloud Staff or Eroga, okay. I thought it was the Thunder one. Well, either way, yeah, I always had this set of rods for her. It's short, it's 4-character limit of Aspir, which is the Japanese name for Osmos. Hooray! I win! See you later, Asp. That was easier than Chaos. Mode Emperor. Unfortunately, it was not without a casualty. You did it! Congratulations! YouTube made me watch 3 ads before I could reopen the stream and I missed most of the boss. I'm sorry. I always suggest people have ad block on when watching my stuff. I can't believe Layla was the only Lila and Gordon didn't die. I thought all of the 4th slot party members died. So I'm glad they didn't die, because they were actually really useful. Congratulations. So everything is finished. He's right. What do you mean? There he is! Nasir! He gets front and center in the credits. He better. I need to stop talking. I've been yapping for 8 hours straight and my voice hurts. Good thing is that I don't have work today, at least. Amano! Classic. Nasir Gabelli. It was funny that as soon as I decided to try and toad the Emperor, he was just like, fuck you, you've been doing that too much. Dead. Nasir had to leave Japan because his visa expired. I don't know if that's a joke or not. It kind of is framed as one. That's why he never worked on the series again. I don't know if that's, again, I don't know if that's a joke, but if it is, if it's not a joke, it's kind of sad. I like to imagine Nasir Gabelli as a descendant of EA Nasir. It's the truth? Aw, that's disappointing. He better not come here to the States with everything going on here. Worked on Secret of Mana. I did not know that. Music compose. Sakaguchi. Yeah, there's a lot of people telling me throughout the last stream, like, wow, your HP is weird. It's like freakishly low. Are you sure you're gonna be able to, like, you should really do some HP grinding? And like, my characters either died in one hit or took chip damage from spells. I really don't think my HP ended up mattering too much. I think this Leon is the same Leon from Resident Evil. No, I named him Squall for a reason, motherfucker. Nasir lives in Sacramento. I'm sure the world map was hard to program. Yeah, it's very fancy. Ugh, well, that was Final Fantasy II. What a goddamn game. I don't think I'll be playing it again anytime soon, but I'm glad I beat it at least. It was a worthwhile experience. And next stream, we will begin the oft maligned in my chat and Discord Final Fantasy III. How would you rate it out of 10? I don't know, like 7? And I'm using my scale as like 5 is actually average, not the IGN scale of 5 is dog shit garbage. It was fun. It's good. It's jank as hell, and the ports have made it a lot better in the future, but I enjoyed it. I'm telling Naomi you were mean to me. Yeah, good luck. She's mean to me too. Anyway, see you later.